Miss Wang Qi was not the kind of woman who panicked at the sight of blood. Though a merchant, she had indeed seen her fair share of it. After Lacroix pushed her through a side door into a residence and avoided the first round of bullets, she immediately stood up, found a window to observe the ongoing battle outside, and was ready to provide support at any moment. She was by no means defenseless. Miss Wang Qi had specifically taken time out to undergo 2 months of professional military training. While it didn't make her a qualified warrior, it at least taught her how to fire a gun. Beyond that, she possessed a skill far more powerful than the average warrior: wealth. Her 2 earrings, combined with rings on the pinky fingers of each hand, formed a miniature shield generator. At full power, it could provide 3 hours of protection and withstand the direct impact of 3 155mm howitzer shells. Shield generators were already exceedingly expensive, but the set Mrs. Wang Qi owned was many times more expensive than the usual kind. Typically, a shield generator device might be as large as a car, but this set was the epitome of miniaturization. Made of tiny items like earrings and rings, it could be worn with an evening gown to a banquet without looking out of place. Obviously, such a gadget was not something that could be mass-produced. In fact, it was a fine product crafted by a master forger using extremely high-end equipment over a long period of time. Moreover, a master jeweler had intricately designed it to ensure it remained beautiful, elegant, and high-class without compromising its functionality. Additionally, this miniaturized shield generator had a significant special effect. It would automatically engage when it detected an incoming threat, avoiding the situation where the user couldn't react swiftly enough to utilize the shield generator before being taken out. From these aspects, one can imagine just how valuable this set of earrings and rings was. Moreover, from the inside of her evening gown's thigh slit, she pulled out a weapon that had been strapped there. It was a flintlock pistol, the ebony emitting a faint scent with openwork carvings filled with gold, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Rather than a weapon, it indeed appeared more like a retro craft. In actuality, this ancient flintlock could be loaded with 4 bullets at a time. Regardless of the material of the bullets, the first 4 bullets fired each day would bear powerful spiritual energy and create a violent spirit explosion upon striking their targets, with the force of each spirit explosive bullet surpassing even that of heavy bombshells. However, she was not so arrogant as to believe these devices alone would allow her to survive this crisis. In reality, her entire set of gadgets was clearly designed with the core objective of defending against assassination. Mrs. Wang Qi had never placed herself in an absolutely dangerous situation. When the first wave of the assassin's attack was blocked by the shield generator and the spiritual energy flintlock gave her a means to counterattack, a brief delay would be enough for the elite bodyguards, who should always be close to her, to swiftly arrive and eliminate the threats. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But at this moment, it was clearly not a normal situation. What she was facing was not an assassination but a full-scale war. How mighty was the shield generator, anyway? It could stop 3 155mm howitzer shells, making it like a wall of size against assassinations, but in a war, a few machine guns and rifles could shatter it quickly with sustained fire. Not to mention, like the void shield, the shield generator was very insensitive to slow-moving objects. It wouldn't be broken by bullets, but it would be useless against someone approaching with a knife. In war, there are far too many things more dangerous than assassinations. And why had the situation on Heijian Star turned into a war? That story starts a few days ago. After leaving Rage Owl Star, Miss Wang Qi and her fleet traveled directly here. Heijian Star was still in the feudal era, with a population of 400 million people spread across dozens of feudal kingdoms. Among them, the 7 most powerful formed the King's Council, and every few years, they would elect one among them as the governor to handle communications with the imperial departments. From this perspective, the power of Heijian Star's governor was quite limited, with the role mainly serving as a liaison. Whether taxes could be fully collected depended on the cooperation of each kingdom. Of course, they usually cooperated. Those who didn't would be disciplined. Even the larger kingdoms didn't want to face the wrath of the empire and would comply due to the joint questioning of other nations. Certainly, many conspiracies and deceptions would arise around this mechanism. For example, the governor scheming against other kingdoms, or other kingdoms scheming against the current governor. But these affairs didn't concern Miss Wang Qi. With countless worlds within the empire, each with different levels of technology, economic foundations, and political ecosystems, who had the time to delve into so many. Wang Qi's concern was that most of the kingdoms on Heijian Star had very good relations with the Jiyu commercial firm. Relations so strong that the Jiyu clan's family congress had been held on Heijian Star for the past several decades. The local 7 major kingdoms were quite welcoming of their arrival and fully supported the array of activities during the Jiyu family's grand meetings. This time, as well, was no exception, at least it didn't start as one. The current governor of Heijian Star was King Nes Lumen of the Lumen Kingdom, the third largest country on the planet. The location chosen for the meeting was also in the capital of this country, Pincer City. Pincer City was decked out in festive lights, treating the event as a grand festival. In the past few days, as the leading figures from the 14 major caravans of Gu's Commerce Association arrived one after another, a series of public and private banquets began. Wang Qi had been preparing for many years to vie for the position of family head and was now just a step away. Despite feeling the struggle from her late husband's cousin, who had been up to all kinds of maneuvers, even attempting to disrupt the pace by calling for an early family meeting. None of these had much significance. Before the official start of the family meeting, Wang Qi further consolidated her alliances through banquets and private conversations, reinforcing relationships with her allies. Out of the 14 major caravans, she still had a firm grip on 4, and another 4 were her staunch allies. By the time the assembly started and the voting commenced, she, holding 8 votes, could almost certainly elevate her son to the position of family head. Then, 2 days before the Grand Assembly, as a banquet was drawing to a close, the sound of thunderous gunfire and battle cries reached their ears. Wang Qi almost immediately realized that Jiyu Ming had been driven to a corner. Having been forewarned by her son, she had already been on guard against this issue. The standard security presence around her had tripled. All were highly vigilant. She reminded all caravan leaders to be aware of this issue and requested that they double their security force under the highest standards of safety. Additionally, the Chamber of Commerce fleet in the skies was always battle-ready to prevent sneak and surprise attacks. The expeditionary force provided by Jiyu Hang, through swaps of commercial goods, had moved to a small town on the outskirts of Pincer. Wang Qi did her best to hide their movements, but she also knew that a force of nearly 30,000 would struggle to go unnoticed. Exposure also had its advantages, creating a deterrent. I have an army outside, be cautious. So long as they did not come to blows, it was favorable. After all, if things continued normally, she was most likely the victor. But Jiyu Ming still made his move. Actually, Wang Qi couldn't comprehend it. Indeed, without making a move, he couldn't win, but what if he lost? The Jiyu family had suffered internal competition since its establishment, but in nearly 300 years, spanning 5 generations, it had never devolved into malignant, bloody conflict. While such incidents were not uncommon in other families, the Jiyu clan's internal struggles had never escalated to such a degree. Being more united than other merchant alliances was one of the reasons that the Jiyu clan had grown large. If Jiyu Ming lost, without any other deep-seated hatred between them and still being relatives, as the victor, Wang Qi had no need, and it was not likely, to thoroughly execute him. Upon meeting, they might even have to stage an act of familial unity as aunt and nephew. With such an outcome, Jiyu Ming could well live as a wealthy, idle gentleman. It was even unrealistic for Wang Qi to strip him of the Chamber of Commerce fleet under his control. Jiyu Ming could keep his influence, retreating to become a power within Gu's Commerce Association or, later on, continue to contend for the position of family head in the next cycle. But if he resorted to this, it would have been a bad precedent, a complete break from the rules. After such an incident, there would be no chance for amends. Jiyu Ming wouldn't be unaware of this. So, even up to the last moment, Wang Qi actually thought that while Jiyu Ming might stir trouble, the likelihood was genuinely small. But now that everything had happened, there was nothing else to say. The preparations made for defense were ready to be put into use. The news of the bottle's eruption was sent to the troops of Rage Owl Star stationed in the suburbs. Within the city, security measures from various families were urgently deployed and mobilized. Efforts were made to contact King Lumen, who was serving his term as the governor of Heijian Star, to have him take control of the capital's situation. At this stage, Wang Qi remained calm. While sitting in the banquet hall with her allies, she even had the leisure to perform a few lamentations, claiming that Jiyu Ming couldn't possibly do such a thing and must be under someone's deceitful influence, sighed that Jiyu Ming had lost his mind, and even discussed how to deal with the issue afterward. The situation outside was indeed starting to improve. The security measures were powerful and appropriate, and the surrounding area was tightly controlled. Reports from the front indicated that the Lumen army had also entered the city, taking control of the entire situation, and the sounds of gunfire and shouting had died down. Later on, they discussed how to capture Ji Yuming once the situation calmed down, to prevent him from escaping. But at this moment, the situation took a drastic turn for the worse in a very short period of time. The key factor was that the Lumen army, which was supposed to enter the city to pacify the chaos, lined up their formations towards the location of Wang Qi and her company, hoping to enter the area and take over the defense. They put it very nicely, saying that with the city's unstable condition, it was necessary to bring in stronger military forces for protection. But by this time, Lacroix, who had brought a special squad into Wang Qi's security team, expressed strong opposition. Wang Qi also kept vigilant and did not let them get close. Then, the Lumen army that came in full force launched an all-out attack on them. The productive forces of the Lumen kingdom remained at a feudal level, with poor industrialization and a main economic foundation relying on agriculture. But their army's weapons and equipment were not too shabby at all. They couldn't produce much, or rather, their production capacity was very weak and insufficient to independently support an army's weapons needs. But this did not prevent them from buying weapons. They had everything including the G5, G6 series of individual weapons, cannons, and so on. Of course, even with such equipment, the gap between them and the wealthy tycoons of GU family's security teams was still significant. But the cannon, firing from a distance, was unreasonable. If it were only the threat of the artillery, that would still be manageable. Forming an elite force and breaking out to eliminate the artillery units was an option. GU's security, almost entirely outfitted in alloy steel armor with laser guns, electromagnetic rifles, equipped with thermite bombs, plasma guns, and such, would have a hard time being stopped if a 100-strong team broke out. However, what was most unexpected was the deployment of Lumen Kingdom's true weapon of destruction. Knights. In a feudal nation, there was, of course, a feudal system. The king granted lands to the lords. The lords granted lands to knights, forming the ruling class, the nobility. And one of the core conditions for those nobles to be granted land was that they must have their own mounts, mecha. On Hagian Star, there was a rather absurd scene. Serfs were using medieval farming techniques, cultivating diligently, working hard on their lands, and handing over 90% of their harvest to their lords, keeping only the bare minimum of food to survive. While the knight masters patrolled their fields in their mecha, ensuring the serfs were not slacking. When necessary, knights would heed the call of their lords, transforming serfs into militiamen and assembling under the lord's banner for battle. The lords would then answer the king's call, gathering their armies to fight under the king's flag. This was the system of the Lumen kingdom, and also the entire Hagian Star. Those poor, low-ranking knights might have a family heirloom of the most common sentinel mecha passed down for generations. That thing didn't even count as a real knight's mecha in the empire's military hierarchy. But regardless, it was a mecha, with a height of about 3.5 meters, fully covered in metal, and its side-mounted twin machine guns had decent firepower and were impervious to gunfire. At least 200 such sentinel mecha appeared among King Lumen's army. And then there were 2 real Knight mecha, or what could also be called Knight Titans. Ranger-class Knight Titan, standing at 6 meters and 20 centimeters tall, with a quad-barreled heavy machine gun in the left hand, a gravity fist and grenade launcher in the right, and 16 enhanced range rockets on its back. This thing was truly frightening. The Knight Order of Lumen Kingdom posed the most serious threat, and it was exactly this Knight Order that nearly breached the defenses of GU's security. What is security for? To prevent assassinations, prevent riots, protect one's master. They might have better training than the military, better equipment, and are more professional in some missions to protect VIPs. However, when the situation escalates into large-scale warfare, differences in specialization, training methods, and weaponry become a vulnerability. Security forces lack heavy firepower and anti-armor capabilities. Facing artillery, they struggle to counter. Against the so-called Knight Order, those sentry mecha paired with 2 Ranger-class Knight Titans charging at them, they are at an overall disadvantage. Their numbers are far fewer than the opposing side. Under the onslaught of the enemy's vast expendable troops and withstanding artillery barrage, as well as targeted assaults by night titans leading numerous sentry mecha. The defense line of Gu's security was continuously compressed and breached. The situation quickly became perilous. At this point, Wang Qi made a decision that she later regretted as possibly being a mistake: to hold their position. She hoped they could hold out until the Rage Owl Star Legion from the town outside the city came to their rescue. Moreover, they had contacted the Chamber of Commerce fleet in the sky to provide orbital support, deploy landing shuttles, and evacuate people from the air. But soon, bad news arrived from all sides. The Rage Owl Star Legion troops in the suburban town were also ambushed and were currently engaged in fierce combat. The Chamber of Commerce fleet in the space surrounding the planet had a rebellion. Among the 8 fleets under Wang Qi's control, there were degrees of unrest, both large and small, within each fleet. The 4 fleets directly under her control were manageable, but the other 4, belonging to allied nature, had bigger problems. Moreover, the 4 armed merchant fleets under the control of Gu Main were also threatening nearby, preventing them from taking control of the planet's orbit. Worth mentioning is that Heijian Star was not a place utterly devoid of anti-air capabilities. Going elsewhere might pose considerable problems, but in Pincer City, where conflicts had erupted, there was an expensive orbital defense system imported by the Lumen Kingdom. Unable to control the orbit for accurate orbital strikes, the few shuttles they forcefully dispatched, even if they passed the interference and interdiction from Ji Yuming's ships, would get locked on by Pincer City's orbital defense system as they entered the atmosphere and then be annihilated in the sky. Reinforcements couldn't arrive, aerial evacuation was impossible. The Lumen Kingdom's night order was making rapid advances, and their defenses were shattered. At this point, Wang Qi realized that holding out was impossible, and they needed to break through. However, it was somewhat late to prepare for a breakout at this juncture. Even as they decided to break through, 3 sentry mecha as vanguards blasted open the gates and rushed into the banquet hall. Everything became incredibly chaotic. The 3 sentry mecha were eventually taken down, but how exactly they were finished off, Wang Qi wasn't clear. She only remembered, as she was fleeing with her bodyguard, the last glimpse she caught showed 3 wrecks. But the breakout was still not smooth. They were intercepted and attacked multiple times, and her bodyguards were sacrificed one by one. When they were almost at a dead end, when she was forced to use her last resort to survive, LaCroix, leading dozens of the 10th Special Warfare Brigade soldiers, arrived in the nick of time. About 500 men from the 10th Special Warfare Brigade were deployed and joined the Expeditionary Force. Their main force, along with the Legion, was in the town outside Pincer City. Only the 50 most elite, led by LaCroix, formed a team and entered Wang Qi's close protection unit. But from the beginning until the end, their role was not significant. They were more present as a communication channel between the security forces and the main Rage Owl Star forces in the suburbs. Fundamentally, they were outsiders and followed a different path than the security team. On one hand, they were somewhat excluded as they were not subordinate to each other, and on the other, the special operatives like LaCroix were essentially soldiers, with protecting VIPs not being their specialty. But now, it was war. This fell within their area of expertise. LaCroix and his men wiped out the enemy forces entangling Wang Qi and then continued to protect her as they headed out of the city. Throughout this process, the enemy numbers were consistently substantial. They sacrificed one comrade after another, forcibly dividing their forces to distract the enemy's attention and managed to get through the ordeal time and time again. Until now, LaCroix, taking her with him, had reached the edge of the city. In an abandoned alleyway where they rested and briefly debated, Wang Qi, still not entirely safe herself, was thinking about how to rescue the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce fleet whose fate was unknown. As a result, not only did LaCroix completely reject her request, but they also encountered trouble again. Appearing outside the alley was a Kingdom Knight, a sentry mecha. Wang Qi was ready to assist at any moment. In her view, this young man named LaCroix, although skilled, was now alone. How could he contend with a steel machine? Not to mention, there were 7 fully armed soldiers beside the sentry mecha. During their previous breakout and escape journey, they had encountered sentry mecha as well. When faced with such situations, they would avoid them if possible. If not, they would typically divide their forces, letting another squad draw the target away, and then evacuate. They had always been cautious not to engage with the sentinel mechas head-on. But now, there was no avoiding it. Wang Qi had also prepared to activate the final life-saving measure, planning to use her spiritual energy flintlock pistol, which only had 4 uses to aid LaCroix in combat. However, this youth from Rage Owl Star, who had just claimed to only ensure her safety and not take her commands, left her agape with a series of maneuvers. Even within a narrow alley, his figure displayed extreme agility. How desperate would a scenario be where a Sentinel mecha rapidly fires its twin-barrel machine gun down a cramped alleyway? But LaCroix had dodged it all. He practically ran up the walls, reaching over 2 meters high, akin to scaling rooftops. The Kingdom Knight followed him, firing, as bullets trailed his footsteps without a single one hitting, and even when the knight changed tactics, attempting to predict LaCroix's movements and using high firing speed to block all his potential escape routes, LaCroix still managed to evade in an inconceivable manner. Of course, what LaCroix did wasn't dodging bullets. He essentially anticipated and evaded before the machine gun could fire. And even if his physical strength and reaction speed were exaggerated, it would be impossible to dodge indefinitely. But just 2 or 3 seconds were enough. During this time, LaCroix also fired a burst of bullets from his grenade gun, accurately killing all the accompanying soldiers around the Sentinel mecha, and also striking its observation site. He had only fired about a dozen grenades, but with extremely precise shooting, he managed all this while employing serpentine evasion tactics. Even killing those 7 accompanying attendants didn't require 7 bullets, as 4 were enough by exploiting the grenade's micro-explosion characteristic. The remaining fired precisely at the Sentinel mecha's observation site. The structure of the Sentinel mecha's site was robust, but it couldn't withstand 10 precise, pinpoint shots. Its head, where eyes would be on a human, was blasted into a mess. Suddenly, the Sentinel mecha's attacks became chaotic and disorderly. The Kingdom Knight inside could no longer see outside. This left the operator inside awkwardly pulling at the levers. He could lift the faceplate of the Sentinel mecha. Despite it integrating a considerable portion of auxiliary systems and observation functions, now that it had been precisely destroyed, he had to abandon it. Afterwards, he could still fight using his own sight. But he didn't dare. In the battle he had just experienced, he realized that he was facing an enemy with almost perfect precision in shooting. He had never seen anything like it in his life. It was no longer as simple as being a sharpshooter. He feared that once he lifted his helmet, a bullet from a grenade would hit his forehead. It would be the same fate as those who had fallen around him in 2 seconds. However, he wouldn't have to ponder this problem much longer. A moment later, an intense, scorching sensation pierced through his chest. Inside the cramped cockpit of the Sentinel mecha, the Kingdom Knight couldn't even bow his head to look at his wound. But he felt that his heart and left lung had been completely seared through. As the Sentinel mecha fell, LaCroix confirmed that it had completely lost its combat capability. He put the fully charged plasma pistol back into the holster on his leg, turned around, and found Wang Qi again. Shock was still evident on Wang Qi's face. Do all the soldiers under your governor have your kind of strength? LaCroix really thought about it for a moment, then said very strictly, not really. I was overthinking it. How could there really be so many warriors like you? But since you have the ability to eliminate a Sentinel mecha, why didn't you use it before? Because of the risk, LaCroix said. Just now, any small mistake and I would have been the one to die. I don't mind death that much, but if I died, then the mission to protect you would have failed. So, unless it was a situation as dire as the one we faced just now, I didn't want to take the risk. I see. It's a pity for those warriors who were sent to distract the enemy. There's nothing to pity, it's their mission, LaCroix said. After thinking for a moment, he added, and you shouldn't act as if they have already sacrificed themselves. They are all elite warriors and not so easy to kill. Along the way, I left our special marks for them, and if they see them, they will follow us. I hope so. Despite saying that, Wang Qi didn't hold out much hope. LaCroix didn't say much more and just urged them to get on the road quickly. A battle had just erupted here, it was already unsafe. And then, a surprising scene unfolded before Wang Qi less than an hour later. Not only had LaCroix led her almost out of Pincer's urban area, but just as he said, those comrades of his had really tracked them down by the trail they left. A total of 50 people, and when they regrouped, there were still 42 left. Although they looked a bit ragged, they were able to carry out the mission to attract the enemy's attention, escape, and then make their way here, losing only 8 people. Moreover, based on their information exchange, they killed at least 200 enemy soldiers along the way. This performance was quite remarkable, and Wang Qi was somewhat numbed by it. She had thought that warriors like LaCroix were one of a kind, but to her surprise, even though his comrades weren't as formidable, they were still so strong. How could they not be strong? Those LaCroix chose to bring to her side were the most elite soldiers from the 10th Brigade. This meant that these soldiers were T2 level warriors trained in the army badge system by Ji Yu Hang, who were eliminated in the final stages of the selection process for new starfighters. Each of them cost Ji Yu Hang 11 points of grace, and moreover, not everyone had the potential to be trained to this level. By comparison, Wang Qi's own well-paid and loyally cultivated security forces didn't fare well. They did not betray her, but they were almost entirely wiped out. In this situation, Wang Qi had no other thoughts. She simply followed LaCroix and the others and continued to break out. En route, they once again made contact with the command post of the Alliance Expeditionary Force and learned that a relief force had launched a sortie and was on the way. After some more time, they finally linked up with that force. It was a team from the 38th Mechanical Brigade. All 18 Lion tanks from the brigade had been deployed, along with over 100 armed personnel carriers and more than 2,000 mechanized or motorized infantry speeding their way there. After the forces converged, it wasn't until Wang Qi was within the protective embrace of the troops that she finally let her anxious heart settle back into her stomach. But then, she felt an oddly strange sensation. Looking around, everyone was a stranger. Among the people around her, she could say she recognized no one. These people were not her subordinates. Her needs would be catered to as much as possible, but in reality, none of them would directly obey her commands. These were the resources accumulated by her son, whom she had once despised as a good-for-nothing, and now, if she wanted to survive on this alien planet, she would have to rely on these people. However, besides feeling uncomfortable, she also inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. This reassurance came from super warriors like LaCroix, from the outstanding individual strength of the special forces, from the steel monsters like the Lion tanks and the armored personnel carriers. It came from her son. "General, is there any news of my aunt?" The speaker was Wang Jiarong. The person referred to as the general was Perbov. Generally speaking, Brigadier General is not recognized as part of the formal general officer sequence, being a transitional rank between field officers and general officers. Not to mention, Perbov's Brigadier General rank came from the Planetary Defense Force's own system, which made it even less recognized. But who made Wang Jiarong dependent on this Brigadier General from her cousin's subordinate officers? Perbov was also somewhat helpless. While the battle was in full swing, he still had to take calls from the starship every so often, being asked the same thing over and over again, and he was indeed getting a bit irritated. But he had no choice but to take the calls. He fully understood the anxious emotions of Wang Jiarong, who was on the starship, preparing to come down the next day to attend the Ji Yu family's grand meeting. At this moment, he did have some news to share with Wang Jiarong. "We have news of Miss Wang Qi. You picked up my aunt?" "Yes, but there is both good news and bad news." "Tell me both." "We did successfully rendezvous with Miss Wang Qi as she evacuated the city. She is now under the army's protection and en route to our main position." "That's great. What's the bad news?" "The bad news is they were intercepted on their way back. Those two Ranger-class Night Titans that attacked us and posed a major threat to our main position, they ran into them." "SS's. Well, this." Wang Jiarong suddenly panicked. Ranger-class Night Titans were not considered true Titans in the strict sense but were essentially combat mechas. Their stature had not yet reached 7 meters in height, and compared to the genuine, divine machines, the Titan mecha from the Mechanical Cult Guild, there was a gap. Within the hierarchy of the sect of mechanics, Titan mecha always remained the pinnacle force. The small ones were generally made by combining human body modifications and mechanical enhancements to create combat soldiers. The medium ones started with Sentinel mechas and peaked with the Dominator-class Knight mecha. And only the large ones could be called Titan mecha. Currently, in the Lumen Kingdom or the whole of Hagian Star for that matter, there likely did not exist any real Titan mecha, with the highest probably being only Knight mecha. But even a Ranger-class Knight mech stood at an imposing height of 6.2 meters. For ordinary people, it was an absolute behemoth, which is why many commonly referred to it colloquially as Knight Titan. Wang Jiarong, an experienced businesswoman, knew well that the normal price for a Ranger-class Knight Titan was 700,000 tax currency. Similarly, she had seen the army of the Rage Owl Star. The so-called mechanical composite brigade had decent equipment, but she likewise could estimate that such a brigade, with over 8,000 warriors including all their weapons and gear, would cost less than 350,000 tax currency in total. This meant that the price of one Ranger-class Knight Titan could be equivalent to 2 composite brigades. Not to mention, those 2 Ranger Knights wouldn't likely be operating alone. The number of troops accompanying them would not be small, and there would certainly also be a significant number of sentinel mechas. Such a force lying in wait on her aunt's return path. Wang Jiarong's mood was not yet one of despair, but it was inevitably tense and anxious. "General Perbov, please, you must rescue my aunt." Perbov quickly replied, "Rest assured, she is the mother of the governor. How could we dare to be negligent? The moment there's news, I'll immediately relay it to you." "Please do." After ending the call, worlds apart in the vast expanse of space, Perbov put down the receiver and sought out his old partner. Like him, a veteran from the Wind Extinguishing Brigade, Colonel Jordan Leroy, who had previously served as the commissar of the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, had been transferred with Perbov into the Expeditionary Force, serving as its commissar. Finding his old friend, Perbov said, "Now you must agree to another sortie. If anything even slightly goes wrong with Miss Wang Qi on her way back, we all deserve to die here." Leroy sighed. Other commissars usually pondered how to inspire morale, how to make soldiers and officers fight fearlessly, preferably not retreating a step in battle, fighting to the death. He, on the other hand, spent his days holding back their former brigade commander, now the army commander, urging him to think things through rather than acting recklessly. Sometimes this difference made Leroy sigh. Addressing his old partner, Colonel Leroy said, "Let me correct you. I've never stopped you from taking the offensive. You are the army commander, the highest combat commander. What I've been stopping is your rash actions, not gathering enough intelligence before making decisions, not thinking things through." All right. Perbov, who got a headache from the harangue, said, "I've already made up my mind firmly, we must strike first." Leroy nodded. "Good, I agree. The remnants of the 37th and 38th Brigades must all be deployed. Our armored forces must come together and be used in unison." Leroy nodded again. "Good, I agree. I'll personally lead the main assault team." "Good, wait a second." Colonel Leroy, nearly letting the words slip automatically, quickly stopped himself, almost biting his tongue. "You want to lead the team personally? Why? As the army commander, shouldn't you stay at the main position, securing it, rather than charging with the assault troops?" "You've got to be kidding. The 37th and 38th Armored Divisions are both mobilized, leaving only the 34th Division at the main position. Who do you think is the main force now? As the commander, I have to be where the main force is." He paused before continuing, "Moreover, the mission to rescue the governor's mother carries greater weight. With me present, decisions can be made on the spot without the need to relay messages back and forth. My presence also serves to boost the morale of the whole army, letting them know that an alliance general is never short on courage and is ready to fight alongside frontline officers." Leroy furrowed his brows tightly. He couldn't help but think. What Perbov said seemed quite reasonable. He hesitated before saying, "Then if we head to oversee the strike team, what about the main position here? The 34th Division will be facing the enemy's main assault alone, which will be a lot of pressure." "That's why," Perbov stared at his old partner, "you need to stay behind." "What? Only if you stay here to hold the main position can I strike out with peace of mind." "You make an awfully good point," and so it was settled. Perbov acted with resolute and swift determination. The troops that needed to be mobilized were quickly assembled. It was no easy feat. At the moment, this so-called main position was just a small town. A few days earlier, when they had just disembarked from the starship, they were hiding inside a bunch of cargo containers, having arrived on site as goods. And when the time was ripe, they burst forth from their containers and headed to a residential area that the GU family's local forces had long prepared. The area was cleared of its inhabitants, and the 30,000 men took it as their dwelling place. At that time, they could only carry some light weapons with them. The heavy firepower, be it artillery, armored vehicles, or tanks, was still packed as cargo in containers. The depot for their weapons and equipment was not too far from their barracks. In such circumstances, Perbov and Leroy never took this operation as a mere trip. The guards at the container depot and the warehouse managers were all replaced by their own men. Moreover, they didn't just stay put in the residential area. They dispatched all the reconnaissance squads and platoons. Whether blending in with the townspeople or even roaming outside the town, it was crucial to control a large area. After all, they had clear communication with the GU family regarding this operation. Were they afraid of being exposed? The family explicitly stated they were not afraid. After all, hiding 30,000 men armed with heavy weaponry was impossible. The only reason for concealment was so everyone could save face. So, safety was paramount, even if it was conspicuous. Perbove and Leroy's caution as military commanders paid off in the events that followed. As soon as they detected a strange military force approaching, even before it showed any hostility, they went straight to full military mobilization. The alert warriors promptly took their battle stations. The forward sentries intercepted the unknown military force 10 kilometers away from the town. No matter the reason or argument the other side presented, they stood firm, refusing to let anyone through. As suspected, the intentions of this unfamiliar military force were not good. When they failed to negotiate their way into the town, they were the first to open fire. The expeditionary force from Rage Owl Star would not be trifled with. The reconnaissance squads and platoons engaged the enemy first. Even though they were initially armed only with light weapons while the enemy had several mecha sentries, agile and powerful armored units, they faced them without fear. Under their layered resistance, the Lumen Kingdom's military advancement was slow. For the people of the Lumen Kingdom, what was even more terrifying was that even though they were the ones initiating the attack, it was the artillery of the Alliance Expeditionary Force that fired first. The power of the 155mm howitzer was so great that a single shot could destroy a Sentinel mecha. With 3 divisions, the Alliance brought nearly 350 heavy guns. 3 rounds of rapid fire battered the advancing Royal Army, which had no defensive fortifications to speak of, inflicting heavy casualties. The first wave of the failed assault caused the Lumen Kingdom's army to abandon their armor and retreat in disorder. After that, the 30,000 troops of the Expeditionary Force quickly occupied the entire town and began establishing their battle lines at every entrance and all positions around the town. By the time the Lumen Kingdom's army reorganized for a second assault, approaching cautiously, their target did not at all resemble a visiting force. Where the hell does a guest army, in half a day's time, turn an ordinary suburban town into a military fortress? Street barricades, the high points of occupied houses, windows. These things all became advantageous terrain for the defenders. Moreover, within the town, the Alliance's artillery spread out their positions, yet ensured the concentration of firepower to any exterior point. And to add to the embarrassment, the Kingdom's cannons weren't as fierce as the Alliance's. It's bad enough that their power was less, but their range was even shorter. When they drove oxen and horses forward, pulling the cannons into position and just firing 2 rounds, the Alliance Expeditionary Force's artillery quickly calculated their position and launched a counter-battery fire that nearly wiped out their gunners. And the Royal Army's gunners? Their skills fell far short. The second wave took a long time to calculate the positions of the Alliance's guns and then discovered they were out of range, so they had to quietly push their artillery positions forward, only to be inexplicably spotted en route, and under another round of artillery fire, they were obliterated before firing a single shot. Lacking heavy artillery support, even with Sentinel mechas leading the way, the Lumen Kingdom's army couldn't breach the hedgehog-like town. Not to mention the threat posed by the Alliance's mortars, individual rocket launchers, and other anti-mecha weapons once they advanced. They failed in the second assault and the third assault as well. Not until the Lumen Kingdom brought out their ultimate weapon, the Night Titans, did the tide of battle change. Those things were indeed fierce. The 2 Night Titans, with their long range, fired dozens of rockets into the town from tens of kilometers away, beyond the reach of the artillery. The effect was impressive. After firing 3 volleys and reloading, they began their advance on foot. Sentinel mechas closely followed at their sides, with infantry fodder a bit further in front. The 2 Night Titans, while firing suppressive rockets into the town, began to demonstrate the power of their rapid-fire cannons and laser cannons when they got within about 15 kilometers. One by one, houses were blown away and demolished. The Alliance Expeditionary Force indeed suffered significant casualties. Costing 700,000 tax currency each, the Night Titans, which equaled the cost of 2 combined Night units, certainly lived up to their reputation. But the Lumen Kingdom's attack was still repelled. At a distance of 15 kilometers, the previously somewhat silent Alliance artillery once again showed their might. This greatly surprised the Lumen Kingdom's nobility controlling the two Night Titans. The volley of long-range rockets they had fired earlier was aimed at the calculated positions of the Expeditionary Force's artillery. They had advanced the previous 5 kilometers uneventfully, without encountering any counter-fire from the Alliance, leading them to believe that the Alliance's artillery had been decimated. But at this moment, the Expeditionary Force clearly informed them, not only was the artillery unit not destroyed, but it also maintained strong combat capabilities. In half a minute, the 300 Alliance guns extravagantly fired 4 volleys in rapid succession, unleashing over 1,155 mm howitzer rounds. The Lumen Kingdom's army was repelled once more. For the army of the Lumen Kingdom, the deaths and injuries of the cannon fodder didn't matter much to the knightly lords. But the damage to the Sentinel mechas was a different kind of pain. Death was one thing, but the destruction of a Sentinel mecha under the feudal political system of the Lumen Kingdom was almost equivalent to the bankruptcy and demotion of a minor knightly family. Without a Sentinel mecha, how could one call themselves a knight? In this assault on the town, there were only about 100 knights. Up to now, at least 20 Sentinel mechas were lost. The remaining men suffered severe morale damage. Even the 2 Night Titans began to consider retreat. The Ranger-class Night Titans were equipped with shield generators, but the power wasn't particularly high. After all, with a height of 5 meters and 2, they couldn't afford to use miniaturized generators. If they used regular-sized ones, the load on the shield generator was also significant and hard to bear for the Ranger class. The intensity-reduced shield generators couldn't withstand too many rounds of shelling from 155 mm howitzers. In fact, after these 4 rounds of bombardment, the shield generators of the 2 Night Titans were extinguished. Up to this point, there was definitely no significant damage. In half an hour, if they didn't continue to be hit, the shield generators would start running again, or even now, they could force them to work in overload. At the same time, the Night Titans themselves were durable enough to withstand a few hits from the cannons without much problem. They had the opportunity to charge during the gaps in the enemy's fire. The defensive positions built by the Alliance Expeditionary Force using street barricades and residential houses wouldn't possibly stop them. Wherever the rapid fire and laser cannons pointed, that position would blow to the skies. Their firepower was of a different concept altogether. But those 2 nobles from great families still retreated. What good would it do to annihilate those members of the Expeditionary Force? What if a Ranger-class Night Titan was damaged in the process? Not to mention being damaged, but even overloading the shield generator, causing subsequent malfunctions, or if the mecha took a few hits and was damaged or even just lost some paint. That would be very distressing. The maintenance and repair costs for these behemoths were sky high. If something went wrong with this big machine, even for great nobles, counts, marquises, or princes, none of that mattered. Realizing that the Alliance Expeditionary Force indeed had the ability to harm them, even though they knew charging ahead with resolve, having 2 Night Titans penetrate the town would mean death to gods and Buddhas in their path, and following their breakthrough, the kingdom's army would likely secure victory. But in the end, they still chose to retreat. 700,000 tax currency, for a noble family, how many years would it take to save up? Moreover, if they lost the Night Titan, they'd probably also lose their status as great nobles very soon, or at least be severely damaged. Under such circumstances, the chances of saving up that 700,000 tax currency might not even be there anymore. Plainly put, those piloting the Titans were from great noble families, not barefooted commoners. For them, warfare was a means to profit, a way to seek honors and achievements, not something into which they should throw their entire fortunes and even the life or death of their entire families. Why bother, then? With the 2 Night Titans retreating, the pressure on the defense line of the Alliance Expeditionary Force also sharply decreased. When they had just emerged and demonstrated their power, Perbove and Leroy, the seasoned partners, were indeed quite nervous. Though they were hastily repelled and didn't put up too much resistance, even so, the blow to the Expeditionary Force was not insignificant. At least 400 people were killed or injured because of those 2 machines. It was mainly due to a lack of experience and insufficient preparedness. Previously, the 32 rockets fired in a volley by these 2 war machines caught the Alliance artillery off guard, destroying over a dozen cannons and causing casualties to hundreds of artillerymen. Subsequently, the rapid-fire grenade launchers and laser cannons, in their charge, destroyed numerous positions and inflicted over 200 casualties. After suffering losses, they drew some lessons. For example, in situations where artillery might be threatened, transport trucks would always remain attached to the cannons. After several rounds of rapid firing, they would swiftly change positions. For example, within the environment of a small town, the artillerymen would do their best to add concealment and cover to their firing positions. For example, in the outer defense positions, the combat teams at each defensive point should reduce their numbers, but increase the number of defense emplacements. Under the premise of maintaining the density and layers of firepower, they dispersed their forces to avoid incurring heavy casualties when struck by enemy fire. These measures were all effective in reducing the threat posed by the two Night Titans. But just this was not enough. Holding the main position was the most fundamental. Before this, they had already received news that the governor's mother was under attack, and LaCroix was escorting her to evacuate outside the city. Although they had repelled the enemy's attacks several times, whether it was Perbove or Leroy, they both understood profoundly that the purpose of their mission, far from their homeland, was to ensure the safety of Miss Wang Qi. Merely repelling the enemy's attacks was insufficient. However, when those two Night Titans hastily ended their rampage, Perbove and his companion keenly sensed the problem of these two most terrifying war machines having a very weak will to fight. This was a good opportunity. So, after a brief discussion, the two entrusted this important task to the 38th Brigade. They divided their main armored forces to execute a rapid assault. The reconnaissance soldiers scouting ahead located the positions of the two retreating Night Titans and clearly saw them being loaded with new long-range rockets, assisted by heavy engineering machines. It was hard not to see. Searching for two 6-meter-tall behemoths with a telescope was easy. It seemed like they weren't planning on a continued frontal assault anymore, but instead, relying on the Titan's rockets, which had a range far exceeding that of the 155mm howitzer, to bomb safely from a distance. But there wasn't much to fear. The Ranger-type Titan's rocket launchers were powerful, but they only had a 16-round capacity. Each loading was cumbersome, requiring engineering machines, making the rate of fire problematic. So, they would just have to withstand it for now. Meanwhile, the main force of the 38th Brigade, racing in their vehicles, quickly burst out of the town following the reconnaissance soldiers' information. Choosing a path that avoided the Night Titans, successfully broke through, and met with Miss Wang Qi protected by LaCroix. On their way back, the two Night Titans, like mad, blocked the route of their return. This led to Perbove deciding to lead the main force of the 37th Brigade, along with the remainder of the 38th Brigade troops, to go out and provide assistance. Drex was certainly a great noble of the Lumen Kingdom. Throughout the kingdom, there were no more than 8 Ranger-class Night Titans in total. And his family owned one, personally piloted by him, an Earl. You can imagine the status that conferred. Therefore, he didn't want to risk his life needlessly. As an Earl of the Lumen Kingdom, after 20 years of accumulating wealth, the Drex family finally purchased a Ranger-class Night Titan 6 years ago. Since then, the path to skyrocketing through the ranks of nobility was laid out before them. Although they incurred a significant amount of debt to do so, and the king himself offered substantial support in purchasing the Night Titan, which meant they had to fight firmly for the king. But in reality, he still wasn't keen on gambling his life. Gamble what life? As long as he piloted this Ranger-class Titan, the Drex family's Earl status was incredibly secure and even presented the opportunity to vie for higher titles, more land, and more vassals in the future. Pay off the debts early, expand territory. But if this Night Titan was destroyed, then everything would be finished. Although he couldn't refuse the summoning of the king and he truly believed in the grand vision painted by King Lumen. They would give their full support to one faction in the struggle within the GU family, an interstellar conglomerate, and should they succeed, massive benefits awaited. However, most of these benefits belonged to the king himself. King Lumen would be able to seize this opportunity to gain significant profits and even lead the nation to become the strongest on Hagian Star, potentially even abolishing the King's Council to forever hold the governorship of Hagian Star in his own hands, thereby becoming king of the whole world. And him? As a loyal follower of King Lumen, he also rightfully expected his share of the spoils. A couple more Ranger Knights, a larger territory, more subjects. But that's about it. If there was an opportunity to gain more, that would be great, but first, he had to secure what he already held. To put it bluntly, even if King Lumen succeeded in the end, and Drex's Night Titan was damaged in the war, how much would the king remember their family's contribution? Could that remembrance produce another ranger mecha? That was contingent on the king's conscience. And judging by what he knew of his own king, relying on his kindness and nostalgia was unrealistic. When the time came, King Lumen's likely attitude would be, I could use that money to rebuild your family, but it would be better spent courting other powerful families still intact. So what could the Drex family do then? Wouldn't they just have to swallow their broken teeth? Not wanting to end up in that situation was what Drex thought. The pilot of the other Ranger Knight involved in this battle seemed to share a similar sentiment. The two of them, understanding each other without speaking, made the same choice when they encountered difficulties. Originally, they planned to withdraw and reload their rocket ammunition before using their range advantage to bombard the enemy from a distance and be done with it. As long as they maintained the intensity of the military strike, they would have done their duty. After all, the cost of the rocket shells was reimbursed by the king. A charge into the fray. Let's see how it goes after the bombardment. However, communication from His Majesty the King arrived. The two were scolded mercilessly, and they received a royal command, demanding that they intercept the army that was retreating from the capital. According to His Majesty, there was a VIP within their ranks crucial to the success of their mission. They were to spare no expense in intercepting this force. And then there was the veiled threat. This is the time for you to demonstrate your loyalty to the kingdom. If you fail, I swear by the name of Lumen and the name of the king, you will pay the price. With those words, what else was there to say? Drex had little faith in King Lumen's promised compensation or rewards after the fact, but he believed that the punishment he mentioned would very likely be realized. Reluctantly, no matter how much resentment or complaints he had to take action together with the other Ranger Knight Titan operator. The two of them, leading the army, operated with rare efficiency, successfully located the retreating Rage Owl Star army on the outskirts of town, and intercepted them. This should have been an easy battle. Overall, their estimation of the so-called Alliance army was very high. The combat power of the regular soldiers was far superior to that of the Lumen Kingdom's conscripts by several grades. Hundreds of armored vehicles and 18 Lion tanks were formidable adversaries. But he also believed that, under their two Knight Titans, those tanks and armored vehicles were all like lambs to the slaughter. This was not an assault on an enemy's well-prepared fortifications that would be met with hundreds of guns at the ready. What they had to face were only tanks and armored vehicles, which posed a much smaller threat to Knight Titans in a field encounter. Sitting in the cockpit of the Ranger Knight mecha, Drex fired the rocket launchers in rapid succession. The previously empty missile pods, not fully reloaded yet, combined with his colleagues, still amounted to 13 rockets fired with precision, causing considerable damage. Multiple troop carriers and armored vehicles were destroyed. With this one strike, the Alliance had already paid a substantial price. Regrettably, 2 rockets aimed at the tanks veered off target and failed to take down the Lion tanks. But then, they set their sights on those big targets. Their high-velocity grenade launchers and laser cannons began firing furiously. Under their onslaught, the Lion tanks, serving as the spearhead of the charge, were destroyed, 3 falling within just a few minutes. The Knight Titans kept firing while striding forward with giant steps, fiercely and overwhelmingly advancing towards the Alliance army. At the sides of the 2 Knight Titans, over 80 Sentinel mechas and more than 20,000 conscripts were charging along. But the Alliance army, despite suffering significant losses, showed no intention of retreating. Their morale seemed hardly affected, and they proceeded to clash head-on with their adversaries. The Lion tanks, advancing in an assault formation, fired back fiercely. Heavy machine guns, reflector laser subcannons, magnetic rail main guns. When it came to firepower, the Lion tanks were equally formidable. At least destroying the Sentinel mechas near the Knight Titans wasn't a big problem. Hajian Star, capital Pansel city of the Lumen Kingdom, and the residents in the suburbs were both terrified and bewildered. The terror stemmed from the war. Even though neither side deliberately targeted civilians and even took measures to protect them. This included the Alliance army from another planet that, after occupying the suburban towns, only took control of strategic areas, imposed military restrictions on the entire town, but did not harm civilians. However, war itself is the most destructive force, no matter from which angle you see it. Guns and cannons are blind, and the incidental damage leading to civilian deaths was beyond anyone's control. It was only natural for civilians to be afraid. As for the bewilderment, it was also easy to understand. Just a couple of days ago, Everyone was busily preparing to celebrate the holiday with bright lights and decorations, and the arrival of the GU family for their grand meeting was always a time of joy. The last time they had come to the Lumen Kingdom was over 30 years ago, and in the memories of some of the elderly, it was a beautiful time. How could it suddenly turn into war just like that? And no matter how much they couldn't comprehend, war had broken out in a way that was unstoppable by the will of the people. They could only meet it all with a sense of terror and helplessness. Peasants on the hillside gazed at the battlefield set up in the plains below them. Two armies clashed on the field. Terrifying war machines rolled over their farmland. One of them belonged to the traditional army of the Lumen Kingdom. Two Night Titans led over 80 sentinel mechas and 20,000 infantrymen, advancing in formation. The Lumen infantrymen, in simple cloth uniforms and almost no protection, were ironically at the very front. They were ill-equipped but plentiful in number, essentially seen as cannon fodder. Of course, even cannon fodder had its value. Even in death, it shouldn't be in vain. They maintained a relatively loose formation based on their training and could barely form small combat squads. This was mainly to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop by a single artillery shell or a burst of machine gun fire. The rifles handed out to them came with not too much ammunition. The fact was, the survival time of these cannon fodder infantrymen on the battleground wasn't expected to be long, and allocating too much ammunition would be wasteful. Their task was to charge, draw fire, and try to deplete their ammo before dying, which would be considered as completing their mission. The sentinel mechas accompanying them were the main force. These machines, just over 3 meters tall, with twin-barreled miniguns, had enough firepower. They couldn't penetrate lion tanks, but the armor of Strider armored vehicles couldn't withstand the fierce barrage of the miniguns. Often, a few mechas could destroy an armored vehicle with a concentrated volley. The two more powerful Night Titans were outright behemoths of destruction. At the start of the battle, they had already destroyed 3 lion tanks. Yet, even after heavily striking the Alliance army, Count Drex, piloting one of the Night Titans, still had a tense expression. From his many years of war experience, the enemy had encountered their superior firepower head-on, sustaining such heavy casualties that their strongest warfare weapons, the lion tanks, had lost almost 20%. Logically, their morale should have been affected. But why was there no sign of faltering among these soldiers from another planet? Never mind the tanks and armored vehicles. In Count Drex's view, those manning powerful weaponry were generally elite, possessed higher morale, and were not easily shaken. That was somewhat understandable. But what about the infantrymen who were initially transported by trucks or infantry fighting vehicles and were now all alighting to fight on foot? Weren't they supposed to be cannon fodder as well? Why hadn't they faltered even once? On the contrary, what surprised Count Drex the most was the performance of these infantrymen in the Alliance army. There were merely about 2,000 of them, but facing an enemy 10 times their number, they didn't show the slightest hint of fear. They didn't cower behind armored vehicles or tanks. Instead, they bravely moved forward, using their rifles with far greater accuracy than the Lumen infantrymen to eliminate their attackers. They operated effectively in squad formations, and their modified machine guns powerfully suppressed the advancement of the Lumen infantry. Wherever the machine guns swept over, the Lumen infantrymen had to stop. Either they were shot down directly, or they had to seek cover on the ground and wait for an opportunity to counterattack, but often, there was no opportunity. The only thing that could pause the firepower of these Alliance soldiers for a moment were the sentinel mechas themselves. The Knights were not so easily defeated by bullets. On the contrary, when they detected the source of the Alliance soldiers' firepower, they would often direct their miniguns there. The Alliance soldiers had extraordinary courage, but in the end, they were still flesh and blood. A volley of minigun fire could wipe out half a squad in an instant. But there were only 80 sentinel mechas after all. Moreover, these infantrymen were not entirely without means to counter the sentinel mechas. On the contrary, having realized that the Lumen infantrymen were quite fragile and posed little threat, these soldiers began targeting the Knights. Squad-level fire, riddling with machine guns, rang against the surface armor of the sentinel mechas like hammering metal. They might not penetrate the armor, but under the assault of several machine guns, the sentinel mechas would still stagger, with their advance speed hindered. And it was often at this time that individual rocket launchers would lock onto them. Yet, individual rocket launchers were still not enough to destroy a sentinel mecha. Drex saw one sentinel that had taken at least 4 rockets. It was scorched black, its left arm blown off, and its power system malfunctioned, but it still had one hand able to lift its remaining machine gun and attempt to fight back, trying to eliminate the several infantry squads that attacked it head-on. However, the Sentinel, after killing fewer than 10 men, was met with the ultimate infantry destroyer. A battery of mortars was fired at it. In a short while, at least 4 mortar shells had exploded on it. At the same time, a mounted heavy machine gun on the ground, seemingly belonging to the enemy's company support fire, showered it with a dense barrage of heavy rounds. There were also the machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles. Having endured such a degree of attack, the Sentinel mecha could no longer withstand the onslaught and was destroyed. Drex had already reacted. He raised his left hand and fired several heavy grenades from the mount beneath his mechanical arm, destroying the fire support position composed of the enemy company's mortars and the fixed heavy machine gun. In addition, with a laser cannon shot, he blew up an accompanying infantry fighting vehicle. Yet, Drex was still bewildered. As he did all this, with a sweep of his gaze, he saw 2 more Sentinel mechas destroyed in a similar fashion. Even more quickly. After all, the opposing army was not just made up of infantry. The Lion tanks also showed their power, with their magnetic rail main guns capable of blasting Sentinel mechas in one hit. Conversely, Sentinel mechas had no real means to deal with Lion tanks. By this time, he realized that the difference between Sentinel mechas and Lion tanks was too great. Although the cost of both might be similar, with Sentinel mechas being slightly cheaper and presumably in the same price range, their role on the battlefield was vastly different. Sentinel mechas at most are accompanying infantry equipment, anti-infantry units. They are agile, able to follow the infantry into cover, fight inside buildings. Their humanoid leg structure allows them to enter complex environments. That was their advantage. However, squaring off against Lion tanks on plains was overly foolish. They were large, had thick armor, and heavy cannons. Machine guns that could penetrate armored vehicles merely left dents on Lion tanks. Unless you concentrated fire and rapid-fired for a minute, enlarging the dent, causing metal fatigue, only then could you penetrate the armor. But that was very difficult, with the enemy's guns turning towards you. Whether it was a laser auxiliary gun or a magnetic rail main gun, all were capable of a deadly single shot. 20 minutes into the battle, 15 Sentinel mechas had been blown up. This was a significant loss. These knights were also his people. They were his vassals and effectively his direct forces. These losses were all on his head. Drex was gradually seeing red. After quickly annihilating the main firepower of an infantry company, he turned his head to fight Lion tanks. He no longer hesitated or struggled. After sending a message through the comms for his companion to provide fire cover, he activated the auto-reloader to resupply his left arm's grenade launcher with ammunition as he strode forward. He set his sights on 3 Lion tanks advancing in a wedge formation and charging swiftly. These 3 had irked him for a while. Their magnetic railguns and laser cannons kept bombarding him. His shield generator, which hadn't fully recovered to peak condition, although still faithfully blocking each barrage, ran the risk of being broken through if the bombardment continued unchecked. And those 3 Lion tanks were indeed a bit too close to him. Less than 2 kilometers away, with the Night Titan advancing with large strides and both sides heading towards each other, it took him 3 minutes to reach them. The 3 Lion tanks had realized the danger and moved apart, trying to make a detour. But what was their maneuverability compared to that of the Night Titan? Drex caught up with one, braving a round of firing while on the run, and with a powered punch from his right arm, smashed through the tank from above. The height of a Lion tank was about 3.5 meters, just over half the height of a Night Titan. After dispatching one, he quickly turned and rushed to the second, flipping the tank over with a powered punch to its side. Then it was the turn of the third. The whole process took just a few more minutes. Drex felt incredibly exhilarated. By this time, his left arm's grenade launcher had also been reloaded. He looked up, searching for new targets with the visual information transmitted through the observation optics on the head of the Night Titan. But at this point, 2 things happened. Firstly, his comrade, the other Night Titan's pilot, sent him an anxious voice message. "Prepare to retreat. Another group holding the town has broken out. Our rearguard hasn't held, and they have started to fall apart." Drex was quite displeased. So what? With the 2 of us together and unless facing concentrated artillery, what's there to fear? His Majesty has commanded us to win at all costs, don't tell me. Before he could finish, he felt a violent shake. This was the consequence of the second event that had occurred earlier. An infantry fighting vehicle had approached very close to him and deployed an infantry squad. He did notice, but while communicating with his comrade, he got distracted and made a judgment that didn't seem wrong at the time, but in hindsight, it might have been a mistake. He had treated the armored vehicle as the primary target. A fragmentation grenade cannon blasted it to pieces. However, the infantry who snuck in were spread out and drawing closer to him. The gravity fist slammed down, and the infantry squad on the left was nearly instantaneously wiped out. The gravity fist wasn't only damaging upon direct hits. When it smashed into the ground, the dispersing gravitational waves and flying rocks were lethal to the infantry, making their alloy and plastic steel armor plates useless. Yet, a group of infantry made it close to his feet. Realizing something was wrong, he lifted his leg and stomped and kicked the men to death, one by one. However, they had already accomplished what they'd come to do. The equipment of the Night Titan included a shield generator. This device had one thing in common with the Void Shield. It couldn't recognize or block slow-moving objects. The approaching infantry, of course, counted as such. So did the bombs they stuck to it. Though just ordinary explosives, the blast at the knee joint of the Night Titan, akin to its knee, still had a very damaging impact. He wanted to retreat and get closer to another comrade but found that his movements were now somewhat limping. He hadn't lost complete mobility, but there was some issue with the power system in his left leg, causing an imbalance. This made him exceedingly alert. Then, he saw 3 more armored vehicles approaching. Having taken a lesson, he raised his arm to fire the fragmentation grenade cannon, preparing to blow up the 3 vehicles from afar. However, a flash of blue light appeared. A plasma-charged gunshot hit right at his already faulty left knee. His form suddenly tilted, and his left leg kneeled to the ground, causing his well-aimed fragmentation grenade cannon to miss its mark and fly off course. LaCroix, clinging to the top of the armored fighting vehicle, resheathed the recharging plasma gun back into the thigh holster and then leapt down from the roof. After landing, he rolled a couple of times and then stood up, sprinting at full speed. With the help of his strong physical strength and the exoskeleton's enhancement, his short burst speed was even faster than the armored vehicle. An armored car exploded by the gravity fist of the Night Titan while covering for him. But this allowed LaCroix to enter the attack range. Reaching back, he drew the chainsaw sword he was carrying on his back while simultaneously closing in on the side of the Night Titan. Dodging the second punch, bracing against the push of the gravity waves, he grabbed onto the upper edge of the Night Titan's knee with one hand, powerfully climbed a few steps, and nimbly jumped onto its side and back. He initially wanted to attack the cockpit of the Night Titan, but it was not possible. The cockpit was the most protected part of the Night Titan, heavily shielded. Forget his chainsaw sword. Even the thermite bomb he carried, the miniature version, might not be able to burn through the cockpit and kill the pilot inside. Therefore, he switched his target to the shield generator nearby. First, he stuck a thermite bomb on the back of the Night Titan's head and activated it. Then, with his chainsaw sword, he fiercely slashed at the weak point in the shield generator's structure. Bang! The shield generator exploded first, throwing LaCroix into the air. Following that, the thermite bomb detonated, burning away half of the Night Titan's head from behind. Tumbling through the air and flung over 20 meters, LaCroix barely managed to stand up and surveyed the results of the battle. The energy shield around the Night Titan had been extinguished. Its head, which housed observation, calculation, and servo-cranial assistance, was destroyed. This formidable war machine, though not yet destroyed, was undoubtedly now like a lamb to the slaughter. Oh, perhaps likening it to an elephant waiting to be slaughtered is more appropriate. With its leg broken, the integrated perception module in its head destroyed, and the shield generator demolished. This Night Titan was in a state of utter panic. Such panic was so evident that even an ordinary soldier could easily see it. Despite still possessing formidable weapons, it could no longer stand. However, the gravity fist could still obliterate any military unit in the Alliance army in one blow. The Titan was flailing about as if terrified something might approach. Its left hand, equipped with a grenade launcher, was also firing wildly in all directions. Yet, all its efforts were in vain. On the contrary, the Alliance army could now take its time with this Night Titan. It was like shooting a target. Without the energy shield, the armor of the Night Titan itself was still very strong, but it was much easier to deal with. Especially the magnetic rail main gun and the reflector laser cannon of the Lion tanks could inflict terrible damage. In just a few rounds, the immobilized and shieldless Night Titan suffered severe damage. The weapon systems mounted on both arms were offline. The gravity fist could no longer swing, and the grenade launcher was ruined. At this point, although the Night Titan was not completely destroyed, it was close to it. At least it was no longer a threat. Immobile and unable to attack or pose a threat, it was nothing more than a giant iron coffin with the driver, Count Drex, simply waiting to die inside. To completely destroy it, one would have to target the defense cores mixed with the pilot's cabin, the energy core and the power core, which seemed like a waste of firepower. After all, the warriors of the Alliance were still in a state of war. Since this Night Titan was no longer a threat, there was no need to bother with it for now. Besides, ignoring this mecha also had another advantage. The forces of the Lumen Kingdom were unwilling to leave this mecha here. Particularly many army officers and commanders were essentially vassals of the Drex family. With their lord trapped, of course, they had to come to the rescue. This created a local opportunity for besieging and interrupting reinforcements. Then, the enemy began to think about retreating. The remaining Night Titan didn't seem intent on rescuing its comrade. Nor could it, as the immobilized Ranger Knight couldn't be dragged away unless they won the war and brought an engineering machinery to tow it. But the remaining Night Titan's driver, who was also the commander of the entire force, clearly had given up hope of victory. He had realized that their rear forces had been routed by the Alliance expeditionary force that emerged from the outskirts town. And at the front, he had seen Count Drex, who was once on an equal footing with him, being defeated outright. What was there left to fight for? If he were to end up like Drex, he'd rather face the king's punishment. He issued an order to retreat. However, he soon found that retreating seemed to be a luxury they couldn't afford. Perbov led his forces westward. He directly commanded a force of over 10,000 men, all motorized or mechanized infantry. In terms of armored vehicles, they included 300 armored personnel carriers and 18 Lion tanks. This represented the entire strength of the 37th Division and a small part of the 38th Division. They swiftly overran the rear forces of the Lumen Kingdom. About 4,000 men had set up temporary defensive positions, originally to guard against the Alliance forces breaking out of the suburban towns. But without the knights presiding, these ordinary kingdom soldiers proved quite vulnerable. Under the full-speed assault of the armored forces, they collapsed immediately, serving no delaying purpose whatsoever. Afterward, Perbov did not bother chasing these fleeing troops but led his forces in a mad rush towards the main battlefield. This battle must be fought well. Perbov was already aware of the latest battle reports from the front. The 38th Division had already put up a good fight. Facing the enemy's fierce assault, the 38th, despite being outnumbered and outgunned, had managed not only to withstand the onslaught but, while protecting the governor's mother, had dragged the main force of the Lumen Kingdom into a quagmire. However, even though the 38th Division was fighting bravely, the disparity in numbers and equipment was a reality. Had it not been for Lacroix's extraordinary performance, taking out that Night Titan could have cost them far more and higher losses. Fortunately, the remaining Night Titan had lost its nerve. This was in line with a view that Perbov had agreed upon with his military commissioner during their exchange of opinions. No matter how intimidating these forces of the Lumen Kingdom appeared to be, with their powerful mecha forces, at their core, they were an army from an old feudal system. The two of them didn't really think highly of such people. They were formidable only because of their two Night Titans, and were pretty useless otherwise. And those two Night Titans, with their feudal lord act, were impressive for sure, but Perbov didn't hold them in high regard either. Indeed, the facts had proven so. The two Night Titans had failed to work together cohesively, and now, with one dead and the other fleeing, it was quite a laughable situation. Moreover, Perbov had no intention of letting the one trying to flee get away. Perbov's command style was always known for being brute and fierce, but in reality, he never considered himself reckless. In the past, during the many battles on Rajoul Star, his troops always held various advantages, especially in the battle to recapture the eastern provinces. The Alliance's army was always superior in numbers and military equipment quality. So what's the point of strategy? Isn't it enough to properly allocate soldiers and then go into battle? But now, he needed to be patient, and he demonstrated such patience. Perbov wanted to capture that Night Titan but didn't rush toward it. Based on previous battle reports, he had thought of some strategies. How did the last Night Titan fall? By becoming detached from its own army. Imagine, if at the feet of that Night Titan there had been a dozen sentry mecha, or a few hundred infantry right at its feet, and the Alliance soldiers who blew up its legs at the start. How could one get close? The LaCroix who charged alone later, even if they performed miraculously, couldn't withstand the firepower of the Night Titan and single-handedly take down a few hundred infantry and a dozen sentry mecha to directly threaten the Titan. Not to mention LaCroix, even an interstellar warrior squad would find it difficult to do so. You can't rely solely on brute force. Conversely, without the support of friendly forces, the Night Titan, no matter how strong, is only so much. No type of warfare weapon can operate completely outside of an entire military system. To capture this intact Night Titan, the first thing Perbov had to do was to clip its wings. Under his command, the main force of the 37th Division's armored group, like a patient pack of wolves, pursued the retreating enemy. The firepower of the armored vehicles and tanks was mostly concentrated on the sentry mecha or, when the opportunity arose, bombarded the areas where the infantry were most dense. The foot soldiers who disembarked to fight also mainly targeted the ordinary Lumen soldiers. Retreating in the middle of a battle is actually a very challenging thing. If not handled properly, retreat could turn into an actual rout. Clearly, the soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom were not up to this challenge. At first, they were barely able to maintain the order of the retreat, but as the armored units continued their pursuit, the morale of the Lumen soldiers quickly collapsed. Just as I expected. Perbov grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Keep chasing them, rush them, overrun these foot soldiers, overrun those sentry mecha. Ignore the runaways, but anyone who dares to get close to the Night Titan, hit them hard." He issued the orders, and his troops executed these instructions precisely. The remaining Night Titan quickly felt that it couldn't control the army anymore. The messages it sent either went unanswered or were responded to but couldn't be carried out. And the people around him were dwindling. The energy shield could protect himself but not the few ordinary warriors who still stood by him in the end. Even though, in this process, his grenade launcher continuously opened fire on the Alliance's armored units, destroying 4 Lion tanks and at least 20 armored vehicles. But at the same time, as the last Lumen soldier died at his feet, and the last sentry mecha was destroyed, the Night Titan became completely isolated. Afterwards, although its physical system, sensory units, and power system were all intact, it still ended up like a doomed elephant. Squads of infantry, covered by armored vehicles, rapidly approached. The Night Titan was in a panic. He saw what had happened to Drex before him. How could he not know what was coming next? He tried to avoid it, destroying several infantry carrying armored vehicles with his grenade launcher and constantly using his gravity fist and feet to strike and kick the approaching divided infantry. But the soldiers from Rage Owl Star one by one seemed not afraid to die. Even if the casualties caused by the Night Titan were gruesomely killed, that still didn't deter the soldiers from continuing to surge forward. At 6.2 meters tall, how could the Night Titan compare in agility to ordinary-sized infantry? With people all around him, even if he was moving non-stop like someone with ADHD, he still couldn't avoid being hit by rocket-propelled grenades that penetrated the energy shield at close range or having bombs attached to him. Soon, just like Drex, he lost his ability to move, then his shield generator was dismantled, and after that, he was completely destroyed. Inside Pincer City, the war gradually subsided. NE's Lumen and Gu Main, the two who could be considered the instigators of this incident, erupted into an argument. The dispute arose when Lumen told Gu Main that out of the 8 targets he had designated, one had been confirmed not to be on Hagian Star but aboard a starship in space that hadn't landed. 3 had died, and 3 had been taken captive alive. Gu Ming retorted with a torrent of abuse. But the most important one got away, Gu Ming said, his emotions clearly out of control, in your capital city, amid the siege of your army. I even provided you with those security loopholes. I turned some of the key security squads for you, and yet, you let the person slip away. Such incompetence, no wonder under your leadership, even with my many years of covert support, the Lumen Kingdom can only be third-rate. It's all because of you, waste. After a fierce scolding, Gu Ming no longer had the gentle and tactful demeanor he had shown in past communications with Lumen. He truly lost his composure. The escape of Wang Qi sent him into panic. He had gone all in, and even if the plan had succeeded, killing or capturing everyone, the subsequent cleanup work would have been just as difficult. Not to mention Wang Qi wasn't dead. In his panic and helplessness, he lost his reason and verbally lashed out at his partner. Lumen, being a king, had never experienced such treatment in all his years. He was on the verge of exploding with anger, but in the end, he held back. He spoke with a stern face, "The situation is not yet decided. The team that blocked Ji Hang has intercepted Wang Qi. I have given them a direct order to capture her at all costs, alive or dead." Hearing this, Ji Ming's mood calmed somewhat. He knew that among the troops blocking the small town outside, there were 2 Night Titans. That should be more than enough. His tone became more serene. "That's good. Your Majesty Lumen, please forgive my earlier loss of composure. I take back what I said, and I truly apologize." Of course, Lumen wouldn't forget Ji Ming's earlier insolence so readily. But it was far from the right time to turn on him, so he had to swallow his pride and put on a forced smile. However, just as he was about to make empty pleasantries, there was a knock at the door. "Your Majesty, urgent military report." After listening to the report, Lumen had no time to comment before he heard a sharp crack behind him. Turning around, he saw Ji Ming lose his composure again, smashing his cup forcefully on the ground. Meanwhile, in a town on the outskirts, another conversation was taking place. Miss Wang Qi, barely settling down from her ordeal, had to muster all her energy to make contact with various parties. She needed to establish contact with starships in space, actively looking for a chance to evacuate. But the situation was dire. 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets were still dealing with internal strife. 4 fleets loyal to Ji Ming were putting up a tough fight. The other 2 stayed neutral, helping neither side. With a serious threat from the planetary anti-air defense systems, it wasn't possible to secure the orbital space, which meant landing ships couldn't descend. She then turned to pressure the other 6 major powers of Hagian Star. There were some results in this regard. Lumen, as the current planetary governor, was essentially a rotational candidate put forth by the King's Council. Hagian Star wasn't under his sole dominion, and Lumen Kingdom's strength was only 3rd on Hagian Star. There were 6 other major nations there, each comparable in size. These 6 nations were also baffled by Ji Ming's sudden actions. Though their current response was mostly promises to endeavor to mediate, without any firm commitment of troops. But knowing that not the entire Hagian Star was against her was still good news. The 3rd communication was with her son, using the Starfleet as a relay. In the communication, Ji Hang did not say much but comforted Wang Qi's distress and called Perbove and Leroy to join them. "You did well." Ji Hang began with praise, and then quickly passed on new orders. "Hold for 8 days, in 8 days, I will arrive." On the day of the incident at Hagian Star, Ji Hang was already informed. He had also set up a star language tower, albeit with low power, sufficient only for interstellar phone calls, unlike some more impressive star language towers that could act like interstellar TV towers, capable of broadcasting across multiple star systems, valuable for both political propaganda and cultural products. Ji Hang wished to build one of those in the future, but given their high costs and the fact that basic interstellar communication was now somewhat functional, the priority for constructing a bigger and better star language tower was not high. That day, he received a communication request from his cousin. She was on a starship, informing him of the changes on Hagian Star and the 14 merchant fleets from GU commercial firm gathered in the Hagian Star system, facing internal strife and standoffs against each other. He immediately began to prepare. Firstly, military matters, where troops began to assemble on a large scale. On this front, things went smoothly. A few months ago, the main force of the alliance had fought a campaign to pacify the 3 provinces of the Eastern Province, led by Yan Fangshu commanding the Central Group Army. Afterward, when the Eastern Province was stabilized and local militia and security forces were established, the main army corps returned and began to recuperate. The soldiers even received a fairly long period of vacation. Later, even with conflicts in the North Territory, the Central Group Army main force did not engage. The Northern Frontier Army Group was mostly formed with newly assembled units. Previous to this, the Central Group Army had already resumed training and ended most soldiers' holidays. At this moment, with the call to arms, the entire Central Group Army quickly completed pre-war preparations. The number of people Ji Hang intended to take was not very large, amounting to only about 35,000 spread among the 1st Brigade, the 2nd Division, the 13th Brigade, and the 36th Brigade. Among them, the most critical force was the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. This unit had gone through another round of restructuring. First off, the tank companies in the 5 composite camps received a full complement of Lion tanks, unlike other composite brigades which actually only had 2 tank companies. The 2 motorized infantry companies in each composite camp were entirely replaced with armored infantry companies. An additional tank battalion was also formed. Thus, the total strength of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade didn't increase much, still numbering over 8,000 people, but they possessed over 300 various armored vehicles and 75 Lion tanks. Adding the regular mechanical composite brigades of the 13th and 36th, there would be over 100 Lion tanks assembled. As for infantry, the 2nd Infantry Division had over 10,000 personnel. This was the composition of Gu Heng's 35,000-person force. In addition, there were over 100 Wind Falcon aircraft in the Air Force formation, and 15 Interstellar Warriors. The reason for the increase from the previous 12 was that 3 more previously trained warriors had completed the growth of all superhuman organs and achieved the qualified standards. It's not that he didn't want to bring more troops, but transport capacity had to be considered. Strictly speaking, Gu Heng did not have the means for interstellar troop deployment. Even including the Gu commercial firm, the situation was no different. Previously, when his mother left, she had left behind 2 ships in orbit around Rage Owl Star, but under the current circumstances, those 2 ships were of no use. This is where it's necessary to discuss the difference between a Chamber of Commerce fleet and a regular naval fleet. Or rather, the difference between civilian ships and warships. It's not just whether there are weapons on board. The construction costs of the 2 can differ by tenfold, or even dozens of times, for ships of the same size and specifications. A starship built as a warship varies greatly in hull strength, ship materials, the initial military-specific design and structure, and power. All these factors significantly impact the final combat effectiveness. The 2 ships Miss Wang Qi left in the Rage Owl star system could easily transport 30,000 people including equipment across a star system to Heijian Star during peacetime. But now, with Heijian Star blockaded and Wang Jiarong anxiously stamping her feet, she couldn't even send a ship capable of evacuating Wang Qi from the surface. Sending one recklessly could result in it being shot down during evacuation or blown up by interstellar interception, an unacceptable loss. The same principle applies to Gu Heng's troop deployment. While civilian ships can transport people and equipment, they are defenseless vessels when used as transports between starships and the planet's surface. During the descent process, losing one ship could mean the loss of hundreds to thousands of personnel and a large amount of equipment. Even estimating optimistically and considering Heijian Star's orbital defenses as the weakest sort, and treating the 4 merchant fleet squadrons loyal to Gu Ming as fools, a bathtub crossing the ocean operation would be fortunate to have half of the landing crafts make it safely to the ground. Could he tolerate nearly 10 to 20,000 casualties due to troop deployment issues? Such losses were unacceptable to Gu Heng. And here lies the value of warships. Warships, meant for naval battles, can dominate the control of the target star domain and suppress planetary orbital defenses. This makes the deployment of troops to the ground much safer. Even if troops must be deployed under the least favorable conditions, dealing with orbital defenses, military landing crafts equipped on warships have camouflage and energy shields for protection, tougher armor, and a much lower probability of loss. Of course, let alone Gu Heng, even the Gu family doesn't own any warships. For those in business, maintaining their own warships is too expensive and unnecessary. With that money, it's better to operate armed merchant ships, not to engage in naval battles with other major forces. If there is a real need, it's wiser to seek the escort help of the Imperial Navy, which is definitely more cost-effective than maintaining their own warships. This is the merchant's way of thinking. But now, Gu Heng wanted the help of a military ship. What should he do? Above the orbit of Rage Owl Star, there really was one docked. The Blade Tiger. This starship, which had come to provide space support to Rage Owl Star in place of the Quintet, was now his hope. Of course, relying on this escort ship, it was impossible to break through the blockade of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets controlled by Gu Ming. Even with the addition of Blade Tiger, while it could bring significant help to the other 8 fleets of Wang Qi's camp, this kind of help was not decisive. He also couldn't expect that with just this one escort ship, he could suppress the orbital air defense firepower of the capital of the Lumen Kingdom. It would be more likely with the quintet. However, Ji Yuhang's goal in leveraging the Blade Tiger was not to defeat his enemy's star domain forces purely through military force, but to use the Imperial Navy as a cover. The Blade Tiger was a legitimate warship of the Imperial Navy. Heading to the Hagian star system, it could brazenly park itself in orbit around Hagian star, right in front of both parties. With the Blade Tiger not firing first, would Ji Yu Ming's fleet or the orbital forces of the Lumen Kingdom dare to attack? Ji Yuhang judged that they would not. If they did so, that would be sheer madness. All that remained was the one issue: how to convince the Blade Tiger to willingly transport his troops to Hagian Star. As long as his army arrived there, saving his mother was the most basic goal. Ji Yuhang felt he could achieve even more. Ji Yuhang first communicated with the naval officers aboard Blade Tiger. Although Yelicia was not the captain, clearly, she was the one calling the shots on that starship. However, she didn't dare to directly agree to Ji Yuhang's request. Personally, I would very much like to help you, and I don't believe that Bunch would dare to strike at the Imperial Navy. But, precisely because we are the Imperial Navy, there are things I cannot do without higher-level authorization. These were Yelish's exact words. What level of authorization do you need? At least an order from General Tyler Mungs, the fleet commander of the Tianma fleet. Ji Yuhang recalled the situation of the Tianma fleet and this so-called General Tyler Mungs. The Tianma fleet was the main force of the Imperial Navy stationed in Tianma Star Sector, with a defensive area extending well beyond Tianma Star Sector, affecting the star domain defense tasks of at least 3 nearby star sectors. The fleet's commander was directly appointed by the Imperial Navy. That said, a good half of the Tianma fleet's long-term maintenance and construction costs come from the taxes of the Tianma Star Sector. The political clout of the Tianma Star Sector on this fleet goes without saying. The Fufana family, a naval legacy family native to the Tianma Star Sector, took shape about 70 years ago. The General Fufana of that generation was appointed as the Tianma fleet commander, and during his service, he expanded his family significantly, gradually forming a clan. After the first generation General Fufana, his brother, his grandson, and great-grandson had all held the position, embedding the Fufana name firmly in the genes of the Tianma fleet. The last Fufana commander was Yelish's grandfather, who retired 8 years ago. The Fufana family's influence within the Tianma fleet was profound. For 2/3 of the past 70 years, the fleet commander of the Tianma fleet bore the name Fufana. Many of the mid to senior fleet officers had been financially supported and promoted by his family. However, it was awkward that after Yelish's grandfather's retirement, the family suddenly lacked a successor. Although their influence on the fleet remained strong, it was difficult for the family to produce someone with the sufficient qualifications and achievements to take on the role of fleet commander. Currently, the highest military rank within the family was held by one of Yelish's uncles, who was merely a major general and seemed to have no chance of advancing further. This was not really a problem. The Tianma fleet had not been headed by a Fufana for 20 out of the last 70 years anyway. It was just a period of lying low, nothing serious. Moreover, within the family, there arose an unexpectedly rising new star, Yelicia. With a decade more of growth, she might have the chance to take over. Thanks to Ji Yuhang's encouragement, she participated in and defeated that green-skinned Orcs pirate fleet, which had added much to her luster. She was the person who enjoyed the greatest fruits of victory from that naval battle. From this perspective, the Fufana family should be willing to help him. This point could also be deduced from the tone of Yelish's recent communication. Furthermore, the Fufana's relationship with the Ji family was good. Although this was a civil conflict within the Ji clan, they showed no particular bias, but choosing to back Wang Qi would undoubtedly further solidify the relationship between the two parties after victory. And the current commander, General Tyler Mungs, although not a member of the Fufana family, also shared a close relationship with them. He was originally from the Tianma fleet, later transferred elsewhere to establish his reputation, and rose to the position of general before being reassigned back to the Tianma fleet. Upon his return, he knew that if he wanted to have a peaceful time as commander, he had to maintain a good relationship with the Fufanas. The Fufana family was not some tyrannical overlord. They showed considerable respect for Tyler Mungs. Seeing as their own family could not promote anyone to the position, it made sense to support the current commander and foster a good relationship. The cooperation between the two parties had been quite smooth over the past 8 years. Frankly, if the Fufana family, especially the former commander, who was also General Tyler Ming's previous superior, General Fufana, were to mediate, this matter could likely be resolved. Ji Yuheng even discussed the issue with Yelisia once again, and in this more private conversation, the female brigadier promised Ji Yuheng that she would speak to her grandfather, the former Tianma fleet commander, General Fufana. But there was another individual whose attitude was very important, the Star Sector head, Mr. Paidaci. This person was the one who held the closest relationship with the Fufana family. After the second communication with Yelisia ended, Ji Yuheng thought for a moment and then made a call to Mr. Paidaci. Paidaci had, of course, learned of the incident at Heijian Star. With just a brief exchange with him, Ji Yuheng could roughly discern his stance. The Star Sector head clearly saw this as an opportunity. The political power in the Tianma Star Sector mainly consisted of a confrontation between two major camps, the native forces and the Star Sector government. The native forces referred to the Fatches family, who had controlled the positions of the planetary governors of 3 stars and had a history in the Tianma Star Sector of several thousand years. They had even inhabited the area before the Empire's annexation, and had deep-rooted control in the 3 star systems, Fatches No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3. The Imperial Star Realm army stationed in the Tianma Star Sector also had significant ties with them. On the other hand, the Star Sector government camp was led by the Paidaci brothers, one of whom was the Star Sector head and the other the Flying Wing Star governor. Together with the Fufana family's navy and the Jiyu clan's Chamber of Commerce fleet, they formed an iron triangle that had oppressively contained the Fatches family for 20 years. However, in recent years, the Jiyu clan had been moving away from this iron triangle, aiming to expand their business beyond the Tianma Star Sector and showing a trend towards reconciliation with the Fatches family. This was the larger context behind Ji Yuheng's assignment as the governor of Rajoul Star, a scheme played by head Paidaci. But this move did not turn out as Paidaci had wished, failing to firmly tie the Jiyu clan back to the Iron Triangle's position. On the contrary, Wang Qi was quite averse to it. Similarly, Ji Yuming seized this opportunity and maintained a relatively good relationship with Paidaci. Before Ji Yuheng made the interstellar call to Paidaci, Ji Yuming had also called him. Now, the situation was very delicate. After ending the interstellar communication with Ji Yuheng, Mr. Paidaci still had another line open. This was a connection with his younger brother, Paidaci. His brother had listened to the entire conversation clearly as he had just spoken separately with an uncle-nephew pair from the Jiyu family. The Jiyu clan, who has always prided itself on unity, also has a day of internal strife. They're going to make me die of laughter. His frivolous younger brother spoke with unrestrained glee, obviously taking delight in their misfortune. Yet, this time Mr. Paidaci did not scold him but couldn't help revealing a faint smile himself. Indeed, the unity of the Jiyu clan had crumbled. Did he still need to worry about the Jiyu clan leaving the Iron Triangle, breaking the alliance between them and the Fufana family? Not at all. Ji Yuming had already expressed his loyalty to him, reaffirming their friendship multiple times. And that stubborn Wang Qi, her son, whom he had personally supported into the position of planetary governor of Rajoul Star. Now, the young fellow had also clearly promised to stand firmly by his side in the future. All he had to do now was to choose the one more to his liking between the two of them. I suggest picking Ji Yuming, Paidaci said. Wang Qi is not easy to deal with. Even if her son agrees to all our conditions, it's very likely that Wang Qi will still be in power of the Jiyu family. She might not honor the conditions we agreed on so readily. Mr. Paidaci disagreed with this. He countered, so you think Ji Yuming is very reliable? A man who initiated a violent coup within the United Jiyu clan. Do you think he will obediently follow our arrangements once he has power? When Paidaci thought about it, indeed, that was true. Mr. Paidaci spoke earnestly, don't treat everyone as fools, as mere tools. Overall, we have no means to check the power of the Jiyu family. Whether it's toward the Jiyu clan or the Fufana, we shouldn't see people as mere pawns. Our rise is supported by them, and in turn, they develop better with our assistance. Mutual benefit is the only way things can last. Paidaci rolled his eyes, the same old lecture. Although he showed disdain and sometimes thought his older brother could be quite old-fashioned, Dacey had to admit that at least one point was correct. They indeed had no ability to control the Gu family. No matter who they supported, whoever ultimately won, as long as the Gu family didn't completely disintegrate, retaining half of its power, it was still the biggest chamber of commerce across several nearby star sectors. They didn't have to pay taxes to the star sector government, nor did they require any support from it. What method could there be? If they completely cut ties, the Gu clan would be uncomfortable, as their operations within the Tianma star sector would become inconvenient since their headquarters were on Flying Wing Star. But likewise, without the support of the Empire Commerce Guild, lacking financial backing, the star sector government would also suffer. Both sides benefited from cooperation and would be harmed by separation. What else could be done? They'd have to make do. Despite his irritation with the Gu clan, Dacey understood this principle. He quietly listened as his older brother continued speaking. The words that Mr. Dacey said to his younger brother were essentially his own thought process. Any condition that Gu Ming can agree to, Gu Hang can too. Plus Gu Hang can do one more thing. We've asked the Gu family to draw a clear line with the Fatches family, and he can take definitive action. Disband Blackbird Heavy Industries on Rage Owl Star. This will certainly deteriorate the relationship between the Gu family and the Fatches family greatly. Moreover, we also have to consider the cost of making a choice. If we help Gu Ming, Wang Qi, without support, will perish. Or do we have a way to deal with Gu Hang? Those 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets that were allied with Wang Qi in the past, if pushed to Rage Owl Star, could support Wang Qi's son as the family head. Do we have to dispatch the Imperial Navy to help Gu Ming control the Chamber of Commerce fleet? Or should we send ground forces to Rage Owl Star to eradicate Gu Hang? That's all impossible. Neither the Imperial Navy nor the ground forces are completely under our command, and we can't possibly find a suitable reason to attack the Empire Commerce Guild and a planetary governor. By helping Gu Ming, indeed, we can achieve the goal of splitting the Gu family, but we'd only garner the friendliness of at most half of the Gu family, and we'd turn the other half, along with a planetary governor in the star sector, into enemies. It's not possible to form the most ideal situation where both sides would want to keep on good terms with us. What's more, the cost of helping him is so high. Conversely, by helping Gu Hang and Wang Qi, we'd have to do much less. Even though those two would be harder to control, and the power of the Gu family wouldn't be weakened too much, that mother and son, in fulfilling their promise, would have to stand in opposition to the Fatches family, and our goal would be achieved. Moreover, wouldn't they owe us a favor after a successful cooperation? This lays a better foundation for future cooperation. Listening to his older brother's lengthy explanations, Dacey pursed his lips and summed up, "So, you've ultimately decided to help that kid Gu Hang, right?" Mr. Dacey slightly smiled and said, "Roughly speaking, yes." "Fine then, do as you wish." Dacey yawned hugely and stood up. "I'm off then." Watching his younger brother leave, Mr. Dacey revealed a resigned smile. He did not even open his mouth to mention his younger brother. In the past, he did not know how many times he had spoken, but it was all to no avail. His brother always maintained that careless demeanor. Alcohol, various forms of sex, all sorts of thrilling entertainment. Speaking too much was useless. His younger brother was no longer a child, and now he was even more esteemed as the governor of Flying Wing Star. How could he keep nagging? Gradually, he stopped talking so much. Most of the planet's administrative affairs were handled by him as the head of this star sector. It wasn't that he wanted to seize power. It was he who had originally pushed his brother up to replace himself in the position. On the contrary, he often thought that if Dacey could take on more responsibility and help him out a bit, he might be able to catch a break. But in the end, it was always I who shouldered it all alone. While his brother went out to enjoy life, he still had to work. Sighing, he thought over his phrasing and conducted interstellar communications with both the Fufana family and General Tylermongs. 7 standard Terra days later, on Hagian Star, outside the capital town Pinsir of the Lumen Kingdom, the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Although it was called a headquarters, in truth, it was so dilapidated that it was barely functional. Practicality was the only concern. Aesthetics were the least of anyone's worries. Originally, this place was just a basement, which was then reinforced by sappers to prevent it from being bombed into collapse. These strengthening structures were very crudely done, as the sappers had a heavy workload and simply had no time for any design work. Their priority was to avoid collapse. Perbove and Leroy were here, commanding their troops, and they had withstood a joint assault by the Lumen army and a part of Gu's security forces led by Gu Main. They had held out for a full 7 days. At this moment, neither of them had any semblance of proper appearance left. Dried sweat mixed with mud and bloodstains marred their faces and clothing. With no conditions for bathing or changing clothes, they continuously sweated, their bodies reeking. But no one minded. Everyone was in the same state. Hair disheveled, beards ragged, faces smeared with dirt, bodies drenched in sweat and the stench of blood. That was the appearance of every Rage Owl Star person holding their ground here. The two of them were merely particularly worse for wear, with the added special feature of dark circles and bloodshot eyes. These past few days, they had probably slept for only about 2 hours each day. They were certainly tired, however, they still struggled to persevere. They were all too aware that this war was incredibly tough. They had no reinforcements, no supplies. They had to rely entirely on their current strength and stubbornly hold out for 8 days. During this time, the two partners made some estimates about the enemy numbers. King Nes of Lumen had amassed an army of over 100,000 men on the battlefield, 2 Ranger-type Night Titans, and more than 300 Sentinel mechas. In these 7 days, his forces had probably eliminated at least 30,000 enemy soldiers, but the number of enemies seemed like it had never decreased. Those enemies were assaulting them nearly every moment of the past 7 days, regardless of day or night, whether it was clear or raining. Perbove always used a scornful tone to belittle the soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom while boosting the morale of his troops. Carrying useless junk, cannon fodder treated worse than animals, purely coming to die, lacking discipline, weak will to fight, pathetic combat level. But what he said was also true. That was the level of Lumen Kingdom's conscripted soldiers. Especially with continuous attacks and heavy casualties, these conscripts felt that attacking the fortified town was purely suicidal, and their morale was so low that during assaults, should they suffer even minor losses without knights to back them up, they would quickly collapse. But the problem was, there were many knights. If it were just the 100,000 Lumen cannon fodder, Perbove wouldn't care at all. However, the Royal Knights of Lumen put a lot of pressure on them. Especially those 2 Night Titans. When those 2 Night Titans bombarded from a distance, the Alliance army had very limited countermeasures and were essentially forced to endure the bombing. And when those 2 Titans personally led the charge into frontline combat, that was a nightmare. Having learned from the previous destruction of 2 Night Titans, Lumen's military would definitely not allow their Titans to be isolated again. Ordinary Lumen infantry was unreliable, but those Sentinel Knights were sufficiently tenacious in combat. They would adamantly protect the feet of the Night Titans, offering no opportunity to the Alliance soldiers. As a result, every attack led by the Night Titans was a nightmare, each time requiring the Alliance expeditionary force to pay a heavy price. They had to concentrate heavy artillery for bombardment, risk soldiers launching attacks, and after expending a significant amount of ammunition and even the lives of a great number of soldiers, they could only temporarily overload the enemy's energy shields. However, at such times, the enemy would often retreat, giving no chance to press the advantage. After 2 days, once the shield system was recharged, they would return to the front line. The Lumen military was becoming more patient. They knew that those entrenched in the town could fight, but they had no replenishments, no reserves. In a war of attrition, with an entire kingdom as their support, they were the ones destined to emerge victorious in the end. Yet, despite such dire circumstances, Perbove refused to passively defend to the bitter end. He still insisted on implementing what he called a flexible defense strategy. 3 days ago, during a full-scale enemy offensive, he risked an ambush by having his armored forces, camouflaged behind some ruined buildings and with artillery support, plus LaCroix's special squad, suddenly strike. They successfully destroyed a Night Titan's shield generator, but at the cost of 6 Lion tanks, 30 armored personnel carriers, and over 200 soldiers. Moreover, due to the high losses, despite having created an opportunity, they were unable to deliver the final blow and had to watch the shield-less Night Titan successfully retreat. Still, the results of the battle could be considered acceptable. The Night Titan had sustained some damage, and afterwards, it didn't dare to appear on the front line, only able to fire missiles from the rear. Henceforth, only facing the onslaught of 1 Night Titan, the pressure was greatly reduced. However, after fighting like this for 7 days, they had nearly reached the end of their resources. Report to the commander, comrade, the enemy's attack has been repelled. Report the casualties. Yes, Company 37.5.2 from the south is gone, and when Troop 3 went to assist, they didn't find anyone alive. Troop 3 itself is now down to only 17 men. As previously requested by the political commissar, their designation has been preserved, and command integrated into the battalion headquarters. Currently, the 37th Brigade no longer has any companies intact, all have been placed under battalion-level command. The Sapper Battalion, Logistic Support Battalion, all have been committed. The main body of the 34th Division holding the eastern and northern fronts has suffered severe damage. Acting Division Commander Major Gaius has fallen. Major Maev has taken over the command, and he already is the 3rd Acting Division Commander for the 34th. Perbov listened with an expressionless face. Apart from the enemy being repelled, there was no good news in the other reports. But his heart had already become somewhat numb. It had been like this all along, especially in the last 2 days, always this kind of news. They had repelled the enemy's attacks time and again, contesting every house and even every piece of rubble with the enemy. Now, they were truly close to the brink. The 30,000-strong force he had brought with him, it's possible less than 13,000 were still alive now, and most had injuries. Although the loss of personnel was devastating, the situation in other areas was even worse. Out of a total of 36 Lion tanks from 2 combined brigades, only the last one was operational. Out of a total of 400 artillery pieces, 320 had already been destroyed. Even with the remaining 80, considering the current artillery shell inventory, they could fire at most 6 more rounds. There were less than 1,000 rounds of artillery shells left. All the rocket launchers had been used up, mortar shells were also running low, and even bullets had to be carefully collected from the bodies of fallen soldiers in order to keep going. It could be said that, apart from food reserves, which were still plentiful temporarily because they had driven away the suburban townsfolk and left behind all the food, all other war materials had reached their last critical stage. Yet, it was only the 7th day. 1 day short of the 8 days the governor had asked for. What to do? Perbov didn't know either. Seizing the momentary lull in battle, he left the command post. Leroy didn't try to stop him. The political commissar was already lying down asleep. One of his ears had gone deaf, and he also hadn't slept for 23 hours. He needed to rest for a while. Once outside, Perbov looked up at the night sky, filled with guilt. He couldn't help but reflect. Had his tactics over the past 7 days had too many faults? Was it his command mistakes that had led to the present situation? Could it be that I've let down the governor's trust? But no matter what, on the last day, I will personally take up a rifle and go to the front lines. Even if we can't hold until the 8th day, even if the Lumen people take our position, it will only be after we are all dead. He swore through clenched teeth. But just then, he saw in the sky, long trails of flame streaking across the night. If one word could describe the current state of mind of both King Lumen and Gu Main, it would be this: panic-stricken. When Perbov saw the orange-red tail flame slicing through the night sky, he still didn't quite dare to confirm what it was. After all, the Starship communication equipment he owned had been destroyed in a prior bombing, and he himself had barely escaped with his life, while Leroy had gone deaf in 1 ear, which was already considered lucky. The immobile communication equipment certainly couldn't be saved. But Gu Ming was different. He had an open line of communication with the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets still under his control, and even had an independent star language tower that could make interstellar calls. He knew for certain that the Blade Tiger, a starship belonging to the Empire Navy Pegasus fleet, wasn't approaching to help him. Without concrete intelligence, he could roughly confirm that the military aboard that starship was commanded by his cousin's son. Upon hearing the news, he was incensed, making numerous calls to many key figures on Flying Wing Star. However, the 3 most important calls, those directed to the leader of the Star Sector Pei Daisy, the Tianma Fleet Commander Tyler Mungs, and the naval aristocratic Fufana family, all went unanswered. Clearly, they were deliberately not picking up. By this time, even if he clung to any hope, he understood one fact: he had been abandoned. The politics of the Star Sector had chosen to stand with Wang Qi and Ji Yu Hang, mother and son. At this point, his mindset began to undergo some interesting changes. After rage, hope, and the shattering of that hope, he became hysterical. He ordered the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets to prevent the Blade Tiger's approach, at all costs. This was a mad command, one he might not have been thinking clearly about when issuing. What did it mean to attack the Imperial Navy actively? Was it a real desire to rebel? If they won, there would be no chance of doing anything like the Empire Commerce Guild again. They'd all have to run for their lives. If they were lucky enough to flee and become interstellar pirates, that would already be good fortune. Fortunately, while Ji Ming had gone mad, the frontline commanders of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets had not. They listened as the Imperial Navy opened public communications, repeatedly calling in the name of the Imperial Navy and the Tianma fleet for all interstellar vessels in the region to cease all hostile actions, or else be regarded as traitors to the Empire. These frontline commanders each made calls under the pretext of confirming orders, initially probing the authenticity of the command. When Ji Ming repeatedly emphasized that the orders indeed came from him, they then painstakingly began trying to persuade him otherwise. Regardless, whether you, Ji Ming, listen or not, we definitely won't fire. Following you to cause trouble, with our heads on our belts, igniting a family feud, was all for the sake of a better future. Our own boss becoming the head of the family, so he could earn more and gain a better status. But to go up against the Imperial Navy was absolutely different. Whether it was those concerned for their own prospects or those who were loyal to Ji Ming, they were all advising him. Even the latter knew that once they took action, there really would be no turning back. Otherwise, what? Really become pirates? If they had that determination, why cause trouble at all? Ji Ming gradually calmed down, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, no shots were fired. Not only was naval combat out of the question, but even when the Blade Tiger's landing craft were flying towards the planet's surface, they couldn't be attacked. The landing crafts were part of the Blade Tiger, which belonged to the Imperial Navy. It was one thing for the troops from Rage Owl Star to be released after landing, but what if they were blown up in midair, utterly annihilated with no evidence left? What would happen if it was claimed that the troops were from the Navy Marine Corps stationed on the starship? There would be no way to refute it. There was no choice but to let them land and fight then. Nes Lumen was beside himself with frustration and anger. How can the Empire Navy do this? It's so unfair. What if this is just the beginning? What if the troops from Rage Owl Star are continuously transported to Hagian Star by the Empire Navy? Are we just going to stand by and watch? Do you expect me, with the power of a single kingdom, to confront a whole planet? He kept talking, his expression filled with sorrow and indignation. Ji Ming sighed and then said to Lumen, "At this point, we can only fight to the death. Can you muster more troops? Especially more knights, Knight Titan. I will compensate for your losses in the future." At this, Lumen pushed him hard. Ji Ming fell to the ground. His bodyguards and the guards of the Lumen Kingdom all moved, but since no blood had been shed yet, everyone just drew their weapons and pointed them at the other side, but no one fired. Nes Lumen, with eyes reddened, stared at Ji Ming. "I've staked everything I have, but the situation is nothing like what you promised before. I will compensate." "Compensate my ass," Nes Lumen burst out with a curse. "The question now is whether we can win or not." Ji Ming stood up and stared back at Nes Lumen. "Don't talk to me in that tone, as if everything wrong was caused by me. The decision was made by us together, and the main force was your army. Do you think I don't know that the key issue now is whether we can win? Just now, I was even about to let my fleet attack the Empire Navy to win." Having said this, Ji Ming calmed down a bit. "We absolutely cannot afford any discord between us right now. Do you understand? I need your strength, or else I can't win. And you need me too, or else even if you win, you won't gain anything." Lumen tousled his hair and let out a reluctant roar of anger. He really regretted it, but what could he do, blinded by folly? After a while, he said, "There are still 3 Knight Titans in the kingdom, but those 3 Marquises. They might not listen to me completely. I will try to persuade them, I will make some promises, and you will have to help me keep those promises in the future. If they agree to stand with us, in addition to the 3 Knight Titans, we can muster 300 Sentinel Knights and 200,000 conscripted soldiers. Not enough. I can also contact a few other countries that have put a lot of diplomatic pressure on us recently, essentially because they are dissatisfied that our actions were taken without notifying them and without any promises of benefits to them. I can share some future power to get at least their non-interference, if not their support. This would allow me to call up some more border defense forces. Still not enough. Then you come up with something. Can you pray to the emperor to conjure us an army of 1,000,000? At this point, Ji Ming confirmed that he truly had exhausted all resources of the Lumen Kingdom. Then let's go with that, but we must be quick, we are running out of time. NE's Lumen and Ji Ming, after a conflict erupted, had to reconcile under the pressure of reality because they were in the same boat. They reacted quickly, gathering a stronger army to face the predicament. Of course, their target was still very clear: to deal with the suburban town. The reason was simple. They had already experienced the combat effectiveness of the Rage Owl Star people. Ji Ming couldn't understand how his young nephew, who had been on Rage Owl Star for less than 2 years, could have trained such a strong army on that planet. Before he arrived, that planet even had great difficulty paying the imperial tax. But no matter how incredible he found it, this was an ironclad reality, and lamenting would only lead to compliance. They dared not underestimate the mighty Rage Owl Star people. If tens of thousands of fresh troops descended from the sky, they didn't know how long and at what cost it would take to annihilate them all. Even to put it bluntly, the two powerful dukes mentioned by NE's Lumen, the real nobility, even if they followed his words and obeyed his orders to start gathering troops immediately, it might already be too late to do anything now. In a feudal country, how strong could the military organization capability be? The Rage Owl Star people's troops had already crossed the sky and begun orbital landing. Calling forces from all over the country now would simply be too late. At most, they could squeeze out a bit more military strength from the nearest locations. The rest of the troops would be nothing more than strong reinforcements and reserves at best. The newly enlisted forces would be divided into 2 parts. One part would be deployed to the outskirts of capital Pansel City to join the siege on the suburban town. They could also sense that the soldiers from Rage Owl Star in the suburban town were at the end of their rope. With a surge of fresh troops and added vigor, maybe in the following days, they could break through the small town. During the past few days, they could confirm that Miss Wang Qi had definitely not escaped from the town. As long as they could capture or kill Wang Qi, there would still be room for discussion. The other part of the army would be organized to confront the new reinforcing troops of Rage Owl Star people. Based on the streaks of fire across the sky, they could roughly estimate that those landing craft descending from orbit were about 200 to 300 kilometers away from Pansel capital. They speculated that the Rage Owl Star people did so mainly to avoid the orbital defense system's most powerful area above the capital. Indeed, Ji Ming's nephew must have seized the opportunity, assumed the mantle of the Imperial Navy, and was sure they would not dare attack an official fleet of the Imperial Navy. However, landing craft descending to the surface were a different matter. Ground-based orbital air defense could reach starships in space if the relative position of the starship was within the firing angle and the distance was indeed in orbital range, and it could just barely reach them. But planetary firepower was inevitably stationary, and it couldn't be powerful enough to destroy escort ships in the sky with a sudden barrage of fire, or else wouldn't the enemy just flee? If they fled, adding the accusation of attacking the Imperial Navy, both Ji Ming and the Lumen Kingdom of Hajian Star would be unable to shake off the accusation of being traitors to the Empire who attacked the Imperial Navy. It was different for landing craft, they couldn't escape while flying towards the surface. That Ji Hang probably had some fear too, worrying that if they were indeed attacked during landing, the losses would be too great. Moreover, there would be room for contention afterward. The distance of about 300 kilometers allowed them to break through the atmosphere from other airspaces. When they flew lower and left the angle of attack of the orbital air defenses, the safety was much higher, and they became difficult to target, unless the Lumen Kingdom was so powerful as to integrate all other countries' orbital fire on the entire planet for a joint strike, achieving full coverage. Otherwise, relying solely on themselves, they indeed couldn't cover the entire planet's airspace. After landing, when the army moved rapidly forward, orbital air defense would be of no use. Although a distance of about 300 kilometers wasn't too far for a mechanized, motorized ground army. Indeed, they could arrive in a few days if they rapidly advanced. NE's Lumen and Ji Ming still decided to take some action. The newly enlisted troops were gathered for this purpose. This force would carry out strict defense along the way, setting up barriers, and blocking the approaching Rage Owl Star people's army. They did not seek victory or annihilation, only to delay the marching speed of the enemy and buy some extra time for the battle on the outskirts of Pansel. If the battle on the outskirts of Pansel concluded in victory, then they would have succeeded. They felt this strategy was very meaningful, Implementing it seemed to have a quite high chance of success. Even though they would have to face an alliance army within the Lumen Kingdom afterward, as long as Wang Qi died, many things could be discussed later. However, the three pieces of news that reached their ears next were all bad. The first was that the remnants of the alliance army in the suburban town had erupted with a strong will to resist. They seemed to realize that reinforcements were nearby, and under their heightened morale, they became even more tenacious. The second was that the newly arrived alliance army did not rest after landing. Instead, with an incredibly large number of over 100 Lion tanks leading the way, followed by numerous armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and transport trucks, they assaulted forward fiercely, rushing with astonishing speed. The hastily gathered defense troops were rendered ineffective, dispersed with a single charge, shattered with a single strike. Even in a minor engagement, 20 mecha sentries of the Lumen Kingdom dug out a stout position, along with the hard-earned assembly of 2,000 infantry, intending to resist for at least several hours. Yet, within 20 minutes, they were thoroughly defeated. Of course, if it was just that, it would have been merely embarrassing for them and not caused complete panic. What truly alarmed them were two forces that moved so fast they couldn't think of a countermeasure. When the two had just received the news about these two forces, they were already nearing the outskirts of Pansel City. These two forces comprised 15 red armored giants and more than 100 Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels. 15 red armored warriors, that naturally meant Phoenix. These Imperial Angels were the first batch to descend from the landing craft. This type of landing craft, coming from the Blade Tiger, was named the Type 5 landing craft. As a landing craft designed for orbital assaulting operations, it was quite large. A single one could carry 500 people, along with corresponding weapons and equipment, even heavy vehicles. It was also equipped with jamming devices to defend against anti-aircraft fire, furnished with small energy shield generators that provided some defensive capabilities, and had relatively solid armor. Apart from lacking weaponry and not being very fast, this type of landing craft was a powerful item and costs a lot to produce, not in the same league as ordinary civilian transport ships. On the Blade Tiger, there were only 2 such landing crafts. Plus some smaller landing crafts. If they were all deployed, they could transport a force of about 2,000 men to the ground at a time, and then circulate back and forth. Taking into account the travel time, loading and unloading, they could make a trip in 6 hours at the limit. This was not a very efficient rate, but there was no helping it. The Blade Tiger itself was not particularly large, being just an escort ship. It had about 10,000 crew members, so squeezing in 30,000 soldiers was already beyond its capacity. They even occupied a lot of other space, staying temporarily, and equipment was packed to the brim. To the extent that Yelisia even teased Ji Yu Hang. Blade Tiger has become a fat pig now. So, this was the scarce configuration of landing crafts on the Blade Tiger. For those large-scale landing operations, it would either be a large starship or specialized landing starships. According to estimates, to get all his 35,000 soldiers to the ground, even if the landing craft operated non-stop, it would need around 100 hours, over 4 days. This period was actually the most vulnerable time for the landing troops. But the problem was that the Lumen Kingdom's army was even more vulnerable. The main forces were besieging the outskirt towns, so the troops they could send were few in number and of poor quality. The first wave of the Alliance army that came down directly crushed all those enemies who had surrounded the landing zone. Subsequently, more troops descended and began to expand outwards, building temporary positions. They were to hold this area for a while. However, at the same time, Ji Yu Hang also made the demand for swift military action. A composite camp would set out first and push ahead. After 1 day's time, when the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade almost finished assembling, they would complete their assembly and continue to advance, breaking through the enemy and leaving a small faction to guard the landing zone. Then, as the following divisions and brigades arrived, they would follow the steps of the troops that had set out earlier and continue to push outward. This was the situation that the hastily assembled interception force of the Lumen Kingdom had to face. Acting this way, of course, was not as steady as waiting 4 days to complete the troop assembly before engaging in combat. But it also did not give the opponent time to prepare. With the military quality gap between both sides, it really was a case of puncture upon impact. However, all this barely mattered to the Starship Warriors. While the follow-up troops were still disembarking and assembling, They had already received the orders from the Governor-General and boarded 3 Wind Falcons, heading towards the target location at high speed. 300 kilometers, the Wind Falcons arrived swiftly. To avoid getting hit, the Wind Falcons flew very low. Orbital anti-aircraft cannons couldn't touch targets flying too low, as there was a limit to the shooting angle. As long as the Wind Falcons didn't actually fly over the few orbital air defense positions of Pincer City, it was fine. Low-altitude flying was not easy, but in this area, it was still smooth. Mainly because the terrain outside Pincer City was quite flat, without the frequent rise of high mountains. The speedboats had strong flying performance. Plus the pilots were no longer the novices they were when the Air Force was first established, and after a long flying time, they had honed their skills. Their first target was to attack the artillery position of the Lumen Legion, which was besieging the outskirt towns. In the early stages of the battle, the Lumen Kingdom's artillery forces were severely suppressed. Range and power couldn't keep up, mobility was poor, and as soon as they emerged, before they could move, they would be hit by counter-bombardment from Alliance artillery. However, recently they were invigorated again, mainly because the Alliance was running out of artillery and even more so of ammunition. But now, they faced disaster. They were not totally unprepared. After the Lumen army observed the approaching Air Force and especially after they deduced their target was the artillery position, they quickly informed the front line about the enemy situation, asking them to be cautious in response, and they even mobilized troops for defense. However, it was futile. What could they do even if they were prepared? The Wind Falcons couldn't be too arrogant. They launched a round of missiles from afar and then scooted away without conducting a low-altitude strafing run, which would give the enemy an opportunity. God forbid getting unlucky and having one of those sentry mechas take down a craft. That would be a huge loss. As for the Starship Warriors, they simply jumped out of the Wind Falcons. Delivering Starship Warriors via Wind Falcon was extremely convenient, not at all like delivering regular soldiers who would either need to rappel down or require the Wind Falcon to land on the ground. For the Starship Warriors, it might not be feasible if it were too high, but at a distance of about 10 meters, jumping down was no big deal. Even better, the Wind Falcons could maintain forward flight, just not too fast. This significantly increased the speed of troop deployment and the safety of the Wind Falcons themselves. Interstellar Warriors who weighed several tons with their armor could create a crater when they landed on the ground. But afterwards, they would come out of the pit unscathed. At this moment, enemies had already surrounded them. But what could mere cannon fodder do? Bullets hit them without leaving even a scratch. Guided by the lead of Commander Maddens, the 15 Interstellar Warriors moved methodically toward the artillery position. Along the way, they fired their guns steadily and dispassionately, each bullet claiming the life of one or several enemies. 5 sentry mechs appeared, attempting to resist. They had some resistance to explosive bullet guns and weren't so easily killed. But in front of the Interstellar Warriors, they were like chicks. If one shot didn't blow them up, 5 explosive bullet guns aimed and fired in an incredibly accurate barrage, emptying 5 magazines, naturally shredding the sentry mechs. Among them, Maddens was the most ferocious. Wearing Terminator armor, he could wield a heavy explosive bullet gun single-handedly, a weapon designed to break through armor. In contrast, the sentry mech's machine guns posed a threat to the Interstellar Warriors. But they had to hit their target first. There was a qualitative difference in shooting accuracy and reaction speed between the two sides. As soon as the trigger was pulled, before even 2 rounds could be fired, they were blown up. In a single encounter, 4 sentries were gone. The remaining one, due to its close proximity, wasn't selected as a target for concentrated fire. In 1 or 2 seconds, it fired many rounds from its machine gun, hitting only a few, but those could only strike the shoulder armor of the advancing Interstellar Warriors, at most causing their bodies to jerk and leaving small dents in their armor. The fate of this sentry mech was even more tragic. Anat, the new blood in the battle group, was at the forefront. With just a few accelerated steps, he reached the sentry mech's front. The sentry mechs, compared to the Interstellar Warriors, were still considerably larger. Even with armor, Interstellar Warriors were generally only around 2.4 meters tall. Maddens in his Terminator stood at 2.7 meters. The sentry mechs were over 3 meters tall. But being larger didn't necessarily mean stronger combat capabilities. The sentry mech moved first, its Night Sword sweeping towards Anat, but it missed as Anat simply bent down and dodged it. Then, with an explosive burst of speed from his legs, Anat surprised the Sentry Mech's pilot by closing the distance to an extremely close range. A battle blade, honed through 1,000 uses, was thrust precisely into the armor gap of the Sentry, severing its power systems instantly. Anat exerted more force, flipping the mech over, stepping on its chest. He wielded his knife in one hand and grabbed its head with the other. With a concerted effort, he ripped the Sentry Mech's head off. Sentry Mechs are not Night Titans. They don't have exclusive cockpits, as the pilot is encapsulated inside the mech. When the mech's head was pulled off, the pilot's head came off with it. Completing this sequence of actions only took Anat 3 to 5 seconds. After sheathing his battle blade and rearming his gun, he hastened forward. In those 3 to 5 seconds, his comrades had already passed him, continuing onward. During this time, no one even glanced in his direction. Killing a Sentry Mech simply wasn't noteworthy. Anat didn't think he had done anything remarkable either. He had to hurry to catch up. But this scene, in the eyes of the nearby Lumen soldiers, was utterly terrifying. Those were 5 Night Masters. In their minds, the Night Masters were unbeatable. If the Night Masters had been killed by heavy artillery or taken out by so-called Alliance soldiers' rocket launchers and mortars during earlier battles, it would have been understandable. After all, warfare is indiscriminate, and even Night Masters, clad in their armors, could be struck down by targeted attacks and dreadful firepower. Not to mention, the Alliance troops had those formidable tanks and armored vehicles. It was natural for Night Masters to fall in battle. And even so, taking down a 3-meter-tall Sentry Mech still wasn't easy. It often required a rather long fight, and the Alliance army would also pay a price. But now, that was a completely different concept. 5 knights, standing in front of those red armored warriors, were almost instantly wiped out in a single encounter. They were killed as effortlessly as if they were just chickens. For the conscripted soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom, this was a scene that completely shattered their fighting spirit. And those with slightly broader knowledge, who had heard some stories, finally remembered some legends at this moment. These are Star Warriors. They are angels. The words shouted out uncontrollably caused even more deterioration in the fighting will of those who heard. And so, this obstructing army just collapsed. The Phoenixes didn't even pursue. They were just some insignificant troops, which they approached with indifference and then destroyed their artillery positions. Not until the battle ended, and no new troops came to disturb them anymore. This battle was fought with a lack of interest. The veterans felt it was nothing more than a walk in the park. What was the difference between this and shooting at moving targets in training? Only the Sentry Mechas were of slight interest, a bit more resistant, but there were too few of them. As for the new recruits, most also found it uninteresting. It was their first time leaving Rage Owl Star for combat. They were initially a bit tense, but after the battle, they felt. That's it, it wasn't even as good as fighting the cultists in the North Territory of Rage Owl Star. At least those cultists were not afraid to die and possessed some psychic spells, which posed a threat, not to mention the subsequent entry into the True Realm, facing the evil god, and even emerging victorious in the end. The new recruits couldn't muster any enthusiasm either. Even the 3 ripe, new recruits, who at least had rotated through the Beeching Valley Province's border during their training and growth periods without armor, joined the Green Valley Group Army in their constant southward sweeps, exterminating many aberrant beasts, thereby gaining some combat experience. They too felt that the level of the Lumen soldiers was far too poor. After destroying the artillery positions, they turned to find a new target. Their eyes locked on a Ranger-class Night Titan that had its shield generator destroyed during the previous battle and now only dared to serve as a long-range rocket launcher from afar. The 2 Night Titans were the biggest threats to the outskirts of the town, even if this one was too scared to advance directly and was content bombarding from a distance with extended-range rockets, which was quite annoying. It was best to just take it out. Gu Ming and Nes Lumen both suspected what the news of the 15 red armored giants indicated when they first heard it. Despite that, they still harbored some faint hope. How could they truly be Star Warriors? Why would the Emperor's angels appear on such a backwater planet as Hagian Star? Their battles usually caused upheaval across multiple star sectors or were fought on the front lines against powerful foreign species. What merit or capability did a minor conflict within the GU family on Hagian Star have to attract a group of Star Warriors? It's not like there were true Imperial traitors here. Besides, even if there were Imperial traitors, unless the treason was significant, it would not provoke the intervention of Star Warriors. Therefore, their initial disbelief and hope for luck were understandable. According to Ji Yu-ming's self-consolation, there might be a chance that his nephew orchestrated it all, using ordinary iron armor to put on a facade. But even he didn't believe that. And then, reality completely shattered his wishful thinking. Within minutes of landing, they decimated a sentry mecha squad and routed a large group of Lumen forces, also scattering the Lumen Legion's artillery positions. Now, those 15 figures were heading their way, aiming for the Night Titan near them. The troops had done their best to intercept, but they just couldn't hold them back. The two of them were completely panicked. When NE's Lumen and Ji Yu-ming were so panicked that they didn't know what to do, the phoenixes they greatly feared, which had inspired enormous dread in them, had completed their second task and successfully retreated. They had destroyed the Night Titan that had lost its shield generator. To be honest, the process was not easy. The space warriors were strong, very strong, but not truly invincible. For example, a machine gun fired at the shoulder plates, chest plates, or even the helmet might indeed not do much harm. But a shot to the waist, joints, or back would cause them just as much pain. And even if they could only hit the thickest part of the armor, a few bullets or dozens of machine gun rounds were still manageable, but it becomes useless when hundreds of rounds rain down. Those were machine gun rounds, not ordinary bullets. Space warriors weren't so easy to hit. They might seem large and wear heavy armor, but their movements were incredibly agile and swift. Although they were not much smaller than the Sentinel mechas, in a real fight, the Sentinel mechas' agility and speed in turning the machine guns fixed to their sides couldn't keep up at all. They were merely taking hits passively. But when the number of Sentinel mechas assembled in the hundreds, and a few thousand miscellaneous troops were added to the mix, just to block bullets and sight, serving as cannon fodder, it was quite troublesome. Moreover, could the Night Titan be ignored? Both the weapons in its hands posed a fatal threat to space warriors. A grenade cannon barrage, if it hit the fringes, might not be too bad, but if it hit right in the center, even space warriors wearing tactical power armor had to die. A gravity fist coming down was something not even Maddens himself, clad in Terminator armor and champion of the squad, would dare to take head-on. After losing the energy shield, the Night Titan's pilot became particularly timid. Knowing that space warriors were charging at him made him even more panicky. However, running was definitely not an option. If isolated with no protection from the infantry and Sentinel mechas, he would become even more vulnerable. He had no choice but to fight bravely, using the grenade launcher from afar, behind the Sentinel mechas and miscellaneous troop cannon fodder, to bombard the space warriors. But it was ineffective. Indeed, a direct hit could kill a space warrior, but you have to hit first. As soon as they raised their hands, the warriors noticed their targeting and began maneuvering, completely avoiding the blast. Often after a barrage, the space warriors remained unharmed, at most only getting their power armor paint scratched by shrapnel, while the nearby soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom army were mistakenly killed in large numbers. But overall, this was an appropriate tactic, and it did effectively slow down the advance of the space warriors. After all, there were only 15 phoenixes, and there was no heavy firepower to support them. When their speed of action was slowed down, and they were bogged down in the quagmire, the mission was pretty much a failure. To keep fighting hard, one slip-up could indeed lead to casualties. But at this moment, a new force appeared, the Allied Air Force. Previously, only 3 Wind Falcons had hastily brought the space warriors to the battlefield. More fighters were still on board the starship Blade Tiger and hadn't yet disembarked. But now, they had finished unloading. 100 Wind Falcons set off at high speed in a relatively low altitude, avoiding the flawed anti-aircraft fire network of the Lumen Kingdom, and quickly arrived above the battlefield. And they were exactly what Maddens relied on to attempt an attack and destroy the Night Titan. The flight of 100 fighters swept in. Without any hesitation, they first fired 2 rounds of airborne missiles. These missiles were quite powerful, and had they all targeted the Night Titan without its energy shield, just these airborne missiles would have been enough to severely damage it. However, the Allied Air Force did not do so. They had greater ambitions and sought to achieve more victories. Their bombing target was the Lumen Legion, which was interposed between the Phoenix and the Night Titan. Except for a few bombs aimed at that ranger to limit and threaten it, the other bombs seriously discombobulated the Lumen Legion's ground forces. Bombing the rank and file is trivial. The main targets were still the Sentinel mechas. This round of airstrikes took out quite a few, And the weaponry carried by the Wind Falcons was not limited to just airborne missiles. Autocannons, laser cannons, they had it all, and the firepower was no less than that of a single Sentinel mecha. The key was that they could fly. As they began to hover and strafe, the formation of 100 Wind Falcons managed to disarray the Lumen Legion's formation with missile bombardment and autocannon ground support, causing significant casualties. However, the Wind Falcons also suffered losses in the process. Since it was low-altitude combat, the danger was high. Sentinel mechas weren't just taking hits without fighting back. When they raised their heads to fire their autocannons into the sky, it was like having countless anti-aircraft guns. While the armor of the Wind Falcons was thicker than that of traditional aircraft, they were far more fragile than Sentinel mechas when it came to taking damage. Since the start of the battle, 8 Wind Falcons were shot down in a short time. However, such losses were deemed worthwhile. The Starship Warriors, who were almost dragged into the mud at the front, were now reinvigorated. In the chaotic battlefield, 15 Red Giants charged fiercely. In coordination with the Wind Falcons in the sky, the Sentinel mechas suffered heavy losses. The makeshift group of 100 Sentinel mechas had now been halved, with the remainder either cowering in fear, trying to flee, or scattered about, blocked by their own troops whose order had been obliterated and rendered ineffectual. The path forward for the Starship Warriors was now clear. And their objective had always remained unchanged. The Night Titan had no intention of sitting and awaiting death. In such a dire situation, it too was provoked into aggression. With its grenade cannon spent and no time to reload, it braced against the bombardment of bombs and heavy missiles with its thick armor, charged forward, and launched a hard-hitting gravity fist at the approaching Mattins. Missed. During Mattin's long combat career, he had certainly come across Night Titans. Though he had dealt with them as allies, he fully understood that Night Titans should not be underestimated. Even clad in Terminator armor, he did not wish to engage in a contest of strength. He dodged nimbly with a quick side roll, avoiding the explosive impact of the gravity fist. The aftermath was fierce, but manageable for the Terminator. He raised his power sword high and delivered a savage slash, cutting off the Night Titan's gravity fist at the joint as it failed to retract in time. Immediately after, he boldly advanced and slammed fiercely into the Night Titan. His stature was less than half that of the Night Titan, his head just reaching the level of the Titan's pelvis. But this collision still toppled the massive behemoth. Then, the power sword swiftly swung, showcasing the level of a squad champion's swordsmanship. First, the weapon was disarmed, then came the decapitation, followed by the destruction of the power system. In a matter of seconds, Mattins had struck over a dozen blows, dismembering the Night Titan. And this whole process was clearly witnessed by NE's Lumen and GU Main, who were in the midst of fleeing. Their command center was not far from there, and realizing the direness of the situation, the two of them immediately thought to run. But during their escape, they personally witnessed this scene. They were chilled to the core. The Phoenix Battle Group and the Allied Air Force's battle reports were listened to by Gu Hang at the command center of the Alliance Expeditionary Force, located in a suburban town. Truly speaking, Gu Hang was the first person from the entire army to support the suburban town. He was among the first batch to set foot on the ground from the spacecraft. The commanding officers of the troops vehemently opposed this decision by the planetary governor. It was too dangerous. In their opinion, His Excellency the Governor shouldn't have come at all. He should have stayed safe and sound on Rajoul Star. If he insisted on leading the expedition in person, he should have remained aboard a relatively safe starship, from where he could command. What was the point of coming to the front line? However, Gu Heng only did a bit to soothe their concerns and did not heed their advice. Not that he considered his life insignificant, but he had great confidence in himself. On one hand, he was certain that his great-uncle, who didn't dare to engage in combat in the starry sky as the Blade Tiger approached, nor dared to force the Lumen Kingdom's army to use orbital strike forces against the warships that had reached the planet's orbit, would also be unlikely to attack the descending landing ships. Furthermore, the chosen location for the landing ships avoided the anti-air defense perimeter near the capital, further ensuring safety during the landing. The other source of his confidence was his own strength. Not only had he ascended to a level 7 spiritual energy user, significantly increasing his strength from before, but the crucial point was the prowess and unique traits he had obtained after defeating the evil god. Factoring in all these enhancements, even if the landing ship he was onward to be blown out of the sky, he could still safely land on the ground. He left the entire process of uniting the troops after landing to his 4 division commanders and swiftly flew to the suburban town by activating his spiritual energy. He arrived even faster than the Wind Falcon, which had to be dragged out of the landing ship. This also makes it evident that despite Ji Yuhang's seemingly calm exterior, he was somewhat anxious in his heart. His arrival had significant practical implications. With his current spiritual energy level, it might be a bit difficult to tear a Night Titan apart from a distance, unless he tore open a divine realm rift to strengthen his spiritual energy. But if that Night Titan dared to expose itself a little longer in front of him, or if Ji Yuhang took a risk and got close enough to cross the energy shield, then he could achieve this feat. As for ordinary sentinel mechas, they were even less of a challenge. Ji Yuhang estimated that a single lightning strike from him would kill one outright. And if the enemy chose to charge in a dense formation, a chained lightning attack or a storm of lightning clouds manifested through spiritual energy could do the job. After gaining Storm Dominator, his spiritual energy could transform into lightning, which was much more powerful in sheer destructive force than the telekinesis he used before. With Ji Yuhang in place, the Alliance side had added a battalion of artillery. Not only was the firepower intense, but it was also incredibly precise. That was the direct help Ji Yuhang could offer to the battlefield. And in the event of a critical point in the battle, he could reveal his ultimate move, tearing open the Divine Realm Rift. Doing so would not only significantly enhance his own spiritual energy, but also, from within the Divine Realm, he could call upon thousands of heroic spirit warriors. And if worst came to worst, he could summon an inferior deity incarnation, still in the form of a thunderstorm colossal bear. Although its strength couldn't match that of a great demon, it possessed at least 30% of its capabilities, tearing apart a Night Titan as easily as ripping apart a toy. However, all these moves were too conspicuous. It was true that he was a sanctioned spiritual energy user, but being able to tear open a rift in the true realm and summon heroic spirits from the true realm to fight. Such feats were far too extraordinary and beyond the capabilities of a regular spiritual energy user. If word got out, it would surely bring about an investigation from the Imperial Inquisition. Regarding the Imperial Inquisition, his status as a planetary governor and the excuse of being a legitimate spiritual energy user would not protect him. If it went so far as them crazily insisting on taking Ji Yuhang to the tribunal in the Eastern Cosmos domain for scrutiny, then Ji Yuhang would have no choice but to slaughter them and break ties with the tribunal. Otherwise, actually go there, of course, it would be best for such a situation not to occur at all. Unless absolutely necessary, he would certainly not reveal his ability to open the Divine Realm Rift. And in fact, the battle situation was far from that point. Indeed, the enemy had intensified their offensive on the suburban town due to the arrival of the Rage Owl Start troops. Hastily reinforcing their ranks and at the commander's behest, they launched a fierce attack. The troops under Perbov in the suburban town, though not out of food, were almost out of ammunition. Despite this, Ji Yuhang's arrival and his public appearance greatly boosted the morale of the Alliance army stationed in the town. But objective conditions do not shift according to human will. Ji Yuhang himself was also ready to intervene, at least initially planning to create a storm using his regular spiritual energy to bolster the Alliance army's firepower. But it wasn't necessary. The enemy's assault had barely begun when it was abruptly halted by the starfighters who had just landed. The Phoenixes had knocked out an artillery position in one fell swoop, and the Lumen army soldiers naturally couldn't proceed with their advance, retreating in disarray to regroup. Then, that Night Titan, long deprived of its shield generator and used as a makeshift rocket launcher from afar, was taken down, and the starfighters, under the cover of Wind Falcons, retreated orderly. After distancing themselves from the enemy, they boarded fighters and flew into the town. When Ji Yuhang received the battle report a step ahead, he knew that there was no need for him to worry about the situation on the battlefield. He said to his mother, who appeared somewhat haggard and disheveled, "My army, they haven't failed their mission, have they?" Miss Wang Qi no longer had the aloof demeanor she used to present in her previous encounters with Ji Yuhang. She sighed, thanks to General Perbov and the warriors of Rage Owl Star. Without their desperate fighting, without their tremendous sacrifices, I surely would have died here, captured by Ji Yumain. He would never let me go. Ji Yuhang exclaimed, "I didn't expect that the Ji Yu family, long renowned for its unity, would end up like this. Didn't you predict this long ago? Being prepared is one thing. But having it actually happen is quite another. With regard to Ji Yuming, once caught, how do you plan to deal with him? He's not caught yet. Are you so sure he can't escape? It was only natural for Wang Qi to ask this question. From the starship belonging to her, she couldn't dispatch any ship to land in the outskirts town to take her away, but Ji Yuming could. Although, in the vastness of space, Ji Yuming's fleet was few in number and at a disadvantage, there was no orbital air defense system on the ground to strike his ship. It was quite possible for him to take a ship and flee. Ji Yuhang didn't see it that way. He can't escape. The ground-based orbital air defense cannons aren't under his control. Wang Qi immediately understood what her son meant. In essence, the orbital air defense system was controlled by Enni's Lumen. Indeed, Enni's was Ji Yuming's ally and would help him intercept Wang Qi's ships, preventing her from retreating. However, if Ji Yuming wanted to flee, Enni's Lumen probably wouldn't allow it. It would mean abandoning him. If that situation occurred, Ji Yuhang judged that the two would most likely turn against each other. Wang Qi too agreed with her son's assessment. As for the situation on the ground, in front of his mother, Ji Yuhang also revealed his strong confidence. In no more than 2 days, the capital will fall. As long as Ji Yuming does not escape by ship, then my army will definitely catch him. Wang Qi had no doubts about this. The forces led by Perbo, 30,000 strong, had managed to hold their position here for 8 days. During those 8 days, the opposing army hadn't rested at all, continuously launching fierce attacks. But not only did he hold them off, he had also destroyed 2 Night Titans of the Lumen Kingdom in the previous battles. And now, Ji Yuhang himself had brought reinforcements. Not only was there another 35,000 troops, which was more than Perbov's group, but the number of lion tanks was also 3 times that of the original expeditionary force, reaching well over 100. Additionally, there were 100 Wind Falcon aircraft as air support. With such military might, the Lumen Kingdom could no longer muster the resources to contend. At their peak, perhaps they could have, but in the past 8 days of battle, the Lumen people had suffered heavy losses. Enni's had nearly lost half of the royal legions. Even if he could convince those purported dukes to fully support him, it would merely restore their former strength. But under Ji Yuhang's command, there was an even more extraordinary asset: 15 space warriors. When she first heard this news, even Wang Qi had found it completely unbelievable. She had dealt with a warband named the Exterminators, a fleet-based group without a home planet, relying mainly on a starship fleet. While personally leading a mission to resupply the Exterminators, they were somewhat short on cash, asking her convoy to wait a while, and they would soon have the funds. At the time, the Exterminators were participating in a civil war, and Wang Qi witnessed with her own eyes how, after joining the battle, they swept through the Imperial traitors on that planet like a breeze through fallen leaves. The warband's combat style was ruthless, not valuing the lives of mere mortals. After their victory, the slaughter and plunder they performed were done cleanly and lived up to their name. But that was secondary. After winning the war, the planetary governor held a banquet to thank the space warriors, but every member of the Exterminators who attended wore armor and, candidly demanding, requested the governor to pay for supplies. The battle was over, and they needed supplies. According to the Exterminators, this was for the subsequent wars. They would set off on their journey again, rushing to the next battlefield. Naturally, this required materials. They also needed population and weaponry to replenish starship sailors and the mortal auxiliary army. They needed to conscript on the planets, requiring a large number of youths to select new soldiers through brutal survival trials and trials with extremely high death rates. All these demands were listed out by the Exterminators with quotas, requiring the planetary governor to provide them in a timely and sufficient manner. If not met, they would claim it themselves. Anyone daring to obstruct them would be treated as rebels. The planetary governor failed to gather enough and hoped for more time from the interstellar warriors. But the Exterminators acted without a second word, just as they said they would. They could take it themselves. Miss Wang Qi saw all of this with her own eyes. Some of the blood-stained war spoils and taxes were used by the Exterminators to pay for the supplies. That encounter left a profound impression on Miss Wang Qi. She thought, at the very least, the Exterminators would at least face some reprimand from the Empire, since they had attacked and plundered an imperial planet. But in reality, that didn't happen. The Exterminators moved on to the next war, while that planetary governor, on the other hand, was punished by the Empire. Indeed, the interstellar warriors were angels, but don't forget the prefix to the name, angel, is death. The mercy they brought from the emperor usually involved sending those in need of mercy to the emperor's side for a personal experience. During her visit to Rage Owl Star, she hadn't seen the phoenix. Initially, she thought it was an ally, an external force her son had invited from somewhere. But later, she found out that those interstellar warriors were actually under Ji Yu Hang's command. Fear of the interstellar warriors was implanted in her heart, and firmly believing that the emperor's angels were not to be offended, even better not to deal with at all. Miss Wang Qi was now immensely shocked to see 15 interstellar warriors fighting for her son. She was uneasy about this, but she did recognize the combat prowess of the interstellar warriors. With the assistance of those 15 death angels, victory in the war should be indeed as her son said, without any problems. Thinking of this, she looked deeply into Ji Yu Hang's face. Being able to command the interstellar warriors was something she didn't understand, it concerned her, but she had to admit even more so that her son truly had the capability. Afterward, mother and son returned to the matter at hand. Regarding the capture or confirmed death of Ji Yu Ming, the essence was actually about how to reconsolidate the family's power. Miss Wang Qi didn't want Ji Yu Ming to live, but if there was a choice, it was best to capture him alive. Taking him to Flying Wing Star for a public trial and execution would be ideal. However, this matter couldn't be forced. On one hand, firearms in battle don't have eyes. If he died, there was nothing that could be done. On the other hand, as long as Ji Yu Ming was alive, there was an element of uncertainty. Taking him to Flying Wing Star, where Ji Yu Ming still had a foundation, would possibly lead to unforeseen incidents: arrest, detention, trial, execution. There were too many opportunities to manipulate the process. Once it entered into formal proceedings, some actions might become difficult. Better to directly deal with him on the battlefield than to have the situation change and to be forced to kill him in prison or under house arrest and carry a bad reputation. After all, it was Ji Yu Ming who struck first. If he died, no one could say Ji Yu Hang and his mother were cruel and ruthless. And as long as Ji Yu Ming died, coupled with the fact that he instigated an armed disturbance and family coup, and given that Miss Wang Qi herself received more support from Gu's Commerce Association, taking full control of the Ji Yu family's power afterwards shouldn't be difficult. After Miss Wang Qi shared her thoughts, she asked her son, "And what about you? What are your thoughts on Heijian Star?" Ji Yu Hang showed a very sunny smile. "Mother, haven't you seen it already?" "What does Ji Yu Hang think about Heijian Star?" "Of course, he has big plans for it. Initially, he sent Perbode to lead the expeditionary force here simply to protect his mother's safety and ensure a smooth transition of power within the Ji Yu family. But now, an unexpected situation has arisen. He led an army in person and even committed interstellar warriors to come to the rescue, and the cost was very high. It was not just a military cost but also a significant economic and political cost. The Ji Yu family suffered heavy losses after this battle. Over the past few days, not only was the ground warfare fierce, but within the space of Heijian Star, the two originally family-affiliated Chamber of Commerce fleets were almost at each other's throats. However, their conflict seemed a bit like a melee of incompetence. The main issue was that neither side comprised a proper navy. At best, they were armed merchant ships, described as escort ship or destroyer class, but in reality, they were about the same size and had inferior firepower, not to mention other aspects. Furthermore, during the early stages of the battle, nearly 100 ships under the control of Wang Qi erupted in minor mutinies, aside from the various transport starships that were devoid of fighting capability. At first, the fight between the two sides wasn't very intense. It wasn't until Wang Jiarong regrouped the fleet and launched a full-on attack that their battle really heated up. The opposition, with the help of planetary orbital firepower, was tenacious in defense. Even though they had fewer ships, they suffered fewer losses than Wang Jiarong's side. Wang Jiarong, however, ordered her fleet to attack ferociously, regardless of losses. In just a few days, the two sides had destroyed more than a dozen ships, and the intensity of the war was still escalating. Wang Jiarong was also in a state of desperation. Not only did she have a deep emotional connection with her aunt, but even from a self-interested perspective, as an outsider to the Ji Yu family who rose to a high position by following her aunt and being her aunt's trusted confidant, Miss Wang Qi would be the second one to be purged if anything happened to her aunt. Although the naval battle seemed a bit like a fight among the weak, it was still fought with desperation. The brutal conflict only ceased when the Blade Tiger, flying the Navy's flag, forcefully ordered a ceasefire between the two sides. And by that time, the number of destroyed ships had already surpassed 20. Ji Heng's heart bled at this. These were all family assets that, if things had gone according to plan, would be resources available to him when he became the Ji clan leader in the future. Now, all of it was gone. And these were just the visible losses. Given the extent of the conflict and the extremity of resorting to armed force, Wang Qi would likely face many difficulties in cleaning up the aftermath and reintegrating the family's resources. Many of the family's past trade routes, relationships, and resources would suffer significantly. According to his mother, the family's assets would shrink by a conservative estimate of 40% after this battle. As for the political cost, that mainly comprised the promises Ji Heng made to the paid Daisy leadership on his way to rescue his mother. Following this ordeal, the Ji family's original plan to detach from the so-called Tianma Star Sector Iron Triangle and adopt a more neutral and cross-sector expansion was basically unachievable. After all the effort to ease relations and even begin large-scale purchases to make the 3 stars of the Fatches family a significant source of raw materials and market, that market would likely be lost. This was, after all, due to the execution of the paid Daisy leadership's blockade actions against the Fatches family. Of course, these challenges were primarily for Ji Heng's mother to face. But although the two parties couldn't yet be considered one, Ji Heng had come to regard the forces under Wang Qi's control as firm allies of Rage Owl Star through their unwavering blood ties after multiple incidents. This alliance was highly reliable. The losses of the Ji clan were his father's losses. So, taking some compensation from Heijian Star to make up for the losses, that wouldn't be too much to ask for, right? So, what exactly do you want? Wang Qi posed this question. I want the Lumen Kingdom, Ji Heng said bluntly to his mother. The Lumen Kingdom is the 3rd largest country on Heijian Star, with a population of 4 million and a land area of 4.8 million square kilometers. I want it all. The Lumen Kingdom itself can exist. The Lumen family should no longer exist. Wang Qi frowned. What's the value in that? It's just an agricultural country. Their annual output is only over 20 million tax currency, yet they need to pay 4 million in imperial tax. After taxes, the amount left in the treasury barely exceeds 2 million. Of these 2 million, most of it must be spent on maintaining the army, plus some administrative expenses, royal household expenditures. It would be fortunate if the annual budget doesn't end up in deficit. What kind of profit can you gain from taking over such a place? Ji Heng shook his head and said, My mother, this is the difference between the thinking of a merchant and that of a builder. You only see the present value of an asset, yet you fail to see its future. Wang Qi, after the ordeal of this event, had improved her temper considerably. In the past, if her son spoke to her like this, how could she have tolerated it? But now, she could endure it, showing only a slight dissatisfaction. I'm not blind to the potential. But the premise of development is the investment of the necessary capital. 40 million population, over 4 million square kilometers of decent land, these are positive assets. However, the education level of Lumen Kingdom citizens, the level of industrialization, the standard of infrastructure are all extremely poor. How much resources will you need to invest to achieve the future you envision? And how many years before it pays off? After a pause, Wang Qi continued. Moreover, this is just a simple economic calculation, and there are other factors that haven't been taken into account. Here on Heijian Star, which has an owner, which is governed by the King's Council. If you occupy the Lumen Kingdom, how will the other 6 kingdoms and a myriad of smaller states view this? How will you establish a legitimate rule? If the tensions escalate, is there a possibility of war breaking out? How many resources will you need to commit to dealing with these wars? Clearly, Wang Qi was skeptical about this. In the end, she offered her own suggestion. Why not trade these battle gains for some tangible benefits? Population and land are tangible benefits. I mean more short-term, more direct ones. Ji Heng sighed. The biggest disagreement between him and his mother was exactly this. Merchants consider profits, investment returns, risks. But Ji Heng never considered himself a merchant. Pure profit was never his primary concern when making decisions. This included his decision to become the governor of Rage Owl Star. Speaking of which, Ji Heng said, when I was rebuilding Rage Owl Star, did I invest anything? Just with that rhetorical question, he had stumped Wang Qi. Indeed, the situation on Rage-Al Star was much worse than that of Hajian Star. According to what Wang Qi said, wouldn't Rage-Al Star be an even more negative asset? But what about the outcome? Even she could not deny the developmental state of Rage-Al Star with her eyes open. And all of this was built on the premise that Ji Yu Hang started from scratch. She was well aware that, in the nearly 2 years' time, Ji Yu Hang hadn't received a single penny of investment from the family. But even so, Rage-Al Star was already a thriving prospect. She did not know how her son had achieved this. She had tried to inquire indirectly, but never received a straightforward answer. But if the corresponding model could be replicated on Hajian Star, then what potential could the 40 million people of the Lumen Kingdom unleash? She couldn't help but ponder. And Ji Yu Hang's words continued, "Of course, I won't treat this place as my homeland or as a core area for development. My energy and resources are limited, and I will give priority to Rage-Al Star. Furthermore, as you have said, Mother, taking control of the Lumen Kingdom will come with various obstacles and troubles. Here, I will merely treat it as a colony for the time being. But I will still invest a small amount of development resources. After all, given the current state of the Lumen Kingdom, whatever I do, it is all hollow, and squeezing it dry would yield but a trifle of oil. The real solution is to increase productivity and expand the economy as a whole. I have calculated the investment needed, and it won't be too high. Moreover, I will liberate the people. Their current production relations are simply too primitive and backward." Wang Qi expressed her concerns. By doing this, you'll inevitably offend the other 6 feudal kingdoms, and there will be significant diplomatic issues. Images from history in his previous life flashed through Ji Yu Hang's mind. Indeed, what would it look like to have a centralized state emerge among a group of feudal monarchies? You are right, however, there will soon be a major window of opportunity that can bring a period of peace. Wang Qi immediately furrowed her brows. She thought for a moment and understood what Ji Yu Hang was talking about, imperial tax. Yes, Ji Yu Hang said, if nothing unexpected happens, in at most another 2 or 3 months, the fleet of the Imperial Taxation Department will arrive at the Tianma Star sector. Wang Qi followed Ji Yu Hang's train of thought and pondered, and now, the governor of Hajian Star is the king of the Lumen Kingdom, authorized by the King's Council and registered with the Empire's administrative department. This means that the entire planet's imperial tax is to be submitted through Enni's Lumen. Theoretically, he still owns the entire planet. Right, Ji Yu Hang said, once I've taken care of Ji Yu Meng and Enni's Lumen, you go clean up the family's mess, and I'll take care of the Hajian Star mess. I will reconvene the King's Council, affirm the Ji Yu family's claim over the Lumen Kingdom, which is ownership of the entire Lumen Kingdom. I will hold in my grasp the governorship of the Lumen Kingdom for 2 more years, using the occasion of the imminent submission of the imperial tax. The other 6 nations won't be able to disagree. They've already sent their share of the imperial tax materials to the Lumen Kingdom in succession. They must compromise on this matter. The risk is still too high, Wang Qi said. You're right, at least before the imperial tax is submitted, no matter what you do, the other 6 nations won't make any significant moves. But 3 months later, once the imperial tax is submitted, they won't let you hold onto the planetary governor's powers. They will definitely reconvene the King's Council, elect a new governor, and you won't be able to get elected. Who agreed to them reconvening the King's Council? Ji Yu Hang said. It's the tradition of Hajian Star. What do their traditions have to do with me? Ji Yu Hang retorted. Does the Empire acknowledge the traditions of Hajian Star? They do. No, wait. Wang Qi realized something. Does the Empire recognize the so-called King's Council traditions of Hajian Star? It depends on the perspective. Hajian Star changes its governor every 4 years. This governor is nominated by the King's Council from one of the 7 major nations' kings, reported to the Empire, accepted by the Empire, and then for those 4 years, tax collection is the governor's responsibility. From this angle, the Empire certainly recognizes it. The Empire's administrative department will respect the local traditions of the planet to some extent. If you want to change the governor, they will let you change. However, from another perspective, this does not conflict with the Empire's policies at all. The Empire collects taxes by keeping tabs on the governor. Whoever is the governor is who they go to. The same applies to all of the Empire's governance policies. They are also directed at the registered governor. Military aid, interstellar trade, it all follows the governor. Fundamentally, the empire views the process of changing governors on Hagian Star as the incumbent governor resigning and nominating a new one, approved by the Star Sector government, then by the Star Domain government, and finally by the empire's administrative department. It's just that because of the special circumstances of Hagian Star, the entire process goes very smoothly. But what if the incumbent governor doesn't resign within the process? What would happen if Gu Hang used the governorship authority acquired from Enni's Lumen to stubbornly hold onto power? In the eyes of the empire, there's no term limit for a governor. As long as you submit the tax every 2 years, you're the recognized governor by the empire. Anything else is none of their concern. In the history of Hagian Star, there have been more than one such occurrence. Those who clung to the governorship, if they were from a particularly strong nation at the time, the other nations would just hold their noses and bear it, endure beatings if they didn't, and ultimately still had to obediently comply. And if they weren't strong enough, then a war would break out. The strong nation clinging to the governorship, while satisfying the imperial tax requirements, would brutally punish the disobedient, through methods such as overthrowing royal authority, setting up puppets, and plundering territories to affirm dominance. This is all brightly recorded in the history of Hagian Star. However, this kind of dominance usually didn't last very long. In the last 100 or 200 years, international affairs on Hagian Star have been relatively stable, the King's Council has played an important role, everyone obediently complied, and there wasn't much war over the struggle for governorship for dominance. Wang Qi sighed, "You're about to turn Hagian Star upside down." Gu Hang spread his hands innocently, they struck first. Gu Hang and Wang Qi, this mother and son duo, discussed post-war plans in their conversation. No matter how much they disagreed or how worried Wang Qi was about her son's plans, there was one point they never talked about but took for granted as the premise for everything. Gu Ming and Enni's Lumen were as good as dead. The reason they took this for granted was because neither of them saw it as an issue, but as a certainty. And reality proved that they were not being blindly arrogant. After the Phoenix Battle Group and the Allied Air Force executed a beautiful surprise attack, destroying a Night Titan, the Lumen Legion besieging the suburban town collapsed. It was also fortunate that the Phoenix did not have complete intelligence during the assault, unaware that Gu Ming and Enni's Lumen were right beside the Night Titan they destroyed, allowing the two to escape. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the Phoenix, they could have easily slaughtered them on the spot. But they could only run temporarily, not forever. In the following days, several events transpired that symbolized the dissolution and collapse of their alliance. Moreover, these events happened quickly. First, the last Night Titan in the Lumen Kingdom's army was destroyed. After the defeat at the suburban town battlefield, as the main forces of the Allied reinforcements had yet to arrive, the Lumen military was trying hard to regroup and retreat towards Pincer City. However, at this time, a battalion of the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade as the vanguard and the first troops to disembark from the landing ships was already speeding toward the battlefield. The sight of the reassembled Lumen army's main force did intimidate this battalion. Although they had over 1,000 troops, with 9 Lion tanks and over 50 various types of combat vehicles, attacking the enemy's tens of thousands of troops, especially given the presence of over 100 scout mechas and a Night Titan in the enemy forces, was indeed difficult. If they charged in, they might not come back. After much deliberation, the battalion commander, a major, decided to play it safe. He instructed his troops to merely follow at a distance and monitor movements. In fact, the major was very tense inside. His battalion was too small in number, and being an armored mobile force, they couldn't dig any temporary lines of defense while keeping up with the enemy. If the enemy were to counterattack head-on, it would be a serious problem. Especially if the Night Titan began to move, that would be truly nerve-wracking. However, he quickly realized he had worried too much. The enemy's reaction was much more panicked than his own. When his armored troops appeared, the enemy was like startled birds, jumping into action. Through his military binoculars and the reports from his reconnaissance soldiers, he could see the enemy troops become utterly disorganized. The Night Titan he had dreaded even sped up and moved away from them. This was absurd to the major. Forget his single battalion. The cost of that Night Titan was far more than his entire brigade combined. Yet, when the Titan noticed the presence of his battalion nearby, with plenty of other troops around, its first reaction was to accelerate away. Amidst his disbelief at the absurdity, a bold new idea popped into his mind. Why not go for it? The Lumen army was like a toothless tiger. It was as if their backbone had been broken. However, he was still rational and did not let the tempting thought directly sway him. But soon, another event catalyzed his idea and made up his mind. The Stellar Warriors and the Allied Air Force arrived. Military communications came straight into his command vehicle, and after a brief exchange, he made his decision. Oh, he didn't need to make the decision now. In the Allied military hierarchy, Commander Mattens of the Phoenix Battalion had very high authority. According to Allied military regulations, he was required to follow the battalion leader's command on the battlefield unless the leader's orders absolutely contradicted the mission he was carrying out, in which case he needed to seek higher clearance. Now, Commander Mattens simply wanted his surveillance troop to launch an attack and distract the enemy's attention, which didn't create a conflict with his tasks. The only thing of concern was casualties. But this was an absolute order for battle. Where did concerns about casualties come in? The battalion quickly prepared for combat and launched an attack. They were already in a state of combat readiness, not requiring any additional preparation, and could start fighting at the command. And the outcome of the battle? As expected, the Lumen people had no will to fight and were easily scattered like rats by the iron tide, fleeing in all directions. This was a crushing defeat. The actual number of casualties was not significant, as a single battalion couldn't really set up encirclements or execute annihilation tactics. However, their assault achieved its real effect. The Lumen people, whose morale had already collapsed after the defeat at the suburban town, managed to barely reassemble, only to show signs of collapsing again at this attack. Of course, within this group, there were always some reliable presences. Those were the knights. Within the feudal legion, these knights, who served as middle-ranked military officers and had been carefully raised since childhood, maintained decent combat will. Under the command and perseverance of these knights, the assault by the composite camp inevitably began to slow down, gradually showing signs of becoming bogged down. After all, their force was a little too small. The Night Titan had reacted as well. It stopped fleeing and started using long-range firepower to strike at the Alliance army. Casualties began to emerge, but it was at this moment that the Phoenix appeared. The characteristic roaring sound of the Wind Falcon arrived first. Their initial position was at least 100 kilometers away, but within 15 minutes after the battle had started, they had reached the battlefield. Without missiles, having used up their missile payloads in the previous combat in the suburbs, there was no chance to resupply at the moment. However, the onboard laser cannons and the real single cannons still produced very powerful effects. After a round of ground skimming fire, the Lumen army became even more disorganized. The starfighters, too, descended from the sky. They repeated the same old trick. 3 Wind Falcons performed a stunt. They lowered their altitude to just over 10 meters and slightly reduced their flying speed while firing fiercely at their surroundings. At the same time, the hatches opened, and the starfighters jumped down one by one. However, one should never underestimate any enemy, right? Some of the knights piloting Sentinel mechas had experienced the combat in the suburbs. As the characteristic sound of the Wind Falcons appeared overhead, some brave souls among them raised their gun barrels and fired at the Wind Falcons. Most shots missed. The swiftly streaking Wind Falcons were not so easily hit. But the 3 Wind Falcons carrying the Phoenix faced trouble. Their lower altitude and reduced flight speed increased their risk significantly. One of them, while deploying the starfighters, was hit by continuous machine gun fire, taking hits to its wing. The entire Wind Falcon tumbled down, crashing hard on the ground, smashing the Sentinel mecha that had shot it down in the process. The morale of the surrounding Lumen warriors briefly soared. Taking down a plane, especially one carrying the formidable starfighters, was a feat. However, this surge in morale was short-lived because it was quickly replaced by panic once more. Not to mention the 10 starfighters who had landed successfully. Even the slightly deformed hatch of the downed Wind Falcon was suddenly kicked open from the inside. A starfighter burst out, his grenade gun firing violently, eliminating the threatening targets around him. Of course, the so-called threat was not that menacing. In fact, when the Lumen people saw starfighters emerging unscathed from the wrecked flyer, the only thing on their minds was to run. Subsequently, more starfighters emerged, forming a 5-man squad. In the event of the Wind Falcon crash, all 5 starfighters survived without any serious injuries, each retaining their combat capability. However, the crash had still delayed them somewhat. Their combat brothers had already charged toward the nearby Night Titan. Thus, there was no need for these 5 to join the charge. They raised their weapons and started clearing the surrounding enemies, mainly focusing on those sentinel mechas with stronger resistance. Meanwhile, they didn't neglect their primary target and, unsurprisingly, they witnessed the swift process of their commander eliminating the Night Titan. The most important defense of Night Titan is the shield generator it is equipped with, which is ineffective against interstellar warriors, unless they foolishly choose to strike only with ranged weapons. The shield's inability to recognize slow-moving targets allows interstellar warriors to walk through the energy shields and attack directly with cold weapons. Having a shield generator or not doesn't make much of a difference in such a case. Of course, Night Titan itself also has thick armor. Unfortunately for it, Madden's had a power sword in his hand. In front of such a weapon that can decompose matter, ordinary armor is no better than paper match. Just like how he had dismantled that Night Titan in the suburbs earlier, he did the same now. And when this Night Titan crashed to the ground, the already crumbling Lumen army collapsed completely. Not only the ordinary Lumen soldiers but even the knights piloting Sentinel mechas lost their will to fight. This also made the retreat of the interstellar warriors much smoother, as they easily joined forces with the composite camp that had extricated itself from the mire and retreated without difficulty. On the road from the suburb town to Pincer City, the ground was littered with the corpses of Lumen people. Unfortunately, the main force that came to support didn't unload quickly enough, and many were still crushing the troops sent to intercept them in a tidal wave of steel. Thus, they failed to engage in a beautiful encirclement battle outside of Pincer City while the enemy was in disarray. The Alliance's forces could only use small-scale wolfpack tactics, constantly biting chunks of flesh off these disintegrating troops. Despite having caused significant casualties to the enemy's living force and forcing a considerable number of Lumen people to desert, in the end, they still let about 20,000 people enter the city. While the number might seem significant, in reality, more than 80% of the enemy was either dead or fled, no longer organized or a threat. Moreover, most of those who had fled back to Pincer City were common soldiers. The Lumen Kingdom's main military force might still exist in name, but in reality, it was finished. This country, with a population of 40 million, supported an army of about 500,000, but most were under the feudal lord's control. The core of the force consisted of about 600 knights, and at the top were 6 ranger-level Night Titans supported by national resources. In the political ecology of the Lumen Kingdom, there were 2 great dukes, each possessing a Night Titan and with more than 200 knights swearing allegiance to them. Although they were vassals of the kingdom, they had a relatively high degree of independence. The most core forces at the disposal of King Ne's Lumen were known as the Royal Knight Order, consisting of 200 Royal Knights plus 2 Ranger-level Titans, plus 2 Earls who were directly loyal to the royal family and their vassals. That's another 200 Knights and 2 Titans. These constituted the overall military force of the Lumen Kingdom. Right from the start, Ne's Lumen had almost mobilized all his military forces. The gathering of common soldiers was not much, about 150,000. But the 400 knights and 4 titans were summoned ahead of time in the name of a festival. This was virtually all his base being put into play. And then, all was lost. The most painful, of course, was the loss of the 4 Night Titans. The damage can't be viewed solely by the production cost of 700,000 tax currency. The maintenance costs of these behemoths were over 100,000 tax currency each time, and they needed maintenance every 2 to 3 years, or else their combat effectiveness would suffer. Over the years, Lumen Kingdom had spent untold amounts of money on them. Now, all was lost, and of those 400 knights piloting Sentinel mechas, fewer than 50 returned. In the political ecology of the Lumen Kingdom, those knights were the mid-level rulers, the titans were the high-level rulers. After a decisive round-up, not only was the military force nearly wiped out, but the kingdom's political ecology was also destroyed, leaving nothing behind. In this sense, even if the Alliance suddenly had a change of heart, stopped their offensive, withdrew their forces, and demanded no indemnity, the Lumen Kingdom would likely cease to exist. The other 6 nations on Hagian Star would not miss the chance to take over such a weakened Lumen. Even the 2 remaining dukes, whose power hadn't suffered much, might also have some plans in mind. And, of course, Jiyu Hang would not be so kind-hearted. The army approached the city. The reorganized Alliance army surrounded Pincer City. Perbov gazed at the city before him, his expression serene. Leroy approached his side. Perbov turned to look at his old partner, whose one ear was wrapped in bandages that were still seeping blood. The ear of his political commissar, Colonel Leroy, would be deaf forever. Yet, Leroy himself didn't seem to mind it, his face still wearing a smile. He turned to Perbov and asked, "What's wrong with you? You've just been promoted, yet you look so grim." He was referring to Perbov being confirmed once again as the commander of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Although the governor had come in person, he had not interfered with military command, which was still entrusted to Perbov. Moreover, although his military rank hadn't changed yet, the governor had made it clear that once they returned, he would be promoted to the formal rank of Major General. Logically, this was a joyous event. Perbov had long coveted the title of general. But when it was finally within his grasp, he felt as if he wasn't that happy. Faced with his old friend's question, he sighed deeply. "I have never lost so many men under my command." That single statement silenced Leroy as well. Together, they remembered the scene when they set off from Rage Owl Star with the expeditionary force. Those young and spirited faces, full of pride and valor as they boarded the spacecraft. And now, the 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions were now crippled. The loss of personnel exceeded 50% and losses of armored vehicles and artillery surpassed 70%. Among the survivors, most were wounded. Even if they resupplied ammunition, these three divisions had little fighting strength left. In the 8 days of desperate, bloody defending that preceded, they had made enormous sacrifices. Toward the end, it didn't matter if they were frontline combat units or not, engineer battalions, logistics camps, guard companies, they were all pulled into the fight. To restore these three divisions to fighting strength would be almost equivalent to rebuilding them. Since the establishment of the alliance, the two largest operations had been the pacification of the Green Valley region and the eastern provinces. Leroy and Perbov had participated in both. In those wars, the alliance had always been the advantaged side. They had never encountered a battle that crippled three divisions. The brutal sacrifices were etched deeply into the hearts of these two military leaders. But what could Leroy say? In war, aren't there always casualties? The merciful cannot lead an army. He simply reminded Perbov with this saying. That saying was an ancient Guitarra sentiment he had heard from the governor. Perbov nodded. "I understand. I'm just wondering, in those days, could we have done better? Could we have saved more lives?" Leroy patted his good friend's shoulder and comforted him. "What's past is beyond changing. What we can do is perform better in the future." Now, the newly arrived 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, 2nd Infantry Division, 13th Combined Brigade, and 36th Combined Brigade are all under your command. You're still the commander of the expeditionary force. We cannot let down the soldiers' sacrifices, nor can we fail the governor's trust. Yeah. Perbov nodded again, and asked, "What about that thing we discussed earlier? How is that coming along?" "The governor has agreed," Leroy said. "The 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions will certainly be rebuilt upon their return and won't be disbanded or merged into other units. Moreover, they will be awarded commendations and honorary designations as meritorious units. That puts my mind at ease." "You needn't have worried about that anyway," Leroy asserted. "Such things are part of a unit's historical heritage, a part of its essence. Even leaving aside these symbolic aspects, practically speaking, they can serve as internal propaganda, part of the military legacy, so that new warriors joining these meritorious units will quickly develop a sense of pride after learning their history, and this will greatly boost morale and esprit de corps. It's better to rebuild these units than dismantle them." Perbov showed an embarrassed smile. "I was just worried, just in case." "You'd better focus on the matter at hand," Leroy advised. "We have to take this city with finesse." "I already have some ideas," Perbov said. "You can take a look with me." He began to explain the battle plan in detail to his political commissar. The wounded soldiers from the 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions were left in the suburban towns, and the remaining few thousand troops were integrated into a force barely enough for 2 infantry regiments. They were positioned directly in front of the north gate of Pincer City, 20 kilometers away, where they established a position and began shelling the city with artillery. Of course, the main assault operation did not require the already heavily sacrificed troops. They were mainly a diversion, while the main effort was to be shouldered by the 4 newly arrived divisions. The Extinguishing Wind Brigade on the east, the 13th and 36th Brigades on the west. These 3 combined brigades would be the primary attacking force. They would use armor and heavy artillery to break open the gates of Pincer City. The 2nd Infantry Division was positioned directly south of Pincer City. In addition to blocking the city's southern part, they had another task, which was to watch over the 2 great marquises of the Lumen Kingdom to the south of the royal city. The movements of those so-called marquises are a significant unknown. Leroy expressed his concerns. If they're determined to assemble their forces to interfere with our operations, they'll have 2 Night Titans, over 200 Mecha Sentinels, and up to 200,000 infantry that they could potentially muster. Although those Lumen infantry are mostly ragtag cannon fodder, their numbers are substantial, and we cannot completely ignore them. Mr. Perbo says that an envoy has already been dispatched, Perbo stated, hoping those 2 would know better. But we can't pin all our hope on diplomatic efforts, Leroy emphasized. What can't be obtained on the battlefield can't be expected to be obtained through diplomacy either. That's also Mr. Gu's saying. Unless those 2 ambitious marquises understand that they can't interfere with the battle for Pincer City, they won't be too honest. The 2nd Division must be prepared to fight a tough battle. However, the worries of both men didn't come true. After receiving a reminder from the headquarters, the commander of the 2nd Division sent out many reconnaissance units to closely monitor the troops of the 2 marquises gathering in the south. The focus was specifically on those 2 Night Titans. The Space Warriors and the Allied Air Force were on standby, ready for battle. Once these 2 things appeared on the battlefield, the scenes that had been played out twice before could have the chance to be enacted again. However, the attitudes of the 2 marquises were rather ambiguous. On one hand, they put strong pressure on the envoys sent by Gu Hang, speaking very harshly. On the other hand, their actual actions were few, and apart from mustering troops, there were no further movements. Marquises Yasago and Janviers once again expressed their strong dissatisfaction and protest to the envoy from Rajoul Star. And after seeing the envoy off, the severe and fierce expressions on their faces were simultaneously removed. Both looked at each other and sighed. With a worried frown, Yasago said, "Our protests are useless. The Allied forces must have already begun their attack on Pincer City by now, right? What can we do about it?" Marquis Janviers said, "You're not in favor of sending troops. I say, let's just try and attack. The Rajoul Star people defending the south side of Pincer City number only a little over 10,000, while we have 200,000 troops, 200 knights, and you and me. Are we afraid of these 10,000? Yasago said, "From the king's ambitious plots to complete collapse. How long did it take? Only half a month. Half a month ago, King Nes of Lumen was still thinking about how to permanently occupy the governorship, even risking all his assets, and got involved in the Gu family's internal strife. Now he can only beg us to save him. Do you also want to experience the same fate?" Janviers fell silent. If he had the courage, he wouldn't be here whining with Yasago. Truth be told, King Nes of Lumen wasn't a bad king. In the past few years, he's been manipulating politics on one hand and focusing on development on the other. Many nobles, both great and small, were drawn into what's called the Royal Knights, and the power and privileges of the traditional nobility were continuously reduced. In their place was the gradually strengthening centralized power of King Nes of Lumen. This placed a great pressure on Yasago and Janviers, the 2 traditional marquis lords. And among these pressures, the biggest source was the Royal Knights. 4 Night Titans, 400 knights, and 3/4 of the country's land and population were already under the centralized control of the king. Even the 2 of them had to show respect to the king and repeatedly reaffirm their loyalty. Such a king and a royal knights, which had been so oppressive for their 2 families that they couldn't catch a breath, were defeated by the people of Rajoul Star in half a month. Who wouldn't be afraid? Very afraid. But now, the 2 of them still had disagreements. If we stand by and do nothing, and those people from Rajoul Star capture Pincer City and win the war, what will our position be? Janviers asked a critical question. This was exactly where they found themselves in a dilemma. The envoys from Rajoul Star communicated Governor Gu Hang's goodwill to them, providing terms. According to the envoys' words, they characterized King Nes of Lumen's actions as rebellion. This term made the 2 marquises feel rather ridiculous. The king committing treason? But they soon realized that the rebellion Mr. Gu referred to was not the betrayal they commonly conceived in their minds, but rather betrayal against the empire. King Nes of Lumen had attacked on his own initiative the Gu family, a member of the empire's official merchants association, and such a hostile act was already considered a betrayal against the empire. He must pay the price for it. This was a non-negotiable premise. Mr. Gu had made his intention very clear. No matter what the cost and ease of Lumen has to pay, the fundamental premise is non-negotiable. The anger of the Gu family will not be extinguished by anything or any statement. They will capture that king of Lumen. Whoever dares hinder this will become an enemy of the Gu family, an enemy of Rajal Star. Under this non-negotiable fundamental premise, there is room for discussion on other matters. The two marquises can still retain their titles and pass them down through generations. They can still keep their own armies, as well as control over their territories. As for the Lumen kingdom as a whole, it will be preserved. They need to maintain their allegiance to this entity. From nominal obedience and management to fulfilling tax obligations and military duties. What does this mean? Are we to have a new king? How can this be? It seems not unacceptable. The history of the Lumen kingdom spans hundreds of years, with the Lumen dynasty having always been the ruler of this nation. But earlier on, this land was a battleground of multiple nations, until the Lumen family united the whole realm and maintained this unity for hundreds of years. Throughout these centuries, it seems that the people have become accustomed to, taken for granted even, the Lumen family's control over this land. But in fact, once this psychological barrier is removed, people might realize that having a different king isn't such a big deal after all. Would life really change? For the common people, it appears not, and it seems the same for the two marquises. After all, the terms offered by Governor Gu Heng's envoy were the same as the conditions they had when they previously served the Lumen family. Life went on as before, and so it will now. No way, Janvier shook his head and said, the Lumen family is one thing, but how can we accept a bunch of aliens sitting on top of us? Moreover, we are not without chances. Those Rage Owl Star People forces total just tens of thousands. With the Lumen family troops still in Pincer City, if we join forces, we can drive those Rage Owl Star People away, and the whole kingdom will be ours. The Lumen family has no longer the power to compete with us. Besides, it is not just us. The other nations, can they really accept a state controlled by aliens on Hagian Star? If we send out envoys, we can garner support. At worst, we cede some territory. Janvier grew more excited as he spoke. However, Yasago threw cold water on his plans. By the time you've summoned foreign troops, Pincer City will have already been taken. Janvier hesitated and then said, that's the reason we exist. We must march and hold off those Rage Owl Star People forces. Moreover, even if Pincer City falls and Nes of Lumen dies, it doesn't matter. We can continue the war as long as we can get the other countries on Hagian Star on our side. Can those Rage Owl Star People really defeat us on our home turf? Yasago continued to shake his head. Yes, they can. They have the help of interstellar warriors, they also have space superiority. That Gu Main, once he's done for, the interstellar force of the Gu family will once again be controlled by Governor Gu Heng. Our planet's orbit will be in their hands, and we must fight the Rage Owl Star People under orbital strikes. After a pause, he continued, the largest external trade partner of the entire Hagian Star is the Gu family. Without them, our weapons will be fewer with each battle, and even the Titan could sustain damage without any place for repairs. At this point, Yasago concluded, in conclusion, I've made my decision. I'm going to quietly watch what happens to Pincer City from here. I will not let my troops attack the Rage Owl Star People. As for you, do as you please. Janvier frowned deeply. He had to admit, Yasago had made some very valid points. And what's more, without Yasagio's movement, the forces he could mobilize were insufficient for the plan he had described. Even combined, they might not be able to manage it, let alone him alone. He wanted to persuade Yasago further, but Yasago didn't give him the chance, leaving straight away. Yasago accepted Gu Heng's terms by default, followed immediately by Yanyer's acceptance. When the news that both marquises had been stabilized reached Gu Heng's ears, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. This was good news. If the troops under those two marquises had really come charging in from the south regardless of the consequences, it would indeed have been a bit troublesome. At that time, the pressure on the 2nd Division would have been rather great. Now it was much better. He relayed the relevant information to Perbov, who quickly ordered his troops to begin the attack. Knowing that the two marquises had been stabilized, Perbov also removed a weight from his mind. The reason the attack order was delayed for a while wasn't solely due to waiting for news from the south, but also awaiting more ammunition to be unloaded. Shuttles flying from starships to the ground hadn't stopped for a moment. In pursuit of rapid unloading of troops, the troops' reserves of ammunition and supplies were insufficient. It was fortunate that they hadn't encountered a high-intensity battle, or the expeditionary force's ammunition might actually have run out. As for now, that problem no longer existed, and Perbov could finally begin his fierce attack with peace of mind. There were two main objectives for this battle. One, naturally, was the key figures Nes Lumen and Gu Main. Two, were the orbital anti-air defense systems scattered throughout Pincer City. The attack was relatively smooth. The troops from the east and west sides almost simultaneously breached Pincer City's first line of defense, entered the city, and engaged the enemy in urban street fighting. In theory, street fighting in a city is very difficult. Once armored troops entered the city, they certainly still had a role, but it wasn't as significant as outdoor combat. However, in reality, Lumen People's first line of defense, relying on city walls and gates, had managed to barely hold for a day and a night. But once the street fighting started, their defense collapsed disastrously. The anticipated scene where each building had to be fought over repeatedly at the cost of blood didn't happen. The Alliance Army's progress was rapid. And it was at this time that two more events took place. First, what many people could see, a number of spaceships descended from the sky toward the palace complex in Pincer City. Needless to say, that was undoubtedly the fleet controlled by Gu Main, probably to rescue Gu Main into space. However, just as Perbov was about to order his troops' air defense firepower to intercept, Pincer City's orbital anti-air firepower fired first. Those few ships were directly shot down. Then, not long after, the frontline troops reported hearing gunfire from within the palace complex in Pincer's city center. The enemy might have turned on one another. Hearing this news, and recalling the earlier interception of Gu Ming's ships by anti-air firepower, Perbov, no matter how slow to react, could roughly understand what was happening. This war was likely coming to an end. He didn't know exactly how to feel. Should he be happy that his troops wouldn't have to continue fighting, sparing more lives, or frustrated that the surefire military honors now had to cease? But whatever his feelings might be, what to do about it wasn't a decision for a soldier like him to make. He simply ordered his troops to continue with the original plan on one hand, albeit fighting more conservatively and reducing casualties, and on the other hand, he immediately passed the news to the governor. And he indeed received further instructions from the governor to hold his forces and watch the developments. About half a day later, an unarmed troop emerged from the palace complex and surrendered to the Alliance. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man, shirtless and bound up by his own hands. Perbov had seen his portraits and photographs. This was the monarch of the Lumen Kingdom, Nes Lumen. And beside him was a person not so calm, with his mouth gagged. That was Gu Main. Merely half a day later, Gu Hang, inside the military camp outside of the city, met both Gu Ming and Nes Lumen. Regardless of his bound and beaten uncle, who writhed on the ground with his mouth sealed, Gu Hang's gaze mainly rested on Nes Lumen. Bare-chested, in self-imposed bondage, even carrying a whip on his back. Well, look at that. Another Guitarra legend? Submitting to punishment as an apology? This monarch of the Lumen Kingdom really knows how to bend and stretch. As things had reached this point, he finally made up his mind without hesitation, even discarding the last wisp of wishful thinking, and made a decision. He couldn't let Gu Ming escape on his own. If Gu Ming escaped, there might still be a way out for him. He still had 4 fleets in space, and he still had plenty of connections and pathways. No matter how difficult it was to turn the tables, he could still try his luck in various ways. But Nes Lumen had nothing left. The power he had painstakingly accumulated over the years, the royal knights he had built, crumbled overnight. His capital was about to be conquered by the towering fury of another faction of the Gu clan. If Gu Ming escaped, he would have nothing left, facing death and the extinction of his clan. At the critical moment, he ordered his remaining anti-air defenses, which were still under his control, to shoot down the spacecraft coming to Gu Ming's aid, and urged his troops to kill the few security personnel protecting Gu Ming, capturing him alive. This was the sincerity of his surrender. He knew that once he came out, he was giving his and his country's fate into someone else's hands, to be manipulated. But what else could he do? It was a situation bound for defeat. He could only grab the last chip before complete destruction to secure the slightest possibility for himself. It was humiliating, but a true man needs to know when to bend and when to stand tall. Upon meeting, he knelt down in front of Jiyu Hang. I, the king of the Lumen Kingdom, apologized to the Jiyu clan head. Half a year ago, Jiyu Ming secretly visited, conspiring with me. Nes Lumen confessed everything from start to end without Jiyu Hang even asking, very sincerely. Of course, even without his admission, Jiyu Hang already knew the whole story. It was just that in the normal family council procedure, Jiyu Ming was no longer likely to win, so he took the opportunity to cause trouble, overturning the table. The designated location for the family council has always been Hajian Star, because no matter which country governs it and holds the gubernatorial authority, its main foreign trade relies on the merchant fleets of the Jiyu family. Both sides have had a good relationship over their long-term cooperation. They are not part of the Jiyu clan's forces, but they can be considered an important market for the Jiyu clan, one of the foundational elements where the Jiyu clan started. Wang Qi was wary of Jiyu Ming, but she didn't guard against Nes Lumen's betrayal. Even in Wang Qi's view, the many kingdoms of Hajian Star should have better relations with her. It would have been good enough had she not used Nes Lumen against Jiyu Ming, so why would the other party use the native forces of Hajian Star against her? Furthermore, she had sent people to monitor the situation. But she missed one move and was deceived by Nes Lumen. He was swayed by the notion Jiyu Ming presented to him of eternal control of Hajian Star. A monarch of a nation, bare-chested and tightly bound, knelt before Jiyu Hang, painstakingly confessing the nature of his crimes word by word. Indeed, they were crimes. Nes Lumen had always known that simply binding himself and bringing Jiyu Ming to confess would be futile. Was it true remorse? No, it was due to being driven to desperation with no other recourse. Even if he didn't come to confess, if he didn't make this gesture, the end result would be much the same. Better to be thorough, then. This was humiliating, less glorious than dying in battle within his palace. He had contemplated whether to leave behind a king who died on the battlefield for his country, for the Lumen family, as a kind of resolution. But he wasn't willing to settle for that. Since he had inherited the throne more than 20 years ago, he vividly remembered taking the crown from his older brother at a time when the Lumen family was most vulnerable, when he was merely 14 years old. Over 20 years, he had exhausted every effort to form alliances, suppress opposition, and engage in both covert and overt plots. When necessary, he didn't hold back from the bravery and courage needed to take to the battlefield himself. Thanks to his endeavors, the Lumen family had revived its former glory within a mere 20 years, from its shaky beginnings. His centralization of power not only concentrated the majority of the nation's strength but also left the remaining two powerful nobles struggling for breath. Given more time, he might have been able to dismantle the power of those two influential marquises following the old paths and finally achieve total unification of the kingdom. At the previous King's Council, he mobilized allies and showcased his power, securing for the Lumen Kingdom the position of governor for this term on the Hajian Star. For a time, on the Hajian Star, his reputation was unmatched. Consequently, the entire kingdom also seemed to reach its zenith. Some kings, after leading their countries to prosperity, succumb to indulgence and lead lives of luxury. Others develop even greater ambitions. Nes Lumen was the latter. He never thought this was a bad thing. On the contrary, he often advocated this point to his loyal subordinates. Having satisfied his desires, he gradually clarified the direction of his ambition, to maintain control of the governorship of the Hajian Star for a long time, and then use this power to gradually subjugate the remaining nations. This was difficult and the process lengthy, perhaps consuming his lifetime or even requiring his successor to achieve it. He had thought he would be patient and determined in advancing his ambitions slowly and steadily. But soon, a colossal opportunity presented itself. Jiyu Ming approached him. If he cooperated with Jiyu Ming, helped him secure the position of family head of the Jiyu family, then in return, Jiyu Ming would support his ambitions with the full force of the Jiyu family's trade channels and abundant finances. After much hesitation, he finally resolved to gamble for this great wealth and honor. He couldn't wait any longer. He had already revived the faltering Lumen kingdom, steering it back on course and into a decade of strength. He was still young, still capable of more. If possible, he wanted to accomplish his grandest objective within his lifetime, while he was still vigorous and in his prime. to create an eternal dynasty for the Lumen family and even become the greatest monarch in the history of the Hagian star. And then, it came to this. He had spent 20 years invigorating the state, strengthening the central government, and all the capital he had slowly accumulated was lost overnight. All his ambitions, all his plans, all his dignity were utterly pulverized. And for this, he could only thank the man sitting casually in front of him in a makeshift command center, merely pulling up a stool. Ji Hang. He etched that name deeply into his memory. Now, he no longer sought dignity nor grand aspirations. There he was, stripped to the waist, voluntarily bound, kneeling in front of Ji Hang. His attitude couldn't have been more abject as he recited his litany of crimes in front of a specially summoned group of surviving high-level officials from the Lumen Kingdom, along with emissaries from the two marquises from the south. He could sense a variety of expressions on the faces of the onlookers. Some were sympathetic, others felt humiliated or even resentful, some fearful and uneasy, others contemplative. But he could no longer concern himself with their reactions. His own fate, that of his family and his kingdom, they all hung on the merest thought from Ji Hang. All he could do was beg. I am willing to offer the entire Lumen Kingdom, all its wealth, all its territories, all its subjects, in a plea for forgiveness from Governor Ji Hang. My own life too may be given as compensation. Should you wish, I would acknowledge you as my lord and serve you loyally for the rest of my days, shepherding the Lumen Kingdom. Should you choose not to spare me, you may kill me. Display my decapitated head at the city's gates for all to see. The descendants of the Lumen family will hold no grudge. You could select someone from the remainder to administer this realm on your behalf. His words were steeped in humility, his surrender almost without condition. He dared not negotiate any terms, he simply hoped to plead for a chance to live after his unconditional surrender. Even if he couldn't survive, as a last resort, preserving the Lumen family would suffice. Having said all this, he banged his head heavily on the ground. He did so with such force that he became dizzy, and the rough stones even cut into his scalp, blood trailing from the spot where he had knocked his head, spreading around him. Everything that could be said, that could be done, had been completed. Only the final verdict remained. With his scalp pressed against the ground, it felt like a century had passed before he finally heard a light chuckle. That was Governor Ji Hang speaking. How interesting, raise your head. His heart leapt with joy. The worst he had feared had not come to pass. Mr. Ji had given him another chance to speak. He raised his head and met Ji Hang's gaze, only to see a faint blue light flickering in Ji Hang's eyes. His own gaze became vacant, whether from the dizzying effects of his prostration or something else. As if in a trance, he felt like he arrived at a bizarre place. Everything within sight was desolate. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning sounded menacingly. In the middle of the desolate land stood an unfinished temple under construction. A host of spirits, suffused with blue, chanted rhythmically with high spirits as they labored away. Where was this? This is my divine realm. Ji Hang's voice came from behind him. He whirled around, his expression one of shock. By now, how could he maintain the semblance of sincerity he had performed? All he felt was terror. What was happening? Ji Hang's smile was gentle. Just now, King Lumen's heartfelt speech really did move me. Since you're so earnest, of course I'll give you a chance to serve me. Amidst his words, a force of spiritual energy completely enveloped him. No, 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 Ji Hang's face still bore a smile. But there can be no regrets now. Regardless of how NE's Lumen's soul was silently pulled into the divine realm by Ji Hang or what treatment he received there, the atmosphere in the command post outside the Alliance Expeditionary Force City was merry and harmonious. Everyone thought that NE's Lumen was finished, but no one expected that this proud and ambitious king could let go of all his dignity and say those words. Nor did anyone anticipate that the Ji clan head from Rage Owl Star would actually agree. Ji Hang accepted NE's Lumen's apology and accepted his gift. From then on, the Lumen Kingdom was to take the surname Ji. This was the most significant change, but some things seemed to remain unchanged. NE's Lumen was still the ruler of the country, only no longer called a king but reduced to a duke. It seemed that Ji Hang truly believed in the king's oath of loyalty and planned to continue entrusting the reign of the kingdom to NE's Lumen. The kingdom's loyal officials and the envoys of the two marquises were filled with incredulity. So, magnanimous. What's the difference from before? Oh, the only difference is that there was now a Governor Gu hang above the head of King Lumen. Duke Lumen. But what difference did it make to those below? Would they still heed Enni's Lumen's orders in the future? No, perhaps that was too naive. It must be just about propping up a puppet, right? But isn't the Gu clan afraid that this puppet might get out of control? Or do they need to plant many of their own people? But is it worth it? Many questions swirled in the minds of these people. However, outwardly, everyone's reactions were surprisingly consistent. They were grateful for Governor Gu Hang's leniency and swore to govern diligently henceforth, serving the governor well, with some even hinting at keeping a close watch on Enni's Lumen. Enni's Lumen himself also behaved normally. He was joyous at Governor Gu Hang's generosity and swore to reflect earnestly and work hard. Thus, it seemed that a seemingly happy ending had been reached. After sending away the many visitors, Gu Hang, now alone, called up the system interface. A brand new function interface appeared here, Vassal. Upon opening it, he saw some new information. Hagian Star, Lumen Kingdom. Vassal level. LV3, low tendency for secession. Status, military conquest, puppet sovereign, internal secessionism. Monthly enfeoffment revenue, 344 points. This was an unexpected pleasure. The vassal system itself he explored a bit, had no special functions, just some display of data. But having this display was already very good. The vassal level was a rating given by considering various factors, including the degree of foreign powers' interference, control over the ruling class, local secessionism within the vassal state, and the emotions of the vassal state's populace. LV3 symbolized an average level, and maintaining this grade meant that the likelihood of this vassal territory breaking away, becoming independent, or seceding wasn't high. Below LV3, it would be more turbulent. At LV2, the probability of secession would increase. At LV1, it was like sounding the alarm, as almost certainly there would be secessionist uprisings requiring suppression. Conversely, above LV3, at LV4, it meant that secession was hardly possible. At LV5, it suggested that the vassal should be annexed into the homeland. Of course, this was not a game, but a real world. The system's given rating was accurate enough, but what to do specifically was up to Gu Hang. He could very well declare the full annexation of the Lumen Kingdom right now, appoint himself as king, and meddle in all of the local military, political, and economic affairs, and fully act as a ruler. But obviously, this would carry a huge risk. For one, the system might judge that Gu Hang only had nominal ownership over the area, or even that he had no such title at all, that his claim was not legitimate, purely based on military occupation, and that he hadn't even established effective governance, so it certainly wouldn't recognize this land as his own, nor would there be an income of enfeoffment points. Secondly, Gu Hang would find it difficult to establish a reasonable rule here. The other 6 nations would immediately jump. The empire would not easily admit this. Gu Hang's military occupation was very unstable. He would have to dispatch more troops to maintain it. Rebellions could well arise one after another. This was why a vassal level of LV3 did not suggest a direct annexation. And Gu Hang would not do such a thing. For the time being, he was content with this vassal status. Don't underestimate the state of being a vassal. Gu Hang had already obtained what he needed. He could use the vassal state's government to influence national policies. For example, if he wanted to abolish feudalism here, free up the productive forces. Even without changing the nature of the Lumen Kingdom as an agricultural country, agricultural production should still be made more efficient, and the food output from millions of square kilometers of land could be significantly increased in value. And the labor force freed from farming could move to factories for initial industrialization. In a word, making the entire country wealthy was very meaningful. Gu Hang did not want to be dealing with a place that had a mere few 100,000 tax currency surplus every year. If the Lumen Kingdom maintained its previous state, then his actions this time would have been in vain. With more wealth, Gu Hang would be able to draw even more blood from the Lumen Kingdom. And beyond wealth, Gu Hang had his eye on another aspect of the Lumen Kingdom, its people. The Lumen Kingdom wasn't large. In terms of size, it was about as big as a province under the control of the Rage Owlstar Alliance. However, this place, though backward and poor, was much better off than the initial state of wasteland world under Rage Owlstar. The relatively fertile land supported a population of 40 million. already matching the entire population of Rage-Owl Star. Ji Hang planned to continuously extract population from the Lumen Kingdom as part of an immigration policy to populate Rage-Owl Star. Rage-Owl Star was his main base. Building it up was the foundation of everything. The mining areas in the eastern provinces needed manpower. The Wying City Industrial District he had built himself had an almost insatiable demand for people. Thousands of kilometers of arable land in the Green Valley region, across 2 provinces, was just waiting for people to develop it. People and finances were both areas where Ji Hang could continue to bleed Hajian Star. Not to mention, the vassal army established directly on Hajian Star could also substantially replenish Ji Hang's forces. Moreover, vassal states could also provide a trickle of favor points as income, which was an unexpected bonus. However, the amount given was quite small, with a population of 40 million providing only 344 points. On one hand, this was because the productivity of the Lumen Kingdom was indeed too low. On the other hand, the favor points given by vassal states inherently came at a huge discount. And this discount would increase as the vassal level increased. These were all direct benefits. Politically, the death of Lian as Lumen could also fulfill the stratagem he had previously discussed with his mother. Nes Lumen wasn't just the sovereign of the Lumen Kingdom, he was also the planetary governor of Hajian Star. Even if he was just an elected governor with a term limit by the King's Council. Before, Ji Hang was worried about how, after plotting to dispose of Nes Lumen, he would smoothly handle the matter of this temporary governorship. Now he didn't have to worry. Nes Lumen was naturally meant for the role, and, handling international affairs within Hajian Star, he would be under a lot less pressure. As for the fact that Ness's term had only 2 years left. No matter, he would deal with it in 2 years. Perhaps by then, Hajian Star wouldn't need to elect a governor at all. After checking the information on the vassal system, Ji Hang casually opened another message. This was a routine battle settlement report. Pincer City Campaign, Bloody Battle, Bloody Victory, awarded 5,695 favor points.
Total losses 16,144, enemy casualties 67,823. Prisoners captured 52,446. Alliance Expeditionary Force. Losses 16,144. Enemy casualties 67,823. The favor points reward was roughly within Ji Hang's expectations, maybe even a little less than expected.
Although the Lumen forces weren't hard to beat, those 4 Night Titans, along with the sentry mechas destroyed by his forces, weren't junk. They were high-valued targets that increased the overall reward. Just, the phrase, bloody battle, bloody victory, was a bit glaring. Although, after he led the team from Rage-Owl Star as reinforcements, the resulting battles could be described as thrilling. However, before that, at the start of the fighting, Perbov led 3 divisions to fight a bloody 8-day battle in the suburbs, and the losses were indeed substantial. Being designated a bloody battle, bloody victory, Ji Hang reluctantly accepted it. What else could he do if he didn't? With the additional 5,000 plus favor points, Ji Hang's total favor points on hand broke through to 17,594. This total was the result of a large income after winning the previous battle in the North Territory of Rage-Owl Star and defeating the Primal Fury Owl, along with the monthly favor income from the past 2 months that Ji Hang had not spent and so had accumulated. Adding to that this recent gain of over 5,600 points, it all added up to so much. In fact, it could have been higher. However, Ji Hang had recently upgraded his spiritual energy level from LV5 to LV7, particularly costly during the jump from 6 to 7, requiring him to spend 10,000 favor points.
Of course, it wasn't in vain. That expenditure of over 10,000 points to level up was necessary.
Otherwise, today's subjugation of Nes Lumen would have been difficult. Within the vassal interface, the Lumen Kingdom had a tag that read, Puppet Sovereign. That, of course, referred to Nes Lumen. And this puppet was not just a puppet in a simple sense. Nes Lumen, although he had clearly expressed his unconditional surrender and willingness to devote himself fully to Ji Hang in speech, Ji Hang had reviewed his past and learned a bit about his character from his mother's accounts. He wasn't a coward or a waste, he wasn't someone easily manipulated. The more earnest and humble his attitude seemed in Ji Hang's presence, the less Ji Hang believed him. What was the ambition of the mighty lying low for? Ji Hang knew the story of enduring humiliation to carry out a mission earnestly. He was confident he could outwit En's Lumen, especially since he held all military power, and without a blade in his hand, and external trade depending on the Gu commercial firm, it was hard for Nes to stir up too much trouble. However, this was just a vassal state, a colony. Ji Hang's stronghold was still on Rajal Star, and he couldn't stay here for a long time in the future. One look at this guy, and it was clear he wasn't the sort to contentedly play puppet. Perhaps he would behave very well at first, earnestly doing what Ji Hang asked of him, but he would likely be scheming in secret, amassing strength for the future. Fear was one thing, but it was genuinely bothersome. And it could drag down Ji Hang's progress on his own plans. Yet Ji Hang couldn't give up the political significance of having him around, and he did have actual administrative abilities. Thus, creating a true puppet had become necessary. Ji Hang had obtained the ability, mind manipulation, in a past upgrade. He had always restrained himself from using this ability, but now, it was time to employ it. However, the ability of mind manipulation was not as invincible as one might imagine. It had time limitations. If the content altered significantly from the subject's true nature, the likelihood of breaking free became high. Those whose minds had been altered showed deviations in character, making them easy to detect. Intelligence and subjective initiative were greatly impacted, and in the absence of orders, one might become foolish, relying only on instinct. These were all problems. In combat, using it to influence enemies was fine, but cultivating a qualified political puppet posed bigger issues. But if it were just these technical difficulties, there were still ways to compensate. At worst, Ji Hang would need to visit Hajian Star more frequently, occasionally reinforcing Nes Lumen with a boost of spiritual energy. The other core issue, though, was more significant. Faced with masters of spiritual energy, or judges, or senior clergy of the state religion, Nes Lumen's mind-manipulated state would be very easy to expose. And Ji Hang needed this man to serve as the planetary governor of Hajian Star for a long time to come. A planetary governor whose mind had been altered was no small matter. Once exposed, the ensuing investigation would create significant trouble. To be cautious, Ji Hang decided to undertake a major operation. He pulled Nes Lumen's soul into his divine realm and meticulously reconstructed it from the ground up. The difficulty of the major reconstruction far exceeded Ji Hang's initial estimates and required more than just the talent for mind manipulation. It also called for harnessing the true realm origin power. Fortunately, with the home field advantage in the divine realm, he managed to complete the task. Even more, in the process of executing this surgery, he gained some additional insight. Could he apply the corresponding technology to his own soldiers? Leaving out the mind manipulation part, emphasizing the implantation of subspace origin, adding physical remodeling and enhancement not involved this time. What would that create? Storm chosen. They would certainly be very strong. However, that was just wishful thinking for now. Reforming a mind, creating a puppet, was already exhausting enough. He was nearly worn out, let alone making Storm chosen. Yet, the considerable effort Ji Hang put into creating such a super covert puppet was very valuable. Today, he could ensure that unless someone with far greater mastery in the realms of the soul and spiritual energy inspected Nes Lumen closely, conventional detection methods would certainly not reveal the planetary governor of Hajian Star had been mind-controlled. Nes Lumen retained his personality, his intelligence, only now he would guarantee absolute loyalty to Ji Hang. Even, if necessary, Ji Hang could at any moment project his own consciousness into Nes Lumen's body. This was much more secure. He had expended a great deal of mental energy in creating such a super stealth puppet, and the number he could maintain at any given time was extremely limited. Paying such a great price, Ji Hang achieved the best possible outcome he could, and there should be no mishaps. If he were to be unlucky enough to encounter a mind master far superior to him who decided on a whim to conduct a thorough examination of Nes Lumen, then he would have to accept his fate. However, the probability of such an occurrence should be infinitely small. Ji Hang felt he could be quite at ease. After dealing with Nes Lumen's affairs and securing a puppet sovereign, Ji Hang didn't stay much longer on Hajian Star. About a week later, he left the place and returned to Rage Owl Star. Of course, he was very busy during the week before his departure. He and Nes Lumen met with many people non-stop, most of whom were mid to high-level rulers of the Lumen Kingdom. Many had died in the previous wars, but there were also survivors. And among the most important were the two remaining marquises with real power in the Lumen kingdom. The marquises from the south, Yasago and Janviers, couldn't believe the reports from the envoys upon their return. In their conventional thinking, such a scenario was almost impossible. If it had been them, how could they possibly accept leaving Enies Lumen in charge of the kingdom? A puppet? Could a real monarch be used as a puppet? They didn't know whether to call it arrogance or confidence. As for the marquises themselves, their minds were rather complicated. They inevitably harbored thoughts of using the great change to further their own ambitions. Previously, they had considered making a risky move against the Rage Owl Star people's defenses. It was this thought that influenced them. Of course, looking at the current situation, they could only say that it was fortunate they hadn't really lost their heads then. Having abandoned the idea of opposing the GU family, they considered changing their approach. After all, even if the GU clan had seized the Lumen kingdom, someone would still need to manage it, wouldn't they? Wouldn't the two marquises be the obvious choices? But the recent developments had also cut off this path. The Lumen family would continue in power. Although, this Lumen family was no longer the same as the one before, whose royal knights had been so oppressive they couldn't breathe. But, even with the royal knights gone, there were still the troops from Rage Owlstar. The GU family would certainly leave military forces to safeguard the Lumen kingdom, and they still wouldn't dare to cause trouble. As for Enies Lumen's capabilities, they had experienced them thoroughly over the past 20 years. No matter if this fellow was planning some small moves or truly serving the GU family, they might still target the two marquises. The marquises realized that after going full circle, the situation for both of them didn't seem to have changed at all. What a pointless excitement. Then, an invitation arrived, requesting their presence in Pinsir City to meet His Majesty the King and the King's Master. The two marquises hesitated, felt reluctant, even harbored resentment and anger. But in the end, they had no choice but to go. After meeting with the Lumen Kingdom's high officials and having made contact with those who would administer his colony in the future, Gu Hang spent a long time in discussions with Perbove. Gu Hang would leave behind 3 divisions for Perbove, the 2nd Division, the 13th Brigade, and the 36th Brigade would all be stationed on Hagian Star for the long term. The expeditionary force was officially renamed the Black Arrow Corps. Even the 34th, 37th, and 38th Divisions, which had been battered in the battles, might return with replenished personnel and equipment to join the ranks of this corps with honor on Hagian Star. Perbove was the one Gu Hang intended to continue as the commander of this colonial corps. He would, as a brigadier general, command this army to suppress the Lumen Kingdom. At the same time, Gu Hang also stated that Perbove need not concern himself with political affairs and let Enies Lumen handle it himself. He would only need to cooperate with the military when necessary or provide support to quell crises when there were internal instabilities. In addition, he arranged for Jordan Leroy, the chief political commissar of the Corps, to be involved in rebuilding the Lumen Kingdom's native military forces. Enies Lumen had already been authorized to re-establish the so-called Royal Knights. Of course, they would not bear that name in the future and would be renamed the Loyal Guard Corps. The Lumen Kingdom's government would undertake all the work, but Leroy should deeply involve himself in it. And the reconstituted Loyal Guard Corps, as a colonial military force, would be under the command of the Black Arrow Corps. In less flattering terms, they would be a vassal army. Perbove accepted this assignment. While it was somewhat disheartening to be stationed in a foreign land, as a soldier, it was his duty and responsibility. However, there was one point in the governor's instructions that puzzled him. He thought his main purpose for staying was to oversee Enies Lumen and ensure his loyalty. What he didn't expect was that the governor seemed to primarily want him to assist the king. This puzzled him, and he even thought the governor might be placing too much trust in the king, prompting him to consider advising the governor to prevent being deceived and to consider the risk of betrayal. But after a deep conversation with his political commissar Leroy, he dismissed these thoughts. How could the governor be so easily deceived? There must be some things they were not meant to know. They, as military men, should not engage in admonishment and should simply obey orders. Having met with the high-ranking officials of the Lumen Kingdom and having made arrangements for Perbove and his Black Arrow Corps, the colonial affairs of the Lumen region were largely settled. Of course, there were still some diplomatic issues involving other countries on Hagian Star. However, these were not matters Gu Hang intended to resolve personally. NE's Lumen can handle this matter. Besides the matters of the Hajian Star and the colony, there is another issue that Ji Yu Hang is certain to be very concerned about. The affairs of the Ji Yu family. NE's Lumen came to surrender, in fact bound Ji Yu Main. Ji Yu Hang had no intention whatsoever of conversing with this uncle of his, and directly handed him over to his mother. As for how Miss Wang Qi would treat Ji Yu Ming subsequently, and how she would reintegrate the family's power, Ji Yu Hang was no longer concerned. He had full confidence in his mother's methods in this regard. After all, she had been toiling over this matter for many, many years, was familiar with the situation, and had sufficient tact. The recent slip-up was nothing more than a misstep in the game. Consolidating the family's influence, handling the family business, these were all Miss Wang Qi's strong suits. She was definitely capable of doing it well. Most importantly, apart from his mother, he couldn't think of anyone else who had both the trust and the capability to unify this segment. Not to mention, he himself had no foundation whatsoever within the Ji Yu family, and was completely clueless about the internal business affairs. If he were to take over now, the recently divided Ji Yu commercial firm could possibly face an imminent crisis of disintegration. Ji Yu Hang had complete trust in Miss Wang Qi's actions going forward. He only had one requirement: the family head of the Ji Yu family had to be him. In response, his mother scolded him, "Do I need you to say that? What else would your mother have been working so hard for these past 20-something years?" Speaking of Wang Qi, Ji Yu Hang had been very busy this week, but his mother was actually even busier. Several times when Ji Yu Hang had some free time and went to visit, he saw Miss Wang Qi constantly on calls, or discussing matters with staffers who had just arrived from starships in the sky. Most of her calls were interstellar communications, made to the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce fleet, to various business lines within the chamber, to friends on the Flying Wing Star. And it was even enough to include quite a few calls to those who had rebelled alongside Ji Yu Main. She promised one thing after another, made one deal after another, and decided the fate of person after person. In this way, the situation gradually stabilized. She even left Hajian Star earlier than Ji Yu Hang. Before parting, mother and son had a long talk. During the conversation, Ji Yu Hang learned from his mother about some of the things that would happen within the Ji Yu family in the future. The 8 fleets that originally supported Wang Qi naturally didn't need much discussion. They were the victors. However, these 8 fleets would probably still cause a lot of trouble later. Among the leaders of the 8 fleets, 7 were in this city during the pincer incident. At the time, Wang Qi's escape was entirely thanks to the full protection of Soldier King LaCroix, who faced an extremely perilous journey. The others weren't so lucky to receive such treatment. 4 of them died, and 3 were captured. For those captured, now that they have been rescued, it will generally be all right. Wang Qi will take good care of them, rewarding them, and they will continue to lead their own Chamber of Commerce fleets, perhaps even more closely aligned with Wang Qi. For the 4 fleets that lost their leaders, there was trouble. Wang Qi had to quickly find suitable successors who not only had sufficient prestige to command respect within the fleet but also had unswerving loyalty. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple matter of choosing someone. She had to prop someone up and do so without causing trouble. But overall, the issues concerning the 8 fleets that had originally been on her side were easier to handle. The 2 other fleets that had remained neutral from the start were also negotiable. They were essentially the franchisees of the Ji Yu family, and after the family's infighting, they were among the most perplexed. But their attitude was the simplest. They were just waiting to see who would win. From now on, whoever the family head was, and whoever held the power, they would listen to that person. As long as they could ensure that continuing their franchise was profitable, there wouldn't be any problems. The troublesome ones were those 4 fleets that followed Ji Yu Ming in rebellion. During her conversations with her son, Wang Qi also made her intentions clear. If she could, she would have wished to kill all those rebels. But that wasn't possible. She couldn't bear the loss of those nearly 20 ships, constituting the 4 fleets. That was a lot of money. No matter what happened in the future, she had to do her best to keep the people, only then could she keep the ships. And now, this matter had also reached a conclusion. 2 of the fleets, realizing that Ji Yu Ming had fallen into Wang Qi's hands and that the situation was beyond salvaging, chose to surrender. During the communication, these 2 showed different attitudes. One cried bitterly, claiming to have been used and beguiled, begging for mercy. The other, however, was a bit tougher, bargaining for a safe outcome. Wang Qi comforted them effectively. No matter what she thought in her heart, or how she planned to settle accounts in the autumn, at least for now, after a brief haggle, she accepted these people. The rest would be discussed later. However, the other two fleets didn't trust Wang Qi's promises. They ran away. The fleeing ships, a total of 7, were all armed merchant vessels. In reality, these two fleets had not only these 7 ships, but should have included an equal number of giant belly transports. It's just that the giants moved too slowly and were unarmed with no capacity to resist, so when it came to fleeing, they certainly couldn't take them along. Wang Qi knew what these two fleets were planning. They simply believed that after committing such actions, Wang Qi would never let them go. Even if she didn't cause trouble for the time being, they were bound to be reckoned with afterward. Thus, they were determined to break away. They wanted to inherit and connect with some of Ji Ming's past networks in hopes of becoming an independent chamber of commerce. With 7 armed merchant vessels, they already had the credentials for it. But how could Wang Qi possibly let them go? Her network had also been fully mobilized. These 7 escaping ships would subsequently be designated as armed rebels, traitors of the empire. Wang Qi would do her utmost to prevent them from having the chance to become independent, and they had no hope of obtaining a license for an independent merchant fleet. Even more, they would be pursued as interstellar pirates. This was Wang Qi's punishment for the traitors, and she also needed the destruction of these 2 rebellious fleets to demonstrate her authority. And when she left the planet's surface, ascending to the heavens, the Ji clan fleet soon departed. Afterwards, she had lots of matters to attend to, and Ji Hang also left shortly after. Leading his troops, upon boarding the Blade Tiger, Ji Hang met with Yelisia. "You've made quite a haul this time," Yelisia teased him upon meeting. "When will we see another governor in the Tianma star sector who holds sway over 2 planets?" Ji Hang smiled and waved his hand. He had indeed been considering exactly what Yelisia had mentioned. But he wasn't at all embarrassed about it. This was his plan, and he said so openly, "I will strive for it, and of course, it will not be possible without the help of the Fufana family, without the help of the leader." Having Enys Lumen as this puppet was, of course, just an interim solution. In the future, the best outcome would naturally be for Ji Hang himself to come forward and receive clear dual appointments. There was precedent for this in the Tianma star sector, the Fatches family. The Fatches family controlled 3 planets in the Tianma star sector, and the governors were from that family. Furthermore, the governor role for 2 of the planets was held by the same person, with another deferentially following his lead. But achieving this was difficult. The reason the Fatches could do this was that they had made special contributions to the empire and had certain historical issues carry over. Now, that historical opportunity had passed, and for Ji Hang to replicate their path was extremely difficult. Yelisia also thought this way. With a sigh, she said, "You don't hold back in front of me. However, your idea, the leader is unlikely to support you. Not only will he not support, but he's probably already regretting helping you." Ji Hang had anticipated this. But all he said was, "The leader will understand in time." Ji Hang knew that the head of the Pei Daci would not be happy. The reason was actually not complex. When multiple planets follow the orders of one governor, it is despised and guarded against by all star sector capitals. Why does Pei Daci have such a bad relationship with the Fatches family? Apart from the numerous unethical behaviors between the 2 in government affairs and day-to-day interactions, a core point of contention lies in the Fatches family's control over 3 planets within the Tianma star sector. Considering Rage Owl Star, there are only 9 worlds in total in the Tianma star sector, and Fatches owns 3 of them. What power does the star sector capital still have? In the political system of the empire, the situation is actually heavy on both ends, light in the middle. The so-called emphasis on both ends refers to the imperial center and the planetary governors. In theory and in fact, the imperial center controls all the powers of the entire boundless territory of the empire. Naturally, this goes without saying. The planetary governors hold all the power within each empire world. Within their jurisdictions, their word is law. And the 3-tier governments caught in the middle are somewhat awkward. Under the empire, above the planets, the 3-tier governments from largest to smallest are Cosmos Domain, Star Sector. For example, the Rage Owl Star governed by Ji Hang is officially part of the Eastern Cosmos Domain, Dragonhawk Star Domain, Tianma Star Sector, Rage Owl Star System. And these three middle-level administrations do not possess complete dominion. Someone like Pei Daci, the Star Sector capital head, nominally has the power to oversee all 9 major worlds of the Tianma Star Sector, but in practice, he can hardly intervene in the specific affairs of individual planets. He is the superior of the planetary governors, but this authority is significantly discounted. To those governors, as long as taxes are insured, they are like emperors in their domains. If the capital has orders, they might listen if they feel like it. And if they don't want to, what then? Having jurisdiction but being unable to dismiss, to punish, or to reward, makes this authority hollow. What power he does have is only because the imperial tax leaves a bit in his hands. In return, he is responsible for maintaining the Tianma fleet, the Star Realm army, and the overall taxation stability of the Star Sector. The Star Sector capital has the power to issue orders to both the Imperial Navy and the Star Realm Army, being regarded as the top authority in military and political affairs. However, the Imperial Navy has its direct superiors, like Tianma Fleet Commander Tyler Mungs, who must also report to their superiors. The Star Realm Army is the same.
In addition, there are the Imperial Military Department, administrative departments, the Department of Taxation, which all exercise various forms of vertical management over Star Sector level affairs.
All these factors make the position of the Star Sector capital very uncomfortable and naturally lead to power struggles with forces both above and below. And the specific circumstances vary greatly from one star sector to another. In some star sectors, the capital is more laissez-faire, does not compete or struggle, and is completely passive. More advanced ones will just do their assigned duties and be done with work handed up and down. But in most cases, the capital will still compete. After all, having reached such a position, who would content themselves with being a powerless idol? In the Tianma Star Sector, Pei Daci falls into the category of more assertive capitals. By maintaining good relations with the Fufana family, he has managed to exert some control over the Navy. By elevating his younger brother to the position of Flying Wing Star Governor, he has gained control over the most developed world in the Star Sector capital. Through cordial relations with the Jiyu family, he has secured control over the Empire Commerce Guild. By manipulating the selection of various planetary governors, he has strengthened his local control. All these tactics combined have made Pei Daci an uncommonly powerful Star Sector capital head with real authority. However, the Fatches family, with its control over 3 planets, has always been a thorn in his side, beyond his reach. Under such circumstances, it goes without question that Pei Daci, the Star Sector capital head, would most detest such situations. With the Fatches already in the Star Sector, how could he tolerate Ji Hang following the same path? Moreover, the Ji family possesses commercial energy that Fatches lacks. If Ji Hang were to further extend his governor's authority, overseeing multiple planets, it would inevitably lead to a conflict, a clash with the head of the Pei Daci capital. But Ji Hang was not afraid of just Pei Daci. If other Star Sector capitals have little real power, why can't the political ecology of the Tianma Star Sector change to be like that? The key lies in Pei Daci capital head's control over several planetary governor positions and control of the Imperial Navy. The main influence Pei Daci could wield was over the governorship selections of 4 planets: Flying Wing Star, Hongjin Star, and Coralia Ion II. The most important of these are Coralia I, the nest capital world with a population of 40 billion, and Flying Wing Star, a highly developed garden world, a civilized world. However, it was not easy to upset Pei Daci's control over these planets. Regarding the Navy, that chiefly involved the Fufana family. Pei Daci maintained control over the Navy by relying on his exceptionally good relations with the Fufana family. And right now, Ji Hang was faced with a core member of the Fufana family. Previously, his mother had hinted at this to him. He was now seriously considering what the outcome would be if he formed a marriage alliance with the Fufana family. Ji Hang was no naive boy, he was not against political marriages. Moreover, from all perspectives, Yelisia was a beauty. On the return journey aboard Yelisia's starship, Ji Hang didn't forget to communicate with Pei Daci. Although he had started to view Pei Daci as a potential rival, a stumbling block to further expanding his influence in the future. But for now, Pei Daci was still someone he needed to please. At the moment, Ji Hang still wasn't able to directly challenge the Star Sector leader, and he even required a lot of help from him. The licking must be done. The moment the communication connected, Ji Yu Hang could tell from the tone of the person on the other end, Star Sector head Pei Desi, that all was not well. Ah, Ji Yu Hang, you're really something. Pei Desi's face appeared in front of Ji Yu Hang, wearing a smile that still had a distinctly icy undertone. I'm quite curious. Why did you leave Ennis Lumen alive? Why don't you just kill him, and then I'll put in a request for you to take over as planetary governor of Hajian Star. How about that? Clearly, these were all sarcastic remarks. Pei Desi's ridicule was something Ji Yu Hang had expected. But in reality, Ji Yu Hang wasn't all that nervous. As long as the call was answered, it meant that things weren't too bad. Of course, even though he wasn't nervous inside, Ji Yu Hang still put on a sincerely fearful expression. Mr. Head, I made this call because I was worried you might misunderstand. Please believe that I have absolutely no intention of taking on the role of planetary governor for 2 planets. Ha, your troops are already stationed on Hajian Star. How am I supposed to believe that? I need to maintain the stability of Hajian Star, Ji Yu Hang said. My mother has made it clear to me that I must leave a contingent of troops there. After all, Hajian Star remains a core trading partner of the Ji Yu family. Blaming it on his mother was something he had discussed with Wang Qi. He didn't expect it to fully deflect the issue, but at least it was an excuse. Pei Desi didn't care to dwell on this topic and directly stated his demands. You must withdraw your troops and your influence from Hajian Star. Hajian Star must maintain their traditions. The King's Council must remain. The Star Sector government will set up a branch office on Hajian Star to oversee the King's Council as they select their own planetary governor. Fine. Pei Desi was somewhat surprised now. So readily agreed? He was indeed quite unhappy. He had authorized the Blade Tiger, carrying the troops of Rage Owl Star, to go to Hajian Star under the identity of the Imperial Navy to coerce both sides into a ceasefire, allowing Ji Yu Hang to rescue his mother. It was a bold stance he had taken during the power struggle within the Ji Yu family. But his authorization was only supposed to enable Ji Yu Hang to save his mother. He hadn't imagined that in less than 2 years, not only had Rage Owl Star developed nicely, but a detachment sent out was also able to completely topple a kingdom on enemy turf. Even more unexpected was the fact that Ji Yu Hang's forces managed to gain the support of over a dozen interstellar warriors. All this had made him increasingly wary. In his view, since Ji Yu Hang had already devoured the Lumen Kingdom, there was no way he would easily regurgitate it. Once the rice was cooked, one couldn't just simply withdraw the troops, could they? He was ready to have a proper negotiation with the Ji Yu family over this matter. Yet to his surprise, Ji Yu Hang had easily agreed to his demand for withdrawal. This made him wonder. Had he misunderstood this young man? Setting that thought aside, he figured, as long as Rage Owl Star's troops withdrew, they should no longer be able to maintain influence over Hajian Star. As for the Ji Yu family's commercial impact on Hajian Star, that wasn't a problem at all. It had always been there, it couldn't just be taken away. Overall, Pei Desi was fairly satisfied with the attitude Ji Yu Hang had shown. His tone softened a great deal as a result. The two further discussed the details of the troop withdrawal. Ji Yu Hang expressed his willingness to withdraw. However, withdrawal wasn't something that could be done at a moment's notice. With the military force of the Lumen Kingdom depleted, Rage Owl Star's troops needed to remain there for a while to maintain order in the nation, preventing any major shifts in the balance of the 7 states of Hajian Star and suppressing the ambitions of the other 6 states. Ji Yu Hang promised that the number of troops stationed on Hajian Star would not exceed 50,000. The related withdrawal efforts would be progressively completed over the following 2 years, and his forces would gradually depart from Hajian Star. He assured that by the time of Hajian Star's next King's Council election for a new planetary governor, his forces would be completely withdrawn. However, the substantial losses suffered by the Ji Yu family on Hajian Star would need to be compensated by the Lumen Kingdom through yearly wartime reparation payments. These conditions were all within the acceptable range for Pei Desi. As long as the military forces of Rage Owl Star withdrew from Hajian Star before the next King's Council election, ensuring that the election would not be manipulated by military influence and that Hajian Star would not fall into Ji Yu Hang's hands, he could accept it. To ensure this, the institutions dispatched by the Star Sector government would replace him in supervising everything. As for the reparations the Lumen Kingdom had to pay to the Ji Yu family, that was no concern of Pei Desi's. It was only right. The conversation between the two men became increasingly harmonious as it progressed. By the end, Pei Daci even felt he had gained from the exchange. He originally had little involvement with Hagian Star, but now the star sector government he led could dispatch agencies to this planet to supervise the election of the planetary governor in the name of respecting tradition, giving him a chance to intervene. It was a good deal, indeed. Pei Daci's face remained smiling even as the communication ended, only reminding Ji Hang to remember their prior agreement to drive the Fatches family's forces off Rage Owl Star before he terminated the call. After the communication ended, Ji Hang's face also maintained a smile. Withdraw forces within 2 years. No problem. By then, the Lumen Kingdom's own military should have been rebuilt. In 2 years' time, it is uncertain if the unification of Hagian Star would be feasible, but securing the ability to firmly hold the planetary governorship, that is certainly doable. An independent and self-reliant Lumen Kingdom. Tisk tisk. Ji Hang thought to himself. He did not mind at all if the future planetary governor of Hagian Star was selected fairly through the King's Council. Upon his return, he would send a large number of agricultural machines, some government officials, and a few military experts to Hagian Star to assist the Lumen Kingdom in rebuilding their homeland, upgrading their agricultural industry, and training their armed forces. Ji Hang had seen before in the soldier token system that as long as 1/10 of a military unit was made up of indigenous population, with the remaining 90% being subjects of vassal states, it would suffice. He was going to properly train an outstanding military force for the Lumen Kingdom. After a 7-day space voyage, Ji Hang returned to his main base. The Blade Tiger docked at the starport. This was the first time Ji Hang had seen what his own starport looked like. 8 days earlier when he left, this was just a vast construction site. After completing the ground segment of the starport, a space station that had been constructed on the surface was launched up via a railgun. Of course, that space station was not large and far from a starport. However, a large orbital vessel, upgraded and transformed from the Wind Falcon Rapid Attack Vessel technology using the Star Harbor Technology blueprint, quickly transported personnel and engineering machinery to the space station through magnetic rail corridors. After that, containers of components made on the ground were launched up. Workers in specialized spacesuits, under the gravity effects provided by anti-gravity engines, steered the engineering machines, smoothly assembling those terrestrial-produced components in space. Now, it was beginning to take shape. Of course, compared to a starport's standards, it was too small and basic, with limited capabilities and services. This entire starport was actually not as large as the Blade Tiger itself. But at least it now provided a boarding bridge and a space station capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Once the Blade Tiger was docked with the boarding bridge, soldiers could directly walk on the floor, drive tanks from the bridge down into Rage Owl Starport, and then take multiple orbital shuttle trips away from the starport to the opposite side. This operation speed was much faster than using landing craft trip by trip. Looking at the starport, though still small and rudimentary, Ji Hang felt a surge of pride. He could almost see the future vision of it being wrapped in armor, bristling with guns, equipped with a shipyard, and turning into a star fortress stronghold. After landing on the ground, Ji Hang had a special conversation with the person in charge of constructing the starport. This person was none other than Hu Ke. Under Ji Hang's leadership, the two most outstanding scientific research personnel were both from the Mechanical Cult Guild, namely Hu Ke and Wu Jiarong. According to the guild's rankings, both of them had achieved the standard of an engine prophet. The person Ji Hang trusted even more was obviously Wu Jiarong. However, precisely because of this, she bore even more critical responsibilities. She had to constantly stay within the walls of the research institute in Wying City, guarding the black box that must not be known to outsiders. Her scientific research team needed to provide technical support for the increasingly vast production system of Wying City. Compared to her, Hu Ke was not as busy. His last major project was conducting agricultural production guidance and optimizing grain seed genetics in the Green Valley region. This was a job well suited to him as he specialized in genetic engineering. Aside from the agricultural construction in the Green Valley region, he also had work constructing soilless vertical cultivation plant factories in uninhabited settlements within the Central Province and Central North Province. The relevant technology was something Ji Hang had originally purchased from his cousin. Objectively speaking, Hu Ke's work over a considerable period had provided considerable support to the agricultural development on Rage Owl Star. At the same time, Hu Ke was also a professor at the Alliance Technical College, having taught many students. Let's not talk about those who were still in the learning phase of their classes, but those who had reached a certain level were brought by him to participate in actual research projects. After the technical guidance for food production was put on the right track, Hu Ke gradually disentangled himself from the work, leaving his students in charge of the related technical matters. Meanwhile, he himself was entrusted by Gu Hang with the task of supervising the construction of the starport. Truth be told, Hu Ke did not enjoy Gu Hang's full trust. He certainly would not be allowed to come in contact with the secrets of the black box. But the special thing about the starport construction was that it wasn't about creating a starport from a black box, but an entire blueprint. Included in the blueprint were, of course, several black boxes, used to produce key components or the parent machines for mass production of these key parts. This part was still left to the research institute in Wying City. However, there were also many generic components and structural production tasks, as well as the assembly of different sections, that required high technical expertise. Purely relying on technicians to handle it would be slow and prone to problems. Hu Ke and his team were there to take on this portion of the work. Even though starport construction was certainly not his area of expertise as a genetic engineering specialist, his fundamental capabilities were evident. Even without the bonus of specialized expertise, he was much more reliable than someone with poor technical abilities chosen at random. And he did not disappoint Mr. Gu's expectations. Hu Ke, accompanied by Mr. Gu, inspected the ground section of the starport. This was also a major construction site, but its scale was much larger than that of the orbital section. The utmost priority here was the second magnetic levitation track being constructed towards the starport. Along with the gradual expansion of the orbital starport, the newly established magnetic levitation tracks will greatly increase the throughput of goods and personnel in the starport, which for now, is only barely functioning. Overall, the situation was quite encouraging. At present, the main reasons restricting the construction speed of the starport were twofold. The production capacity of core components was concerning, and the number of machines suitable for space operations was severely lacking. Efforts were underway to overcome both issues. The core components of the starport currently relied heavily on being manufactured in the labs of Wying City, via black boxes, and then transported here for assembly. However, related production lines were already under construction. The first batch of mass production factories for starport components had been erected near Starport City, just waiting for the equipment to be transported from Wying City to start production. Once this factory began production, within 2 months, it could meet 70% of the demand for core components locally, vastly increasing the construction speed of the starport. As for the second issue, the space operation machines would mainly rely on the industrial power of Wying City. Once they were freed from producing core components for the starport, they would have more energy to devote to building more space engineering machines. Gu Heng nodded continuously as he listened. It was normal to encounter problems, as long as there were solutions in place. During the inspection, an alliance official also hurried to the scene. This was the chief of Shangyue Province, Raphael. As the first recovered province that was closest to the west among the 3 provinces in the east, under Raphael's leadership, Shangyue Province's development plan was the most comprehensive and fastest progressing. One reason for this success was the geographical advantage that garnered the starport construction in Skaro Highlands within Shangyue Province. The other reason was that Raphael was indeed very capable. During the inspection, Raphael detailed a series of subsequent development plans for Mr. Gu. There's no need to mention much about the starport. Raphael planned to build a city around this core, the starport. Skaro City would be also known as Starport City. The main focus of Skaro City would be a transportation hub. With several express routes, including railways and highways, forming a road network with Skaro City at the center, it would extend to all regions of the alliance. Relying on the many industries generated by road transportation, such as logistics, road maintenance, vehicle maintenance, energy processing, and a series of other industries, all were in the process of being prepared. Here, a large number of convenient commercial and trade services were also provided, facilitating subsequent cities and industrial zones to set up foreign trade branches in this place. These were the core driving forces for the future development of Skaro City. However, long-term forces were still a matter of the future. At present, The biggest driving force for the development of Skaro City was the construction of the starport. Undoubtedly, the construction of the starport itself would create a huge market demand. Hundreds of thousands of workers were working here, their food, clothing, housing, and transportation spurred the initial market of Skaro City. The parts factories serving the construction of the starport would also give rise to a large number of services. Raphael was even striving to introduce some production lines to establish a preliminary raw material processing system in Skaro City. With the help of the developed road network and the huge demand brought by the construction of the starport, Skaro City even had the chance to become an industrial city before becoming a hub city. This was certainly not a bad thing. During the half-day inspection of the starport and Skaro City, Ji Hang was generally satisfied with the development here. And just before Ji Hang was about to leave, Hu Kei applied to have a private chat with him. "Thank you very much for letting me participate in the construction of the starport." Hu Kei's face was overflowing with a smile. Ji Hang was also very polite. "It's I who should thank you for your efforts." No, it's what I ought to do. I'm taking the salary and benefits provided by the alliance government, so I should do these things. Would you let me participate in the construction of the starport, and the set of technical blueprints you gave me is truly... I apologize, I don't know how to describe it. This entire set of technical blueprints is simply unbelievable. I've learned so much from them. In the past, for a long time, I was very confused about my future development. I haven't felt myself progressing for a long time. But just in the past few months, I feel that my abilities have grown significantly. All of this is thanks to participating in this project, so I must thank you." Hearing this, Ji Hang had already faintly perceived what Hu Kei probably meant. But he didn't speak. Hu Kei sneaked a glance at Ji Hang's expression, didn't make out anything, so he could only continue, "Your planet. Or to be more precise, the research institute controlled by Ms. Wu Jiarong, is truly miraculous. Various technologies keep emerging from within the institute, inspiring longing. If possible, I would like to join the institute." As expected, Ji Hang felt inwardly moved. In the research institute of Wying City, where technology kept spurting out like a fountain, it was impossible to hide such a thing from anyone intent on finding out. Possibly no one had such a powerful imagination to immediately think that there were already several dozen black boxes there and that there would be even more as Ji Hang unlocked more and more of the technology tree. However, it was quite normal to think that there were secrets there. Otherwise, were all these inventions developed by Wu Jiarong? That would be too genius. It's not that there couldn't be someone with such gifted talent, but even if there were a supremely talented genius leading the institute, whose scientific research ability was impeccable, it would still take time to produce so many results. But it seemed as if it took no time at all for Wu Jiarong to create all these. Ji Hang understood Hu Kei's curiosity, he would have felt the same way. And it was not just Hu Kei. In the past, although the development speed of Ray Jowl Star was fast and the rise of Ji Hang was rapid, the stage was limited to the planet that didn't even have a starport, with little interstellar communication. Even if there were anomalies, people were too lazy to pay attention. Just as ordinary people wouldn't care about what happens in an ant nest. However, as the development of Ray Jowl Star accelerated in the future, expanding its influence onto a larger stage, the situation on Ray Jowl Star wouldn't be as simple as an ant nest. Even now, people began to wonder how Ji Hang managed to build a powerful army on a barren planet, how he had developed so rapidly in just a few years, and how those mature production lines came into existence. In response to this, Ji Hang had already prepared two sets of explanations. First, Wu Jiarong was a genius. Second, the Ji family had invested in and constructed it. These explanations might suffice for ordinary circumstances, but for those with intent, who had thoroughly investigated the rise of the Ray Jowl Star Alliance, they would be a bit hard to accept. And Ji Hang didn't bother to find new explanations, he couldn't find any. On this matter, the fallback he had prepared was just one move. No response, strict confidentiality. The Alliance's security work for Wu Jiarong's research institute was elevated to the highest level, even stricter than the security for Ji Hang himself. The only living person allowed to access the black box, apart from Wu Jiarong, was nobody else. Servo servants don't count as people, and they wouldn't reveal secrets. As for how the Alliance developed and pulled off so much technology, you can guess that on your own. Guess whatever you like, but if you want to come up with evidence, you're dreaming.
As for outright inspection, Mr. Gu would firmly refuse in his capacity as planetary governor.
Imperial law grants the planetary governor all powers on his own planet, so of course, Mr. Gu had the right to do so. Of course, this so-called power needed to be backed by strength. Mr. Gu's future goal was to ensure he had the strength to do so, preventing entities from the star sector government to the tribunal and mechanical church from forcefully conducting inspections. Without concrete evidence, it's challenging to create trouble through official means. Without evidence, merely a suspicion makes it difficult for certain powers to take significant action. Of course, before Mr. Gu developed to a certain extent, there wasn't too much need to worry about this issue. It's still that old metaphor. When he was still an ant nest, no one cared about what happened in the ant nest, let alone thinking that the infinitely precious black boxes would be piled high inside it. Honestly, other possibilities are much more plausible than Mr. Gu has a system that can produce a bunch of black boxes at will. As for using the tech tree more cautiously in the future, Mr. Gu did not plan to do that. The things that need to be cautious and kept secret, of course, must be done with all effort. But to say that for the sake of confidentiality, he would slow down his own development pace, Mr. Gu was not going to do that. That would be sacrificing the essential for the sake of the trivial. As for the present, with Hu Kei's request, Mr. Gu had a rough idea of what he wanted to say when he anticipated it earlier. He spread his hands to Hu Kei and said honestly, "Mr. Hu, I understand your curiosity about the Alliance Research Institute. There lies the core of the Alliance's technological output, containing the core secrets. I too wish you could join there. You would learn many secrets, which would greatly benefit you, but please allow me to be frank, to ensure the secrets don't get leaked, I need every person joining the institute to be trustworthy enough. Mr. Hu, you still need to pass a period of testing. Perhaps a visit to the Loyal Air Academy is necessary. Additionally, also in the interest of keeping secrets, once you join the research institute, you will lose a lot. Your movements might be restricted, and your actions might have to be reported, subject to close surveillance. The time you spend with your family will also be reduced." At this point, Mr. Gu opened his arms, looking Hu Kei in the eye as he spoke. "You may need to consider this matter carefully." After listening, Hu Kei indeed hesitated. He hadn't even considered the black boxes. His biggest suspicion was merely that the research institute contained many technical blueprints obtained by the Gu family, such as various technologies for weapons and the construction of production materials, all achieved through the replication of technical blueprints. What he wanted were those. Studying those technical blueprints would greatly improve his level. Still, he quite understood the reasons Mr. Gu expressed for keeping secrets. The price of undergoing strict surveillance, being cautious even when with family, was something he found hard to accept. "There's no rush," Mr. Gu said. "You can make this choice at any time. You don't need to give me an answer right now." "Thank you, Mr. Governor, I will consider the whole matter carefully." After the conversation, Mr. Gu boarded the Wind Falcon and returned to Revival City. There, his loyal subordinates had many things to report to him. But before that, he needed to tend to some other matters. The nearly 20,000 points of grace he had at his disposal had to be spent. Jiyu Hang currently has a total of over 17,000 grace points at his disposal. With such an amount of grace points, Jiyu Hang could do many things. The first thing to be done was military construction. At present, the total strength of the Alliance Army was about 330,000, with 38 division and brigade level units, divided into several group armies, deployed in different places to perform different tasks. He had calculated that, according to the standard of imperial tax, the total value of these 38 divisions, if all at full strength, would be about 6 million tax currency. That was the combined value of both people and equipment. Moreover, Jiyu Hang had already obtained permission to establish a Star Realm Army Corps at Rajowl Star. The authorization had even been issued. The designation was Core 43.25.09.03. This string of numbers was quite interesting. 43 was the code for the Eastern Cosmos domain. 25 was the code for the Dragonhawk Star domain. 09 was the code for the Tianma Star sector. 03 was for Rage Owl Star. Put together, this was the administrative code for Rage Owl Star at the Empire's administrative department. For another example, the human ancestral star, the imperial capital, Holy Terra, is 01.01.01.01. Sun Zhou Domain, Sun Star Domain, Sun Star Sector, Holy Terra. If the last number changes to 2, it would be Foundry World Mars, which is the headquarters of the Mechanical Cult Guild, also known as Mars. The Star Realm Army also liked to do this. Whatever planet was the main source of recruitment for the newly formed Corps, that planet's code would be given to the Corps. Of course, this method of addressing was very cumbersome. With too many, you just couldn't remember them all, so it was generally only used in internal documents. Jiyu Hang could choose his own name for the Corps and report it. Generally speaking, the Star Domain military headquarters would not fuss over this and would allow it. Jiyu Hang came up with a very simple name, Rage Bear Legion. There was a high likelihood of duplication of names, which was normal. But duplication was not a problem, as long as the identification number was correct. Whether it was requesting supplies or issuing orders, as long as it was an official document, a unique identification number would be attached to ensure that there were no mistakes due to language differences, duplication, etc. The Star Realm Army that Jiyu Hang was tasked to create was required to have a total value of over 2.5 million tax currency, which was 2 years of imperial tax for Rage Owl Star. In principle, the tax amount should be 10 million. The remaining 7.5 million, according to what was said before Jiyu Hang's arrival, was to be paid by the Star Sector government. With the goal of creating an army worth 2.5 million tax currency, and the total value of the Alliance army being over 6 million, Jiyu Hang definitely wouldn't transfer all of the troops into it.
Even if the Star Realm Army would be under his control, with positions from officers to corps commander appointed by Jiyu Hang, and could be permanently stationed on Rage Owl Star under the pretext of guarding against a potential attack from the green skin orcs, ensuring the stability of Rage Owl Star.
Despite this, Jiyu Hang still had to be cautious. After all, this troop would still be under the unified command of the Imperial Star Realm Army. If an official order came through sending them off to fight somewhere, they would have to go, wouldn't they? It wouldn't be possible to defy orders. There were benefits, though. Firstly, there was the tax credit, and secondly, it was still the tax credit. However, even the method of tax credit could vary. After establishing this troop, the immediate tax credit of 2.5 million in tax payments was one aspect. In the future, whether it was for expanding the troop or routine maintenance, the Alliance would not need to pay out of its own pocket any longer. If permission was obtained for expansion, and if the new troops were transported by the Military Affairs Department from outside, that would be one thing. But if they were recruited and bought from Rage Owl Star, then that would also be a tax credit. For day-to-day military maintenance, such as equipment depreciation, ammunition replenishment, personnel replenishment, the Military Affairs Department and Star Realm Army would foot the bill. Of course, in reality, it would not be feasible to transport troops and equipment from far-off worlds, so Rage Owl Star would still need to provide for them. And all these expenses could also be used as a tax credit. When calculated, the annual maintenance cost of an army with a total value of 2.5 million tax currency would also have to be around 250,000 tax currency, provided there wasn't a major war. If there were a fierce war with substantial losses of equipment and personnel, replenishing those would entail extra costs. From an economic standpoint, planning to reassign a portion of the Alliance army into the Star Realm Army, Rage Bear Legion, in itself, wasn't a losing business. As for how much control Jiyu Hang could exert over the Rage Bear Legion, that was an added bonus. Jiyu Hang planned to incorporate 13 divisions into this legion. They were the 3rd Beast Slaying Brigade, the 11th and 12th Infantry Divisions, 14th Infantry Division, 26th to 30th Infantry Divisions, 31st Airborne Division, 32nd and 33rd Infantry Divisions, 35th Mechanized Brigade. The total strength of the army was 140,000 people, nearly half the force of the Alliance army. However, the number of crucial mechanized brigades included was small, only one. An infantry division with 12,000 people cost only 200,000 tax currency to form. A fully staffed mechanized brigade had less than 9,000 people, but its cost soared straight to 460,000 tax currency. To assemble these 13 divisions, Jiyu Hang had essentially dismantled and merged the group army that was previously used to recover the North Territory and the central group army that had been used to pacify the eastern provinces. The 13 divisions had already received their orders. They would assemble and station near the capital, Revival City, to await inspection by the imperial tax officers arriving 2 months later. Considering this, Jiyu Hang scratched his head, feeling that he still needed to expand the military further. After allocating the Rage Bear Legion, the number of troops under the Alliance Army was a bit insufficient. Jiyu Hang had several plans moving forward. Firstly, he wanted to establish the Eastern Group Army. The manpower for this part of the army was already available. There were militias established on site by Yan Fangshu after pacifying the eastern provinces, stationed locally, totaling about 100,000 people. Plaintext Jiyu Hang planned to reorganize half of the forces on the spot into the 39th to 45th divisions, adopting the formation of a garrison division with 6,260 troops each. Not even armored vehicles were needed. Arming them with a large number of motorcycles and iron bull trucks for motorization was sufficient. The reorganization of these 7 garrison divisions was expected to be done within a month, as production and distribution of too much new equipment was not required. There was a substantial existing inventory of artillery, trucks, and individual soldier equipment. As for the troops' training, it was a matter of Jiyu Hang clicking in the army badge system, a few grace points spent, 1 point for 100 men, not expensive at all. Afterwards, he would reorganize the other half into regular forces, forming 5 divisions. Divisions 46 and 47 would follow the organization of a mechanized brigade, while divisions 48 to 50 would follow that of an infantry division. These 5 divisions wouldn't be ready immediately. Though the training of troops was quick, a large amount of equipment for these 5 divisions needed extra production. Various armored vehicles, tanks, and regimental firefighting heavy artillery. The military logistics department's inventory was seriously inadequate, even in arrears. Especially in the case of armored vehicles and tanks. Currently, the monthly production capacity of the Alliance Army's Lion tanks reached 34 units, and for armored vehicles 160 units. These were the 2 most critical pieces of equipment hindering the land forces' construction. Not just the newly established forces, but even the old mechanized brigades that theoretically should have a complete complement of 50 tanks per brigade hadn't been fully equipped. Except for the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, which had added an extra tank battalion to become fully equipped, the 35th Brigade intended to be incorporated into the Rage Bear Legion was the next in line to be prioritized for completion. The rest of the mechanized brigades each generally had only 18 tanks. If Jiyu Hang wanted to create a true surge of steel, he needed to find ways to increase the production of tanks and armored vehicles. And that was already underway. On the one hand, Wying City was always striving to expand its production capacity. On the other hand, the continuously constructed production lines were spilling over to surrounding provinces. Aside from alleviating the production pressure of Wying City, the aim was also to drive the production level in other provinces, solving employment issues, and harnessing the potential of human resources. This initiative was already in motion. These areas had also started setting up some heavy and military industry factories. For example, areas in the central province took on a number of individual soldier equipment manufacturing plants and various types of construction machinery manufacturing. Goda province undertook a vehicle parts production plant and began building their own car manufacturing plant on the spot, with armored vehicle production lines also in place. And the central North province, in particular, is worth mentioning. Originally, it was the province with the least population within the Alliance's administrative divisions. However, after the North Territory was liberated, a considerable amount of land and population were allocated to the central North province, with the rest establishing the northern border province. Inheriting many of the assets of the Polar Industrial Group, even the Polar Industrial City became part of central North province and was renamed Guangbei City. The related technical industry upgrades have been making considerable progress lately. The central North province can now produce tanks. This model had long been considered by Jiyu Hang. First, establish the Wying City Industrial Center, then use the wealth of the early winners to drive the prosperity of the later ones, radiating to surrounding areas. Other regions were first positioned as suppliers of consumer goods, food, and raw materials, and later gradually took on the extra production capacity. Now, the second step had already been reached. With the industrialization efforts of all parties continuously advancing, the industrial capability of the alliance will undoubtedly maintain high growth for the following period, even possibly higher than in the past. If calculated by the increase in production capacity before, the 5 divisions belonging to the Central Group Army, particularly the 2 mechanized brigades, could complete their preparations in approximately 3 months. If the expansion of productive capacity is more ideal, then this time could possibly be shortened to within 2 months. Training these troops, aside from solving the weaponry and equipment issues, the other concern was training the soldiers. The current militia units established in the eastern provinces lacked formal organization and had not undergone training with grace points. 2 armies in total, adding about 100,000 new personnel, plus the first phase of the expeditionary force dispatched to Hajian Star that came back crippled, which includes the 34th Infantry Division, the 37th and the 38th Mechanical Brigades, also require replenishment of troops. These 3 divisions alone had direct personnel losses nearing 20,000. Along with the fallen, there were also many disabled, who were brought back and processed for retirement. The gap of 20,000 personnel will also be filled in this military buildup. For these 3 divisions, compensations for the dead and disabled were one aspect. On the other hand, in keeping with his promise, Ji Heng commended these 3 divisions with collective third-class merit. All units down to the company level from these 3 divisions were allowed to affix a symbol of a single sword behind a shield on their banners and unit arm patches, a mark of honor. Certain companies even received collective second-class merit. Some combat heroes, whether alive or deceased, disabled or intact, also received individual medals. Collective medals were all well and good as a bonus for the soldiers, mainly reflecting on the unit's honor. Individual medals were extremely valuable. This signified the alliance's recognition of their meritorious service. As long as they did not commit crimes in the future, these medal recipients could receive a lifelong, though not large, very decent and supplemental allowance. Meanwhile, nearly all personnel who participated in the combat were rapidly promoted in military rank, with a large number of them being appointed as officers. With these advancements in rank, and even some warriors being commissioned as officers, there was also a promotion in their duties. Platoon leaders were promoted to company leaders to battalion leaders, and there were even those who became regiment leaders. Even if the original units couldn't accommodate so many officers, it didn't matter. The 12 newly established divisions had a large number of officer vacancies, which allowed for these individuals to be transferred out and replenished within these units. In order to train these troops, Ji Heng spent 1,200 points on grace points. This was not considered a large amount. As long as one doesn't engage in creating an army of 1,000,000 people, the grace points spent on training troops are generally not too high. After planning the grace points for troop training, Ji Heng was left with over 16,000 grace points in hand. After some thought, he decided to use them for drawing technology. He could draw at the 10,000 level, but there was no need. The greatest value of the 10,000 level technology tree mainly comes from a 25% chance to draw an epic level technology. But, even if he drew an epic level technology, it might be too advanced for current Rage Owl Star's industrial level to assimilate. Moreover, he hadn't exhausted the 1000 grace point tier technology pool yet. Although there was a 57.5% chance of drawing nothing at this level, he could try a few more times. He decided to go for a 6 times draw. The first draw resulted in nothing, as did the second. The third drew a basic level. The fourth drew an advanced level. The fifth drew nothing. The sixth was another basic level. The 2 basic levels were the HS-6 electromagnetic gun family and cannon retrofit technologies. Both were relatively ordinary, without any significant changes. Electromagnetic rifles and laser guns are highly interchangeable, with similar power, performance, and cost. The main difference lies in their performance against different enemies. Generally, mature and elite-level Star Realm Armed Forces units would be broadly equipped with both types of rifles. G-Series bullet rifles would be completely phased out and reserved for regular Star Realm troops. But for Rage Owl Star, this is more of a technical reserve. The cost of a complete set of either laser guns or electromagnetic rifles, with all the accompanying individual equipment, is 4 tax currency. A G9 set only costs 0.2 tax currency. There's quite a price gap. Ji Heng can't afford to produce them for the time being. However, the cannon technology was powerful. Even the standard 155 howitzer, when compared to one retrofitted, showed significant differences in range and power. Especially in terms of range, it could reach up to 40 kilometers, doubling the distance. At the same time, for some smaller caliber artillery, such as the 88 howitzers and the 60 mortars, power, range, and stability would all be enhanced. This was excellent, a tangible enhancement to the Alliance army. The advanced level technology, on the other hand, made Ji Hang even happier. Traveler class starship. At present, Rage Owl Star's technological capabilities in basic ground force infrastructure are probably quite complete. While not incredibly exquisite, and far from the most advanced equipment, at least all conventional military gear can be self-produced. The Air Force has Wind Falcons leading the charge, which is passable, at least providing air-to-ground support, airdropping, and airborne operations when needed. However, construction in space had not even begun up until now. And the Traveler is a great start. Similar in size to the Type 5 landing craft, if one considers the troops and their equipment, it can carry up to 500 people at once, or fit in a tank if fewer people are on board, roughly equivalent to the forces of a battalion. Actually, the technology used in both is quite similar. They have armor of comparable thickness, and the weaponry is almost the same, able to mount several reflector laser cannons. If one insists on using solid projectile cannons, that's fine too. Its firepower is stronger than the Wind Falcon, but only by a limited margin. However, the key difference lies in the fact that the Traveler has the capability for interstellar travel, able to cross through stargates and traverse the Star Realm tunnel for interstellar voyages on its own. To achieve crossing through the Star Realm, the Traveler is equipped with 3 technologies not found in normal landing craft: warp engine, jump recognition system, and starfield force field. The warp engine provides the power to enter a warp state. Lower-tier engines can't supply this energy output. The jump recognition system is for finding, positioning, and docking with stargates. The starfield force field provides extra protection for the entire ship during warp, safeguarding against spiritual energy and low-energy effects, ensuring the crew's minds remain undamaged and unwarped. All 3 are indispensable. But regrettably, the Alliance currently has none of them. Moreover, Ji Hang suspects that the technology to produce these 3 necessities is not just at an advanced level, but may well require elite level. But the good news is, while they cannot be mass-produced, the black box can directly extrude all the main components of the spacecraft, and then it's just a matter of technicians building a block puzzle. Of course, counting on the Traveler to build an actual naval force in the Star Realm is nonsense. The difference in levels is too great. The warp engines, jump recognition, and protective field equipped on the Traveler are all very small. Its weapons, when up against large starships, are like scratching an itch, and its own defense would shatter under a single salvo. Only the poorest Star Realm pirates would take this thing and make extreme modifications, employing swarm tactics, in plain terms. Providing enough fodder to capture attention and create opportunities for their main ships would be considered a success. Its usual application is for carrying passengers and a small amount of cargo for Star Realm travel. If used for war, then it's for harassment, reconnaissance, and the like. Small size, low single-trip flight cost, flexibility, and low production cost are its advantages. Of course, low production cost is relative to those starships which can cost hundreds of millions. Its own production cost is estimated to be around 1.6 million tax currency each. Still, they need to be built. It's not sufficient to form a proper navy, but at least it's the first step for the Alliance towards the Star Sea. Moreover, it's not without significance. Inside the planet, it can provide the Alliance with the ability to deploy military forces at any point on Rage Owl Star, around the clock. In wartime, the ability to deploy an armored battalion anywhere on the planet within a short time frame could still yield a significant advantage. And on Rage Owl Star, Ji Hang is not without enemies anymore. The easy targets have mostly been dealt with, but on the western part of the continent, there's still Blackbird Heavy Industries, which can't be seen as a local power. This is a group backed by the Fatches family, or to put it bluntly, an enterprise of the Fatches family. Although the waters between the two sides have been clear so far, Ji Hang as the planetary governor, can hardly accept the existence of such a large, uncontrollable force on his own planet. And he hasn't forgotten that according to the request of the Star Sector leaders, he has to turn against Blackbird Heavy Industries. But no specific time was given for this, and Ji Hang was not planning to act on it immediately. He just needed to be prepared in case action becomes necessary, as even if Ji Hang does not make the first move, they might sense something is amiss and cause trouble ahead of time. Using the Traveler's capabilities for rapid global deployment could have a great effect in this potential conflict. Moreover, besides the planet itself, the Star Realm travel provided by the Traveler would facilitate communication between Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star. The exchange of personnel, dispatch of administrative officials, and so on would all be much more convenient. Although he could probably rely on the trade fleets of the GU family for this in the future, it's best not to inconvenience others too much. This others is not just a polite expression by GU Hang. Even if he becomes the family head of the GU family in the future, the GU clan operates somewhat like a franchise. In the 14 fleets, now only 12 remain. GU Investment Company, established by the main branch of the GU clan, holds shares in all of them to varying degrees. Only 5 of them have reached absolute control. The remaining 7 will follow the unified orders of the GU commercial firm, arrange together, and make money together. They are not employees of the GU family, nor are they vassals. They cannot be used at will. With the presence of spacefarers, similar tasks had become more convenient. Of course, there was a safety issue. The combat capability of spacefarers was quite weak, and encountering space pirates would still pose a significant danger. However, the journey from Rage Owl Star to Hagian Star wasn't situated along a bustling shipping lane and lacked attractive targets. Pirates were reluctant to waste their time in such an area, which made this particular issue less troubling. In the future, if the number of spacefarers increased, say, to over 20, then the number of personnel they could transport at one time could reach tens of thousands, barely sufficient for deploying troops between stars. But hoping to produce over 20 vessels purely by leveraging black boxes was a bit unrealistic. Currently, using only black boxes, it was estimated that a spacefarer could only be produced every 4 months. The main issue was that these things were quite large, and there was no black box big enough to produce an entire one at once. In reality, it was about assembling various components module by module. Still, just like all black box products, the assembly difficulty of these parts was very low and could be handled by an ordinary technician. The production speed of these individual parts from the black boxes was quite limited. Moreover, assembly also took time. This resulted in a 4-month period to assemble a spacefarer. GU Hang estimated that if they later acquired technology for real starships, even those that ignored prerequisite technologies and could directly produce finished products from black boxes, the production cycle would probably still be measured in years. Creating them was definitely still necessary. Even if one took 4 months to produce a single spacefarer, using it purely for tax payment would still bring in 1.8 million tax currency. 3 a year meant more than 5 million, enough to cover Rage Owl Star's annual imperial tax. The key point was that this was essentially free money. Of course, GU Hang hadn't worried about imperial tax for a long time. With the Alliance's current situation, they could easily afford it. GU Hang had 10,000 points of grace left, and after some thought, he resisted the temptation of the 10,000 tier. Mainly because the 1,000 tier hadn't been fully exploited yet, though its cost-effectiveness had diminished. At present, the chances for the 1,000 tier had already fallen to a 67.5% probability of yielding nothing, 10% for basic level, 20% for advanced level, and 2.5% for elite level. Even if the odds didn't drop further, a 10 pull would on average yield only 3 pieces of technology, which were likely to be advanced or basic level, and there was no guarantee an elite level would be drawn. By comparison, technology drawn from the 10,000 tier was more likely to be good but unusable. It was better to draw from the current prize pool first. So, he went for another 10 pull. His luck could be considered quite good this time, as he only got 3 pieces of technology, but one was elite level, and the other 2 were all advanced level, with no basic level items drawn. The 2 advanced levels were gravity weapons and Sentinel Mecha. The elite level was Star Realm Protective Field. Getting gravity weapons left GU Hang somewhat frustrated. This was a special class of personal weapons. Priest Rizzo's scepter belonged to this category, which essentially meant anything fitted with this device would become heavier. There were too few uses for it, and it was even possible to purchase it. Making it oneself was ideal, but spending a precious technology slot on it might have a greater impact if used for something else. Sentinel Mecha was similarly disappointing. In Hagian Star, GU Hang had witnessed the abilities of the Sentinel Mecha, which were just mediocre. During a plain field battle, it was far less effective than the Lion Tank priced in the same range. The latter was bigger, had a thicker gun barrel, and was more durable and reliable in a pitched battle. On the other hand, the Sentinel Mecha was costly, lacked firepower, and had inadequate armor. Perhaps it just wasn't being used correctly. For instance, during boarding operations or counter-boarding scenarios inside a starship, Sentinel mechas were much more valuable than Lion tanks. The latter couldn't move inside a starship and just had to stay put in storage as they were too big. In some infiltration operations, in complex terrains like mountains or swamps where a tank might not be able to go, Sentinel mechas could move unhindered just like people. When the enemy attacked a certain mountain position and could only deploy infantry, and then encountered Sentinel mechas on arrival, the situation became quite desperate. We can't use it as the main force for a decisive battle, but in certain special environments, it can play a role that tanks cannot. Although Ji Hang didn't really like it, he would still choose to produce some. It's like the gravity weapon, already drawn. What can you do about it? Just make it. Moreover, one advantage that Sentry mechas have over gravity weapons is that they have a guaranteed market. In the cultural state of Hajian Star, so-called mechas are quite popular. Ji Hang can sell as many as he produces to those knights. As for the elite technology, Star Realm Protective Field, that was drawn, it's a truly usable but must have capacity to reserve. In the future production of starships, no matter the size, this is a necessary prerequisite technology for protecting the ships as they travel through the Star Realm tunnel. Let's just save it for now. After completing the technology draw, Ji Hang made a trip to Wying City. On one hand, he inspected the condition of the most important industrial core of the Alliance and, on the other hand, he went to the Research Institute to materialize the 6 technologies just acquired, comprising 12 black boxes, and handed them all over to Wu Jiarong. Wu Jiarong had grown numb to Mr. Ji delivering her a few black boxes every now and again. She simply couldn't keep up with the research. She used to think she was swimming in a sea of happiness. A few black boxes would be a lifetime blessing for any scholar of the sect of mechanics in their entire scientific career. However, she never imagined that one day she would be incredibly distressed by having too many black boxes. She was nearly drowned by them, but it's a happy kind of trouble. Troubling as it may be, the main thing is that it's still happiness. She said to Mr. Ji, based on our current progress, I estimate that in another year, I could surpass the level of the Prophet of Engines and reach the level of Dominant Bishop. So soon? Ji Hang was somewhat surprised. A Dominant Bishop, in the sect of mechanics, counted as part of the upper echelon. Further up, one could obtain the title of Sage. Although only a principal sage, many leaders of the sect of mechanics foundry worlds were at this level. In response to Ji Hang's question, Wu Jiarong answered, there are too many black boxes. I gain new insights almost every day, it's impossible not to advance quickly. Ji Hang asked with a smile, do you want to go back then? Perhaps, after an assessment and a few research results are published, you could make a big name for yourself in one of the foundry worlds of the sect of mechanics, and then, you might really become a dominant bishop. Wu Jiarong shook her head. She was very self-aware. She knew that showing any desire to leave was very dangerous. Even a single black box would be a huge secret here, let alone so many. Moreover, even if Mr. Ji had a way to seal and cleanse memories, letting her leave with peace of mind, she wouldn't want to go. Reflecting on the past, she lamented, those years with the sect of mechanics were truly uninspiring. The endless scheming, the struggle for power and profit, I could have tolerated all of that without a clean research environment. But the scarcity of resources was really intolerable. Every bit of knowledge, opportunity, and research finding became capital in the struggle. Here, I've had the most comfortable and happiest 2 years. I really don't want to go back to the past. Ji Hang said with a smile, that's good, don't worry. I have no thoughts of leaving. What does a dominant bishop count for anyway? Perhaps, in the future, I might also have the chance to reach the level of a principal sage, or even a great sage? I'm very much looking forward to that day, Ji Hang said sincerely. If we could really cultivate a sage on our home planet, it would be quite an invincible feat. Not to mention their scientific capabilities, at the level of sage, who isn't a top-notch combat force? Found a bug, the chainsaw sword was already drawn, so change the repetition to gravity weapon, which shouldn't affect the plot. Ji Hang had some time, so he spoke with Wu Jiarong a bit more. Starting from the extremely fast progress that Wu Jiarong had made, he came up with another idea. If we send more people to join the research institute, I'm not talking about the periphery, but formally, like you, capable of researching the black box, wouldn't that make the entire alliance very strong in training scientific research personnel? In theory, yes, Wu Jiarong said, although I can share some of my research findings, and I've also established a research journal within the Technical Academy to speed up the training of technical personnel. Moreover, if these technical personnel were to participate in the black box research, and if they reached the same conclusions and results, it wouldn't be much help to their growth. But overall, we have too many black boxes here, and I simply can't study them all. Having more help would definitely be good. The only problem lies in keeping secrets. At that point, Ji Hang thought of Hu Ke. He would certainly be a good choice, but after all, he is an outsider and still needs to be tested. Ji Hang said to Wu Jiarong, pick a few talented young people and bring them to meet me. Sure. Wu Jiarong was quite happy to have received permission. Indeed, there are a few good candidates. After they join, I will definitely pay attention to security issues regarding confidentiality. We can't relax here. While saying so, Ji Hang also made plans for a double layer of assurance. Later, he met the 3 young men and 1 woman that Wu Jiarong had selected. Ji Hang chatted with them, which was basically like an interview. During the interview, he casually used his mental manipulation, making some adjustments. He tried his best to avoid abusing this ability. However, when it came to the secrets of the black box, he had to be cautious. He would not overly interfere with their minds, just adding a layer of mental maze lock which would prevent the participants from leaking any information. Next, Wu Jiarong would take these young people, who were actually at most the level of technical staff, into the real gates of the research institute. They were confused and had no idea of the grand hall they were about to enter. After finishing all this, Ji Hang hurriedly boarded the Wind Falcon and embarked on the journey back to Revival City. There, many of the Alliance's high-ranking officials had already gathered together. Ji Hang had to meet individually with Osenia, Lambert, Tadius, and others, listen to their recent work reports, then preside over a work meeting facing many high-ranking Alliance officials. The content of Tadius's report was quite routine, related to military construction matters. During the entire reporting process, it was mainly Ji Hang talking while he listened. Ji Hang had plans to build the Rage Bear Legion, in preparation for its eventual incorporation into the Star Realm Army. Moreover, the new Eastern Group Army and Central Group Army also required Tadius's attention. After receiving instructions from the governor, Tadius hurried off. Mobilizing troops, forming the Rage Bear Legion, reorganizing 12 divisions from the militia groups in the 3 eastern provinces, these were all considered major actions, and he had many busy days ahead. Afterward, there was a lot to discuss with Osenia. The Alliance Premier went into detail about the current development status of the Alliance. Currently, within the Alliance's control, there were 25 million people, divided into 8 provinces. By estimation, the Alliance's total GDP for the year reached 34.14 million tax currency. Under this premise, the Alliance's per capita welfare and allowances totaled a consumption of 10 million tax currency, administrative costs, developmental reinvestment, military industrial supply for the troops, all adding up to a consumption of 23 million tax currency, leaving an alliance budget surplus of around 1 million tax currency. Of course, this so-called tax currency is actually a statistical methodology, and the currency issued internally by the alliance is another matter. Many of the investments and welfare are not issued in currency but are given in the form of goods. Another point that must be mentioned is that these are the normal economic production conditions within the alliance and do not include the outputs of the Wying City Research Institute. The outputs of the Research Institute cannot be calculated. There are both direct outputs of various military products and the construction of numerous production lines, which are of extraordinary value. Actually, if the outputs of the Research Institute were included, the Alliance's expenditure in industrial production reinvestment would be much higher than the apparent figures. In terms of outputs, unexpectedly, the province with the highest GDP in the Alliance was not the anticipated Wying City Industrial Center, but the Biqing Valley Province. The main reason was that the natural environment of Biqing Valley Province was too good. Possessing the second largest area of land in the whole alliance, this place could be called a land of 1,000 miles of fertile soil. Correspondingly, the largest in terms of area was the northern border province, but the land there was extremely barren. The disparity between the two was quite significant. Similarly, Biqing Valley Province had a population of 8 million, accounting for 1/3 of the entire alliance. The most fertile land, the second largest area, the largest population. These factors created the highest GDP province in the entire alliance. Moreover, not just in total volume, but also in per capita GDP, it was the highest. It was even higher than the per capita GDP of Wying. This was mainly because, after a large number of agricultural machines were produced and sent to Wying, the land there was utilized very effectively. 8 million people spread out over those vast fertile lands, driving farming machines, each household tending hundreds of acres of land, using genetically improved seeds, and with industrial fertilizers providing a boost, the productivity could not be low. The Beeching Valley region has already put into use 200 million acres of farmland, and along with the service industry, transportation, fertilizer, and food processing industries that have stemmed from agricultural production, the per capita annual output value has reached 2.3 tax currency. By contrast, Wying City's per capita output currently stands at only 1.95 tax currency, and the population is just 2.55 million, a little short of the 5 million annual output target. This is the origin of the disparity between the two. Of course, when looking at development, you can't just look at money. The main produce of Beeching Valley Province is agricultural, primarily grains, with various other types of economic crops supplementing it. These goods are solid currency, whether they are consumed domestically, used as agricultural exports in trade, or even used to pay taxes. The prices are very stable. However, relying on agriculture alone will not make you rich, nor can it cultivate a reliable army. Moreover, large-scale agricultural production fundamentally relies on land, a resource with a limit. Although currently, a large amount of farmland in the Green Valley region has not been put to use, according to estimates, the viable farming area of Beeching Valley region could reach up to 1.2 billion acres. Furthermore, the southern Green Valley is still undeveloped, and if it were to be fully developed, it could provide no less than 700 million acres of arable land. But ultimately, there is a limit to this. However, industrial mass production has no limit. As time progresses, the per capita output of Wying City will have even more room for growth. Furthermore, according to the plans of Prime Minister Osenia and Wying City's Mayor Patel, construction in Wying City is set to accelerate in the following year. Wying City's population growth has already been rapid. In 2 years, it developed from an empty plain into an industrial city of 2.5 million people today. But it can be even faster. The constraints on further population growth are the expansion of industrial lines and the construction of urban infrastructure. In this area, they expect to solidify the foundation within half a year. Afterward, in the span of 1 year, they plan to double the industrial population of Wying City again. In such a case, Wying City's industrial output value should be able to catch up with Beeching Valley region's agricultural output. Of course, no matter what, the Beeching Valley region and Wying City are currently the core sources of output for the alliance. Combined, they account for over 67% of the alliance's total output value. The remaining provinces are lagging behind. Apart from Revival City, the capital, which barely reached an annual per capita output of 1 tax currency, the rest did not even reach 1. The poorest among them is the newly reclaimed Northern Border Province. Since the extreme North Industrial City was assigned to Central North Province and Polar Industrial Group's main production capacity was moved during the administrative division, Northern Border Province, despite having the alliance's largest land area and a population of 3 million, has a per capita annual output value of only 0.34.
Let alone the future investments and construction that the alliance plans to carry out there, just those more than 3 million people, based on the alliance's welfare and allowance policies, with a per capita cost of 0.4 tax currency, it's a loss-making business.
It's not much better in other areas either. Even if they don't lose money on welfare allowances, when you factor in the tax contributions, they don't make much of a profit. Add to that the investment in construction, and most of it is pure loss. However, as the saying goes, in construction, you can't just look at the money. This isn't about doing business. Despite its harsh natural environment, the Northern Border Province has mines. Exploration teams using resource exploration technology, who have been working throughout the Alliance territories, have discovered 3 different types of ore veins in the Northern Border Province just in the past month. Plus, with the numerous mining ruins left over from before the war, it may potentially become the Alliance's most important mining resource area in the future. The Xiongnu Province in the eastern 3 provinces, leveraging Starport, has already found its development path. The other two provinces are somewhat behind but are also trying to find solutions, and at the very least, they have ruins within their territories to clear. The pre-war Nest capital has enough debris to provide for many years to come. Before it is completely exhausted, they have plenty of time to find a way out. Goda Province, Central North Province, and other areas of the Central Province are trying to absorb the spillover industries from Wying City, hoping to form a large industrial circle centered around Wying City. Everyone has a bright future. In the end, Osenia summarized, in the next 2-year plan, what I hope to achieve is to double the alliance's total output value. Even in the poorest provinces, the per capita output should exceed 1. Gu Heng gently clapped. He was mostly satisfied with Osenia's report. Could one ask for more? Actually, since its establishment, the alliance had only just gone through 2 years. Wying City was built from scratch. Beeching Valley had only been reclaimed for just over a year. The 3 eastern provinces were recovered less than a year ago. The North Territory had been reclaimed just 1 month ago. In such circumstances, to have developed to this point, the golden finger that Gu Heng brought with him through time travel, which was devoid of reason, was certainly the most significant factor. However, Osenia, as the chief steward of the whole alliance government, played a role that could not be overlooked due to the arduous work she had put in. In the midst of applause, Gu Heng opened the character interface. He could see that Osenia's character information had quietly upgraded from R to SR level. At the same time, beside her LV3, there was an option to upgrade. Without hesitation, Gu Heng clicked on the upgrade. Osenia became an LV4 governor. Furthermore, she could continue upgrading. She had indeed accumulated a lot of experience in this position. However, Gu Heng no longer had enough blessing points in hand. He only had 194 points left, which was not enough to meet the 500 points required for an LV4 character to upgrade to LV5. But it didn't matter. After the following payday, Gu Heng would not hesitate to give Osenia another level up. Currently, Gu Heng's monthly blessing income had reached 3,522 points. Of this, the alliance provided 3,178 points, and the remaining 344 were provided by the Lumen Kingdom through the vassal system. It was quite sentimental. In the past, after a battle, earning 1,000 or 2 blessing points felt like striking it rich, as the monthly blessing points were not very substantial and were rather insignificant. But now, it seemed that while fighting could lead to sudden wealth, the daily accumulation from farming should not be neglected either. 10,000 blessing points were merely a matter of lying in bed for 3 months. Nothing to speak of. Moreover, this monthly blessing point income would continue to grow as the alliance expanded. After meeting with Osenia, Gu Heng then met with Lambert. The matters he mentioned were mainly threefold. One was the construction of the legal system within the alliance's territory, which was advancing normally. Whether it was criminal law, civil law, or the like, Gu Heng had reviewed them quite seriously. The legal system was, of course, very important. The second matter was the result of the anti-corruption campaign that started in the Beeching Valley province and gradually extended to the entire alliance. A considerable number of alliance officials were purged and held accountable. The majority of the trouble came from those officials who had transitioned from the original ruling class. The alliance had already given them an opportunity, but they did not seize it. Therefore, the alliance was not to blame for taking stringent measures. There were relatively few death sentences, and those who were sentenced were transformed into servitor skulls or automata, to make full use of them. Most were subjected to labor sentences, with lighter cases supplemented by imprisonment and demotion. One should not think that labor sentences were light. A 10-year labor sentence was truly worse than a straightforward execution. The alliance was not yet wealthy enough or advanced enough to consider or improve the working conditions for prisoners with labor sentences. Generally, those sentenced to 10 years of labor did not survive that long. In fact, the Servant Management Bureau and the Servo Skull Studio had visited Lambert, the Chief Justice, several times, hoping that he would pass heavier sentences in the future. A 10-year labor sentence, when the person doesn't survive 10 years. Why bother? An execution would be more straightforward and provide them with materials to make servo skulls and automata. Those creations could serve far longer than 10 years. Lambert said that he was carefully considering the matter. Regarding the increase in death penalties, Gu Heng was somewhat hesitant. He even thought he was being a bit too merciful, but he truly didn't want to sign more death warrants just to increase the raw materials for servo skulls and servo mechanisms. He didn't think it was an appropriate way to go about things. However, upon reflection, he considered it not a big deal. So, he proposed his thoughts to Lambert. On one hand, we need to improve the mortality rate of penal labor. Said Ji Hang, I know we can't invest a lot of resources in improving the living conditions of the prisoners. They are criminals, sent to serve, not to enjoy themselves. Every resource of the Alliance is valuable now, and improving the humane treatment of the criminals is not a priority yet. However, you need to address the corruption of the prison guards and labor overseers. The problem of withholding prisoner entitlements and deliberately mistreating them should be clearly eradicated. That's different from improving the treatment of penal laborers. I agree to substantially reduce the number of 10-year servitudes. Let's be clear about one thing. If someone truly commits heinous crimes, deserving death, then we issue the death penalty and the disposal of the body is a separate matter. But if we don't wish for their death and hope they can reintegrate into society after serving and being reformed, then we should try to sentence them to 5 years or less as much as possible, rather than aggressively pushing them towards death. Lambert nodded as he listened. That could work out well. In the future, the number of 10-year servitudes is expected to drop to a fifth of what it used to be. Half of the serious offenders would be directly sentenced to death to become servo skulls or servo mechanisms, and for the lesser crimes, just hand down lighter sentences to give them a chance at life. Otherwise, with the penal laborers dying from overwork every day, he would face a lot of criticism. On the other hand, the servo mechanism and skull workshops would lack enough materials and also grumble at him. After discussing the prisoner situation, they returned to the main topic of anti-corruption. The large number of officials being dismounted actually demonstrates that the Alliance's integrity efforts are not up to snuff. There are indeed historical remnants of original rulers who, after transforming in situ, found their bad habits hard to shun, but the decay of government is always a big issue to be vigilant about. However, there is also good news. The number of Alliance officials who graduated from Loyal Air Academy is increasing, and among those involved in Lambert's anti-corruption campaign, those with experiences from Loyal Air Academy have a much lower probability of having issues compared to transformed officials. The large number of positions cleared out through the anti-corruption campaign, once taken over by these newcomers, could relatively alleviate the corruption issues. Of course, on this premise, another problem might need consideration: political stability. Keeping the bunch from the original ruling class was initially for smooth transition of power. Plus, these individuals were indeed the most capable found at that time, best fitting and understanding the local circumstances, hence they were chosen. Now, with the sudden replacement by public servants cultivated by the Alliance itself, some turmoil is inevitable. On the one hand, those with hidden agendas might cause trouble, as those dismounted officials might have considerable influence in their hometowns. On the other hand, these officials dispatched from the Alliance's central government must perform exceptionally well and quickly manage the local situations to smoothly take over the governance. Still, overall, although no shortage of minor chaos has arisen, major incidents have not occurred. After all, the Alliance's policies are generally good. Just having a steady job ensures a stable life, which is a fundamental tone that ensures no major disruptions can arise anywhere. Why? Who would want to return to those days of uncertainty and not being treated like a human instead of living stable lives? Most people are not foolish, and for that small number of people with ulterior motives, there's no need to worry. The Alliance has knives. It has armies to stabilize the situation, an integrity commission to conduct secret investigations, and if need be, the demon hunters might just knock on the door. They can't incite serious chaos, so let them make their petty moves in the shadows. Think of it as practice for the newly appointed officials. After finishing the discussion on anti-corruption, Lambert brought up a third matter. It was something related to intelligence. Previously, when the Demon Hunter organization was just established, we split the team into two. One team headed south to investigate the corruption case in Biqing Valley Province, and the other was dispatched to the west, to collect intelligence on Blackbird Heavy Industries in the far west of the continent. The team heading west has great difficulty in maintaining contact with our headquarters here. Over the past year, communication has been sporadic, often losing contact, which is quite worrying. However, thankfully, after some time they always manage to re-establish contact and send back some intelligence.
To date, by piecing together this intelligence, plus some leftover documents from the old alliance, records of some elders, and narratives from traveling merchants, we have roughly pieced together what the far west of the continent is like.
From the central province westward lies the West Desert region. That's where it's truly vast and sparsely populated. The expansive desert alone is as big as the 3 provinces of the central and 3 provinces of the eastern combined. Scattered oases sustain a limited population. However, that area was also an important food production site on Rajal Star in the past. The oases alone couldn't produce so much food. It was mainly due to the plantation factories left behind from the pre-war era beneath these oases. With only 5 million inhabitants in the entire West Desert region, naturally, there's a large amount of food that can be produced. However, the only thing the West Desert region can produce is food. It lacks other commodities on a significant scale and has no industrial capabilities, relying solely on food trading to acquire other necessities. Their main customer is Blackbird Heavy Industries, and only a few oases near the east trade with us. Beyond the West Desert region further west, lies the controlled territory of Blackbird Heavy Industries. That area is about half the size of the West Desert region, roughly the size of the 3 eastern provinces, and the natural environment is very similar, with pre-war urban agglomerations now nothing but ruins. Blackbird Heavy Industries is stationed there. 15 million people work for them, mostly engaged in low-end industries, from mining in the ruins, primary processing of raw materials, to concentrating on the few arable lands to provide food. And on the west coast, there is Blackbird City, the core industrial area of Blackbird Heavy Industries, with 7 million people gathered there. Blackbird City should be their hub of heavy industrial output, but its control is very strict. Our people have tried to enter several times and failed. Those who went in never came out, nor did they send back any information. This massive city, like a black box, reveals nothing. They continue to attempt infiltration, hoping to obtain more core intelligence as soon as possible. Elon Bird looked up at the dark building in the rain ahead and, after a careful glance, he spotted a tiny sickle emblem. That somewhat reassured him. He pulled down the hood to shield from the rain and walked under the eaves. On the side, he found a small door and knocked 6 times, following a special rhythm. Only then did the door open a crack, revealing orange-yellow light. A child who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old timidly poked his head out from inside. One of his eyes was normal, but the other had a large hole gouged in its socket and a mechanical eye inserted. The child looked up at Bird under the hood, his unfamiliar face prompting alert. He hurriedly tried to close the door, but Bird stopped it with his hand. How could a 5 or 6-year-old child have the strength to compete with an adult? With only a slight effort, Bird pushed the door open wide enough for him to slip through. He quickly sidled inside and promptly closed the door behind him. The child fell to the ground, looking at him with fear on his face, about to scream loudly, but Bird, who had quickly bent down, covered the boy's mouth. Shish. Silencing the child, Bird gestured for him to be quiet, but he only heard the click of a gun cocking behind him. Let him go. Bird stopped his movements. The child wriggled free and crawled behind the newcomer, hiding there and only showing his head, looking on fearfully. Elon Bird raised his hands and said, calm down, it's me. Bird? The person behind seemed to recognize his voice, yet wasn't entirely sure. It's me, Tim, don't get excited, Elon Bird said, turning around. He thought he would see a handsome face. Tim Winter was the best-looking one in their demon hunter squad. When they were together, they often teased him that he was too conspicuous to be a demon hunter working undercover. However, when he turned around and saw his teammate's face, he was taken aback. Gone was the handsome, dashing face, replaced by one full of scars. Only beneath those scars could Bird faintly make out the appearance of Tim Winter from his memory. What happened to you? Tim Winter slowly lowered his gun and sighed, Bird, you shouldn't have come. How could I not come? 5 of you entered Blackbird City, and then for more than a month, no news at all. We had an agreement to exchange information every week, but we waited a long time at the external information point and didn't get any message from you. Instead, we almost exposed ourselves to Blackbird Heavy Industries security team. It's not that we didn't want to send information, Winter started to say but then stopped. First, he bent down and said something to the child behind him, allowing him to leave, then turned to Bird, come on, let's go to the back and rest. Have a cup of hot water, and then we can talk in detail. Elon Bird and Tim Winter were both members of the Alliance Demon Hunter organization, and they could both be considered among the first batch of members. When the Demon Hunter organization was just established, two teams were recruited. One went south to fight corruption, and the other team, which included the two of them. They set off with a caravan, heading west, and had stayed for some time in several oasis settlements in the western desert, gathering some intelligence before continuing westward to the edge of the continent. Their ultimate goal was to collect intelligence about Blackbird Heavy Industries on this western side of the continent, striving to make preparations for the Alliance to liberate this planet's last piece of land. Now, the only enemy left for the Alliance on Rage Owl Star was Blackbird Heavy Industries. Those numerous desert oases in the western desert, those settlements built around pre-war plantation factories, hardly needed much attention. They had neither a unified organization nor sufficient military strength. After the bountiful harvest in the Green Valley region, even the strategic resource they once held dear, food, was no longer significant to the Alliance. The sole obstacle to reclaiming the western desert was the complicated and entangled relationship they had with Blackbird Heavy Industries. But once they reached the western edge of the continent, within the areas under Blackbird Heavy Industries' effective control, what they witnessed was starkly different from what they had imagined. The natural environment here was still harsh, and the people's lives were still quite difficult, not much better than those of the many settlements before liberation by the Alliance, and definitely not comparable to the living standards of an average E5 rank and above under the Alliance. However, unlike those settlements before their liberation by the Alliance, the western edge of the continent had a complete and unified system of rule and management. Based on what they had observed and experienced on this land for almost a year, they felt that Blackbird Heavy Industries was just a big corporation. Of course, they always had been, and the 15 million people living here were all employees of this company. Here there were strict hierarchical relationships, performance targets assigned to each individual, organizational structures divided by department, clear managerial levels. An order issued by Blackbird Heavy Industries headquarters, Blackbird City, could indeed be transmitted through the ranks to a specific individual. Blackbird Heavy Industries would issue its own internal currency as wages, paid to every individual. There was no base salary, just commission based on workload and performance. Similarly, they also established supply stations in various locations. Residents could use their wages to purchase their necessities for life. This social structure caused many difficulties for Bird and his fellow demon hunters, who were new to the area, in their intelligence-gathering efforts. They were new faces in this huge company, where there was little contact between departments and interactions mostly involved familiar faces. Initially, they caused quite a few incidents, exposing their identities and being pursued as a consequence. But gradually, they quickly found some tricks. In the large corporation that was Blackbird Heavy Industries, there were common problems faced by many large organizations. There were too many people, making organization difficult, and it was hard for everyone to recognize each other. They relied more on identity badges and codes to identify each other. Ambush, capture, interrogation, torture, they obtained a lot of intelligence and gradually learned how to disguise themselves, starting to fit in like a fish takes to water. And soon, they were no longer satisfied with merely gathering intelligence on the periphery. They set their sights on the headquarters of Blackbird Heavy Industries, Blackbird City. However, that place was a different world. Mysterious and closed off, they couldn't even find a way in, as if that entire massive city, estimated to house 7 million people, didn't need to interact with the outside world at all. The demon hunters had developed a keen interest in Blackbird City. The more mysterious, the more secrets it held. They could no longer dig up much intelligence in the western part of the continent, which was equivalent to 3 new conventional lands, and if they wished to learn more, infiltrating Blackbird City was their only option. After numerous attempts, they found several different ways to try to gain entry into Blackbird City. For instance, entering along with the supply channels, or impersonating someone from Blackbird City, or directly finding their way to the vicinity of Blackbird City, as a city so large was bound to have unguarded places where one could stealthily slip in. However, these attempts all ended in failure. In the process, they even lost several lives. Ultimately, they finally discovered a reliable method: being recruited. Blackbird City would periodically absorb some personnel from outside. Nobody knew what these people were going to do, but it was said there would be a better life for them. The demon hunters had replaced some of the people from the peripheral towns who were about to be absorbed into Blackbird City. This was not easy, but after all, Blackbird Heavy Industries' scrutiny of the outside was not as intense as inside the city. They spent nearly a year gathering intelligence on the periphery, integrating with the locals, and finally, they succeeded. 5 of them were selected to enter Blackbird City. The remaining 7 were not, but this was also good. They could provide support from the outside, transferring intelligence. Then, those who entered went completely dark. Elon Bird was one of those on the outside. He was supposed to send out the intelligence as agreed, but he had never received anything. The people waiting for intelligence on the outside were getting anxious. Today, more than a month later, a new opportunity arose. Blackbird City's periodic personnel recruitment once again selected their people. Elon Bird was involved. After some discussion, they decided to send Bird into Blackbird City. It was a large black vehicle. Together with more than 20 other people, he entered Blackbird City. Initially, they were concentrated in one corner of the city. According to the administrators, they would later be assigned to different jobs and residences. Bird found an opportunity, took the hidden pistol, and stealthily slipped out. However, inside the city, he found it extremely difficult to move. Walking in Blackbird City, he realized how the control of Blackbird Heavy Industries on the outside paled in comparison to the inside. Here, it was as if he were in an immensely large concentration camp. People were strictly controlled. There were patrols on the streets, and those without permission or legitimate business could not even loiter on the streets. What was most fearsome was that the civil servants, patrolmen, and so on that he saw were all extensively cybernetically augmented. Bionic eyes, prosthetic limbs. These were the most common things. Others, whose entire bodies had been transformed beyond recognition, with several mechanical arms extending from their backs and their lower halves reshaped into 4-legged forms, were a common sight. Even purely automated robots moved about on the streets. This scene sent chills down Bird's spine. He was not ignorant of various situations. He was a heretic demon hunter. During the so-called training days, his mind was filled with a vast amount of information and knowledge. Before departing, they had also reviewed a lot of information collected within the Alliance about the Fatches family. The scene before him led him to an almost immediate thought. Blackbird Heavy Industries had violated 2 of the Empire's major decrees. The ban on autonomous machines, the ban on intelligent devices. The former prohibited any mechanical device capable of autonomous operation, servo skulls were not included. Those were considered human, and the latter outright banned any computer or computer-like devices. These 2 decrees were aimed at warding off the omnipresent, digital demons. In today's Empire world, the word demons might still be common, but electronic was truly unheard of. According to the knowledge passed down to his mind, any electronic device produced by humanity that had the ability to automate, to perform automatic calculations, could potentially be invaded by electronic demons, causing the machine to betray humanity. Calculators would give incorrect results. Autonomous robots would pick up weapons and harm humans. Automated production lines would suddenly start assembling killing machines and riot. Anything not directly controlled by human at critical junctions would eventually betray humanity. So the question arose: how did Blackbird Heavy Industries dare to do this? Weren't they afraid of death? Wasn't the Fatches family afraid of death? Bird realized that this was a very significant piece of intelligence and information. Although he did not fully understand why this was happening, he did not need to know any more. Even just based on what he saw on the streets, if he were to report back, it would be a huge deal. This matter, if escalated, would immediately authorize the Alliance to declare war on Blackbird Heavy Industries, though in reality, no such authorization was needed as the planetary governor was free to do as he pleased on his own planet. However, Blackbird Heavy Industries was special, being a property of the Fatches family. Without a proper reason, it would be difficult to justify conflict. Now no reason was needed. Even the Fatches family themselves were not safe. With such an incident at Blackbird Heavy Industries, it was likely that personnel from the Imperial Inquisition would have to conduct a thorough investigation into the 3 worlds of the Fatches family. Moving on, it's not as simple as obtaining authorization when the Alliance strikes down on Blackbird Heavy Industries. Good luck getting that approved. If possible, both the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy will be involved. In other places, it might be a bit tricky. On an ordinary Empire world, after submitting an application for military support, no one knows how long one might have to wait for the regular forces of the Empire to provide assistance. But in the Tianma star sector, this problem is greatly alleviated. The Tianma star sector is the core of several surrounding star sectors and one of the most bustling areas in the entire Dragonhawk star domain. The Tianma fleet and the 3rd Dragonhawk Legion are stationed mainly within Tianma star sector, with the mission to guard and patrol the safety and defense issues of the surrounding star sectors. Things may be slow elsewhere, but in the Tianma star sector, the Navy and Star Realm Army truly arrive within minutes to suppress any incidents. Moreover, the governor, or rather the governor's family, wields a certain influence in the politics of the star sector. With such an incident, it might not even be necessary for the Alliance's military forces to fight desperately. As long as the intelligence is accurate and evidence is solid, the Alliance's forces only need to hold their position, and soon the Imperial Navy and the Star Realm Army will come to Rage Owl Star to wipe out Blackbird Heavy Industries. But wait. Thinking of this, Bird realized another problem. The Dragonhawk 3rd Legion, that is, this Star Realm Armed Forces unit stationed in the Tianma star sector, seems to have a deep relationship with the Fatches family. Their main base of operations is on 3 planets belonging to the Fatches. Hiss. This complicates things. Of course, Bird is just a spy. If there are some things he can't figure out, doesn't understand, doesn't know how to do, that's okay. After all, it's not his job to think about these matters. His only task was to get the intelligence out clearly. However, even this proved to be difficult. He could barely move an inch on the streets of Blackbird City, let alone break out of the city on his own. Within Blackbird City, the defense was not as tight. Although he didn't have a proper identity to pass through normally, there weren't many patrollers on the streets. As long as he kept his clothing consistent with others and avoided attention as much as possible, he was fine. It was slow, but he could still move. But to leave the city, he had to get past many checkpoints, the outermost one being exceedingly difficult. They lost 2 people without even finding a way in during their infiltration attempt. Leaving now would likely be hellishly difficult. Forced to wander within the city, he was looking for the comrades who had infiltrated into the city earlier, hoping to get some help. At first, he did not hold out much hope. If he could notice and realize certain things, then surely the comrades who infiltrated earlier would also be aware. For such crucial intelligence, if possible, his comrades would not keep silent and would do their utmost to get the information out. The reason they hadn't done so was undoubtedly due to some very difficult realities. It's just that Bird hadn't encountered them yet. If he could find his comrades within the city, it would save him from taking many detours. One thing that worried him, though, was whether his comrades were still alive. Luckily, after wandering the streets for 2 days amidst relentless rain, with no place to resupply food, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. In a hidden spot, he saw a scythe symbol. This symbol was the rendezvous signal agreed upon by the comrades before entering the city. Seeing this sign, Bird realized that his comrades were not dead, at least not all of them. Overjoyed, he found an arrow mark near the symbol, wiped it away, and after searching for a full day, he finally arrived here. Knocking at the door, he encountered a child with modified eyes, was held at gunpoint, and found out it was Tim Winter, although his face was now disfigured. Despite the myriad doubts in his heart, he still followed Winter into a room. Here, another comrade lay, but he was now breathing in less and out more, obviously not long for this world without reliable medical support. Bird's heart skipped a beat, and a very bad thought occurred to him. And this thought was confirmed by Wenty. It's just the 2 of us left. Orga is also going to die. Bird was silent, his mood heavy. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and asked, "I've seen the situation on the streets in the past 2 days. Things are serious. However, you've been here for a month. Have you gathered more intelligence?" Wenty nodded and then shook his head. "As for intelligence, yes, we have some. We know what the upper echelons of Blackbird Heavy Industries are enforcing is the same as the information we initially received in our minds about the Iron Heresy. They are breeding humans and then helping them evolve. This is manifested by their continuous incorporation of people from outside Blackbird City. These people settle down happily, kept in their custody. Then, according to quotas, they line up for glorious evolution, which is to be transformed into the mechanical and flesh hybrid monsters you've seen on the streets." On hearing this, Bird couldn't help but interrupt. "The people being brought in, don't they resist?" "They can't resist, they don't have weapons, or a unified organization. How can they resist under strict surveillance?" Tim Wenty said. "However, as you say, not everyone is willing to accept this fate. It's for this reason that we have managed to survive. Cisne is the child you just saw outside. We settled in his home last week, thanks to the help of his family. At that time, his parents were still around, but yesterday, his parents lined up for glorious evolution and were taken away. Actually, he was also to be taken, but Orga and I hid him, and Orga almost died for it. Wait a minute. Bird realized another big problem. You've been exposed? Wendy's fierce face revealed a helpless smile. What else? How else would it be just Orga and me left? Then we need to move quickly. We've already moved. This isn't Cisne's home. This is a place where the owner has just been taken for glorious evolution, and new residents haven't moved in yet. Bird felt even heavier in his heart. Although he already knew the answer, Bird still couldn't help asking with the last hope, then have you found a way to get out? Who would have thought? Wendy curled his lips, revealing a terrifying smile. Yes, and I've been waiting for you to come, only you can do it. Bird was suddenly enlightened. He immediately understood what Wendy meant. These demon hunters all possessed a certain spiritual talent but were not strong enough to become a formal practitioner of spiritual energy. After their successful training, they would all receive a power similar to spiritual talent. Wendy's ability, homing pigeon, allowed him to construct with his spirit a pigeon capable of flying to deliver intelligence. But the homing pigeon he could conjure clearly wasn't strong enough to fly out of Blackbird City, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to wait until now. Bird's ability, on the other hand, was a weaker version of mind manipulation. According to Wendy, the way he wanted to escape would presumably involve making use of his own talent for mind manipulation. Bird said gravely, "Let's hear it." A day later, in a room on the second floor of a house on the streets of Blackbird City, Bird nervously waited. He peered down through a small crack in the window. Behind him on the bed, two men were tied together, mouths gagged, faces showing terror. A little further down the street, a few black, fully enclosed vehicles were slowly approaching. A bird leapt out of the curtain of rain and flew high into the distance. Despite knowing it was unlikely, Elon Bird still harbored a sliver of hope. If the spiritually energized pigeon he had summoned could make it out and deliver the intelligence, that would be ideal. This was precisely why they had planned to send Tim Winter into Blackbird City. With this ability, transmitting information would be much more convenient. But clearly, it would not be that easy. According to what Winter had said, he had tried before and not only failed but also caused exposure, attracting the crackdown from Blackbird Heavy Industries. And this time, the outcome was unsurprisingly the same. No sooner had the bird flown out than a red beam of light flashed across the sky. The spiritually energized bird was blasted to oblivion in midair. Elon Bird let out a slight sigh. Although it was expected, he still felt some disappointment. Beyond disappointment, there was sorrow. He heard some noises, as guards hurried towards the spot from where the bird had emerged. There lay a demon hunter, Orga, devoid of the ability to act, even of consciousness, awaiting death. Perhaps the people from Blackbird Heavy Industries would capture him alive and then heal him, hoping to extract some intelligence from him in return. But to prevent this scenario, Winter had already tampered with Orga's body before the operation, ensuring that his already short-lived life would end swiftly upon falling into enemy hands, beyond any hope of revival. Elon Bird was pained to do such a thing to a comrade, but it was an act he had to commit nonetheless. And Winter, who had carried out the task, was himself in a position of sacrifice. After a considerable number of guards were drawn to the site of the bird's release, Winter also made his appearance. He launched an attack on a convoy of vehicles traveling on the street. The convoy below descended into chaos, but Elon Bird could not bear to watch any further. Every member of the Demon Hunter squad was elite, not only well-trained warriors but also possessed special supernatural powers. Yet despite that, it was still an unwinnable struggle. First, they were vastly outnumbered, with Winter fighting a lone battle. Secondly, there was a lack of weapons and equipment. The fact that they were able to bring personal defensive weapons at all into Blackbird City was already a feat, as heavy weapons were out of the question, let alone a bomb. Moreover, the Union had no local base in Blackbird City, and in this highly regulated environment, there was no space for the existence of opposition organizations, making it equally impossible to acquire potent weapons from the surroundings. All Winter had was a short-barreled laser pistol with almost depleted ammunition. Again, his supernatural ability, Bird, was meant for intelligence transmission and lacked combat effectiveness. But still, he went into action, fighting with a conviction that it would be his last battle. Moreover, what he aimed to do was far from simply going out to die. Although he knew he had no way out once he took action, he still hoped to create as much disturbance as possible under the hopeless situation, to attract as much attention as he could. This wasn't about charging out simply to die. He had to kill, he had to be cold enough, smart enough to outwit his enemies, to buy as much time as possible, to draw away as much attention as possible. Only then would Elon Bird have a chance. Orga was already dead. Winter was about to die, all to earn him that last sliver of hope to get out alive. And now, that chance truly did appear before him. Winter had indeed done well enough. His gun suddenly killed a driver and a guard accompanying the vehicle. Then, facing many encircling him, he calmly ducked into a building, exchanging fire with the enemies. When the mechanical guards with their mechanical dogs stormed the building, Winter had already preemptively moved through the window to another location and opened fire again. For over 10 minutes, Blackbird Heavy Industries guards didn't just fail to capture him. They were led in circles, which necessitated deploying more personnel. Even the convoy that was initially set to leave the city to bring in more inhabitants into Blackbird City had to be halted. Many guards disembarked and joined in the effort. This was the opportunity Bird was waiting for. Accompanying him was Cisne, the child left behind by the family that had taken in and sheltered his fellow warriors. And they both slipped out of the room and made their way down to the entrance on the first floor. Cracking the door slightly, Bird looked around. Utilizing his innate spiritual energy, he sensed for mental targets in the vicinity and determined that their attention was likely not on his location. It was a good time to make a move. He turned and emphasized to Cisne once again, "From now on, you must obey me. Without my permission, you can't make any sound at all. Whatever I tell you to do, you do it, understand?" "I know," Cisne nodded nervously. "Brother Winter had already explained it to me before." "Good, then follow me." When Winter and Bird were discussing the operation plan, they didn't whimsically decide to involve a child. Even though Cisne's parents had not betrayed them while helping Winter and Orga hide, they had also made a promise to Cisne's parents that, if there was a chance, they would definitely help their son escape. But given the current situation, even teammates needed to be silenced, used to attract the enemy at the very last moment of their lives, and Wendy himself had to risk his life to execute diversion tactics. Why would Bird saddle himself with a burden unless absolutely necessary? The reason was precisely that Cisne wasn't a burden. Cisne was obedient. His body had undergone initial mechanical modifications, making him more agile than the average child. The main purpose of having him was to serve as a cover for their identities when necessary. Cisne was a bona fide resident of Blackbird City, as was his father, and Bird had brought their genuine documents with him. In even worse circumstances, Cisne could be deceived into going out to draw the target's attention, giving Bird a chance to see if he could fight for a glimmer of hope at a critical moment. Hopefully, that last scenario would never materialize. With Cisne in tow, Bird crouched down and approached a black car. Through the car window, he saw a driver inside, craning his neck out of the opposite window to look around, focused on the battle situation between the two nearby buildings. The drivers used in these pickup operations by the Blackbirds were generally not machine servants extensively modified with cybernetic enhancements, but rather more normal humans. Otherwise, when recruiting people from the outside, it could easily lead to trouble. Bird didn't hesitate. He pulled out his pistol and, through the car window, fired a shot that went through the driver's head. Immediately afterward, he reached through the broken window, pulled open the car door, and dragged the corpse to lie under the driver's seat. Cisne hurried into the car as well and, sitting beside him, helped Bird strip off the driver's coat so Bird could change more quickly. While Bird was changing, Cisne started to clean the bloodstains, but Bird pushed his hand down. The sounds of battle outside had ceased. It seemed likely that Wendy was already dead. After a while, the guards gradually returned. The car convoy was ready to set out again. Before leaving, however, the guards checked each car. This was Bird's greatest test. What was so difficult about assassinating a driver amidst chaos when no one was watching and donning his clothes? The challenge lay in how to assume the driver's identity convincingly. There were too many holes in his disguise. The bullet hole in the car window could be explained away as a misfire during the recent fight. But what about the blood-stained work clothes, claimed to be injured? If the guards asked him to leave the vehicle for inspection, the body couldn't be hidden. And if the guards recognized the original driver's face, Bird's facade would be pierced immediately. In other words, these were not just holes in the disguise. Anyone with a functioning brain would realize there were problems. To cover all this up, he needed to rely on his talent for mental manipulation. But he was a demon hunter, not a spiritual energy user. If he had the mighty powers of the legendary governor, what would be so hard about it? It wouldn't just be about covering a few discrepancies. He could entirely manipulate minds, turning people into his most loyal followers, making them brave fire and water or even commit suicide at his whim. But Elon Bird was far from that level. The more intact and strong-willed the person's mind, the greater the chance of mental manipulation failure. The bigger the discrepancy between the manipulation and the person's perception, the more likely the manipulation would fail by multiple folds. Everything he was doing now, pretending to be the driver, wearing the driver's clothes, erasing the bloodstains as much as possible, was meant to reduce resistance during the mental manipulation process. It could be successful, but the fewer the discrepancies, the better. He couldn't let anyone see the body. Manipulating a person to overlook a corpse was impossible. He had to pray they wouldn't recognize his face, or the manipulation might also fail. He had to use his language during manipulation, be as error-free as possible, and explain away abnormal situations like bloodstains and bullet holes convincingly. The more plausible the excuse, the higher the chance they'd believe it and not investigate further. He pondered all this as the inspector guards got closer and closer. Suddenly, Bird's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. The approaching guard wasn't human. Underneath the hat, the face was a mechanical skull with no human brain tissue left. What to do? Mental manipulations worked on living beings, but Bird couldn't ensure their effectiveness on machine servants, let alone now facing what might be a cyborg even more advanced than a machine servant. At least machine servants, who had part of their brain removed and altered to maximize instinctual motor functions, still counted as part of humanity, a pure mechanical being. Well, would mind manipulation still be effective? But what other choice did he have? He could only grit his teeth and continue with the original plan. Approaching the car window, the guard's steps halted as he indeed took notice of the bullet hole on the window. Bird's deliberately relaxed voice rang out. "Did you catch the person just now? They've damaged my car window." With his words, the ability to manipulate minds quietly activated. He tapped into the other's mind. Do mechanical beings even have minds? This question he couldn't be sure of before now had an answer. They indeed do, but it feels utterly different from humans. That icy touch was as though he had been plunged into ice water, causing him to shiver. And in this icy sea of mind, Bird could find no traces of human emotions. All he encountered were the chilly commands and logic. Was this good news or bad news? The bad news was that much of Bird's past experience with mind manipulation was now useless. His experience was mostly in extracting intelligence during interrogations. The most effective tactic was to enhance certain emotions, such as panic, pain, or fear, in conjunction with standard interrogation techniques to shatter the subject's resilience. That trick was no longer useful. Mechanical creatures do not have emotions. What's there to amplify? But the good news was that mind manipulation was still possible. Only now, instead of altering emotions or memories, he had to twist commands and logic. The former was impossible. At least he didn't have the skill to twist instructions hard-coded into a mechanical being's processing chip. But distorting logic was feasible, and surprisingly easy. The guard's eyes flickered red for a moment. Seeing the bullet hole, its logic was twisted to perceive it as incidental damage from earlier strife, logical. Seeing the bloodstains on the window and the driver's clothes, its logic was twisted to attribute them to wounds from incoming bullets, logical. The direction of the blood splatter was from inside out, inconsistent with the bullet's entry, illogical. Disregard, deemed logical. The face was unfamiliar, but because of the blood smearing from the driver's injuries it appeared different from recorded footage, illogical. Disregard, deemed logical. Everything is normal, no need for a thorough check. The guard walked away. Only after Bird saw in the rearview mirror that the guard's gaze was no longer on them did he allow the smile to fall from his face. He leaned on the steering wheel with both hands, breathing heavily. His head was splitting, his arms were trembling. It wasn't just from the tension, but also due to the immense consumption of spiritual energy. Yet on his face, there still lingered a faint smile. At least, the most challenging part at the beginning was over.
Instructions to depart came from the car's radio. Bird started the vehicle. There were still many difficulties ahead. The method of driving the vehicle, the feel of it was different from the Alliance's vehicles. The corpse underfoot was extremely bothersome, lying on top of his feet, making it hard to control. Fortunately, he wasn't required to race, nor did he have to show off too much skill. All he had to do was do his best to keep the vehicle stable and moving forward.